The bomb exploded right in front of us.
So the Lancaster really was developed as a bomb-carrying machine.
The most produced American military airplane in history.
It's just such a rewarding airplane to fly. You just want to get back in it each time.
On the way!
My brother got me excited about aviation. From there, you know, when you decide to do something, you jump in with both feet, or I do at least.
They wanted to do something more. The concept of building something wrapped around World War II aviation.
You know, I think that I've always wanted to build a museum.
From an early age, 6 or 7 years old, all I wanted to be is around these World War II airplanes.
It's amazing how much goes on behind the scenes here.
The museum as a whole is much more than the airplanes. Everything moves, it comes to life.
A learning environment that hopefully can engage everybody, telling the story of the people who were there.
And taking that time in our history, let's not do that again. And I'm going to walk you through what we do every morning to bring the museum to life.
To see it and build it, and then I think in the last 2 years, watch it actually blossom and flourish. Well, there's a lot of museums that are bigger, and I go, absolutely. I mean, there's huge museums, but they're not better.
And you take these things that have been sitting out for 40 years in the elements or underwater, you restore them to flying condition using a fair amount of actual parts.
You know, my dad's business went from a couple of guys that were barely making it to a pretty proficient restoration shop, if not the #1 shop in the world, really.
We would say, hey, this is what we need to do, because if not, it's going to take us 6 years to build that project.
So it's quite a feat to restore these airplanes to flying condition. This has been fun. It's just been a discussion among friends.
Not a beauty contest winner, but the de Havilland Caribou, an aircraft that was very heavily engaged in the Vietnam War. And while she's perhaps not the prettiest of aircraft that you will see, there's many a soldier in Vietnam who would be grateful to see that side coming over the area where he was perhaps surrounded by Viet Cong or small special forces fields way out there where they could be surrounded by the enemy and the only succor they had would come by the Caribou.
Quick walk around of the airplane. You know, we normally start at one spot. We let the ramp down. We kind of come along here. We make sure, normally this door is open and we have a ladder we can get in and out of. So we make sure these bolts are on because this is what the door we pull when we do paratroopers sometimes. Aside from that, we've got a lot of just general condition. As you can tell, the airplane's very tall. We have some blowout discs for the fire suppression system. Just looking at panels, all of these things. Up in the wheel well, we have gear pins that hold the gear down. as we come back around to the front, this airplane has a lot of pitot tubes. And so what these were used for is the airplane actually has an auto feather system that measures the thrust coming off of the propeller. And so if at any point with that auto feather system armed, it notices one engine making less thrust than the other without moving the throttles, it will automatically feather that engine. Very quick reacting. So a big deal on the Caribou too are these latches. The way the cowlings open up, they open up like a clamshell. And if they were to come open and fly it would create so much drag it'd be impossible to recover from. So we always make sure these are nice and secure. This disc is where you would blow through to put a fire extinguisher, handheld fire extinguisher. These engines are unique in that the propeller system has what we call IOCs. So the propeller, as opposed to getting oil from the engine oil system, it has its own supply and it has its own governor. And so that's this unit right here. It's actually its own oil reservoir for the propeller. So if the engine loses every ounce of oil in the entire engine, we still have full control over the propeller. The propeller is also full reversing. That was another thing that they did to help enhance the stall capabilities of the airplane. And so just continuing around, we have, these are the actual pitot tubes that we use to get airspeed indication. All right, to the airplane. Another fire extinguisher, blowout discs here. The nose wheel is pretty standard. We actually have nose wheel steering in this airplane with a tiller, so as opposed to it just being a free castering, so it's very easy to taxi on the ground. And then as you come around the other side of the airplane, it's pretty much the same thing. There's a cockpit heater, which isn't used anymore. That was something, when they built the airplane in Canada, it was very cold. We don't have that problem here, nor did they in Vietnam. When they operated them back in Vietnam, there was so much more auxiliary equipment on the airplane. There were heaters, cabin heaters that actually burned fuel. There were a lot more systems on the airplane that could have been more prone. Nowadays, the airplane is relatively stripped of all of its auxiliary equipment. We just have the basics to, do air shows and be able to display it. So we don't have the flaps down right now. But the flaps down, we have 40 degrees of flaps all the way from the root all the way out to the wingtip. The ailerons droop down. And what that does is it creates such a nose-low attitude when you come into land that an easy thing to do is to touch down on the nose wheel first, because it takes so much flare to bring the nose all the way up and set the mains down first that it's easy to strike the nose, and that could cause damage to it. It's not meant to take that kind of brunt. Now, one thing to point out, and you'll see all around the airplane, are these little American flags. These little American flags are here to symbolize battle damage. So this is actually patch from shrapnel, a bullet hole, anything. And you'll see as you walk around the airplane, this airplane is absolutely littered with these patches from battle damage. And so we've tried to tag some of the areas with little American flags. You can see in the engine cowling. Really, they're just everywhere. I don't know exactly how many there are. There's probably 40 or 50.
Well, welcome aboard the Caribou today. We basically do a walk around on the outside of the airplane, and it's just a common walk around that you do with airplanes. Check the fluid levels, check the oil levels, the hydraulic fluid, that sort of thing. Safety, we remove the gear pins, we remove control locks off of the airplane, and then we come into the airplane. We've got a cockpit here that is kind of, it's old, it's 1950s technology, it's not as streamlined as some of the modern jets. I fly a modern jet in my everyday job, and with this airplane here, radial engines, they have peculiar characteristics to them. They're noisy, they vibrate. The airplane is not a handful to fly, but it does require a peculiar skill set. Well, I wanted to show you how to get into the Caribou here. First off, you have a couple of steps where you have to step up, and it's very awkward. You could fall over. There's a step here, and as you can see, up here there's the throttle quadrant. We've got the propeller controls and the mixtures, the cutoffs over there. As you can probably imagine, from a human factor standpoint, crawling up into the airplane, it's awkward, and you will get your head dented. I mean, I have got many scratches on my head from getting up in here. But the way to get up into the Caribou is to grab the seat firmly, and what you do is you put your arm up here like this, and you grab this handle, and you just step up and you grab that handle like this, and see, you're protecting yourself, and you just slide over into the seat. And it's just like any other airplane. When you sit into the seat, it has you know, nice comfortable seat, a wheel, the rudder pedals. It's very nice, and it's a very comfortable airplane when you're sitting up here and you're on cross-country flights, that sort of thing. You only look at them one at a time, so, and you only flip one switch at a time. So anyway, we've got a battery master switch here. When we turn it on, of course, you know, all the gauges come alive that work on DC power. That's under DC power. We also have an inverter here that will make the instruments work on AC power, and I'll just turn it on shortly. And as you can hear the inverters winding up, and we're supposed to have gauges here that we read when there's AC power to them. So go ahead and turn it off. We don't want to run the battery down. One of the things that we do when we first get in here, we want to make sure that the pitot heat is turned off, that the landing gear handle is in the down position. This is the magnetos, of course. Back here is the carburetor ram, that's for carburetor heat. And then, of course, you have your magnetos here, and you want to make sure that they're always off. Most of these airplanes, when they're on like this, you just reach up and go forward, and they're in the off position or the ground position to ground off the engines. This is a control lock right here in the front. It's up here by the throttles. So from a safety standpoint, we have certain checks that we do. It has a fire detection system inside there. And Ben, jump in here anytime if you want to add something on there.
Yeah, the airplane's actually designed very safely. There's a lot of redundant systems. Primarily, we do have two shots, two fire extinguisher bottles that we can send to either engine. And so those are these T-handles here. So in the event of an engine fire or something that's caused the engine area to heat up, these will light up. We'll be able to pull them and blow an extinguisher. They also have full feathering propellers. Something unique to the Caribou is it has an auto feathering system. As I described earlier in the walk around, we can arm that right here, and what it will do is these two gauges here actually show us thrust. So it's measuring the airspeed behind the propeller in comparison with the airspeed of the aircraft. And so it gives us a percentage of thrust that we're getting. Anyway, all that to say, if it detects a loss of power in either engine, it will feather the offending engine or the failing engine. On top of that, the airplane is a fairly hydraulic airplane, but not without a lot of safety features. Down here, you might notice we have a panel down here that allows us to, in the event of emergency, get the landing gear down, give us brakes, you know, all the things that we're going to need to safely put the airplane down on the ground. You know, we're very blessed to get to operate this airplane in peacetime, and a lot of these guys don't, or a lot of these veterans weren't able to do that. And you know, these bullet holes all throughout the airplane are a reminder, and you know, I'm sure many of them you know, wounded people along the way as they went through the airplane. So that comes across our mind quite often as we're sitting here flying this airplane. We think it's a lot of fun, but there are a lot of guys that might not have described it that way. It was a tool, and luckily this airplane was used as a tool to help people and save people, extract certain people, or deliver equipment. And we're lucky enough to present it today in peacetime operations to honor those veterans who were wounded, weren't able to come home, or are out, and it brings memories back to them.
Okay, safety check, daily inspection, exterior check.
Complete.
Fuel.
Check.
Engine oil.
Let's check.
Prop oil.
Let's check.
Gear pins.
Removed.
Okay. Pitot covers and plugs.
Removed.
Chocks.
Removed.
Tail stand.
Removed.
Doors.
Secured.
Safety check complete. Before start, ready?
Go ahead.
Circuit breakers normal.
They're checked right here.
Okay. All right, check normal. Battery master external power on.
Here we go.
Brakes, check set.
They're set and checked.
Carburetor air, ram.
Ram.
Okay. Fuel and oil shutoffs.
Here.
Okay. Inverter. Fuel panel check.
This brief's a check.
Fire detection.
Fire detection test. Let's check.
Inverter off. Warning lights check.
So prop oil's the main one here. Check.
Anti-collision lights on.
On.
And gyro caged. On this side caged. Boost pumps normal.
Okay, so we'll start the right side first.
Okay.
I'll let Dwayne know.
It's hot.
There are many stories represented by the Avenger, courage and tragedy, and perhaps none more so than the story of a young gunner on the USS Essex. Such were the circumstances, it was felt that they would bury the young gunner at sea. Accordingly, the crew were mustered on the deck, and in a final tribute to their comrade, the complete Avenger with the young gunner inside was buried at sea.
That gunner, Lois Dean, was just 23 when he perished, having enlisted in 1942 and been posted to the USS Essex, joining her VT-15 torpedo outfit and flying the Avenger, in which he was laid to rest. Dean's aircraft will never be disturbed, but many Avengers, from which the crew thankfully escaped, or which were disposed of as irreparable, are scattered in lagoons and atolls across the Pacific. These have become, ironically, peaceful monuments in clear blue seas.
Hello, I'm Nick Coleman. I'm the director of History's Greatest Aircraft, the TV series.
Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm one of the series producers of History's Greatest Aircraft.
Over the decade or so that we've been making these type of specialised aircraft documentaries, we've amassed thousands of hours of footage that we simply can't include on either Facebook or in the shows themselves.
We've been working over the years with some incredible historians, some engineers, so many veterans you can't keep count. We've been working with Ian Mack, Sophie Green over the past 10, 15 years nearly, Ian especially, and he's full of stories and he's full of knowledge. So we wanted to bring those extra bits that didn't make it into the programme to you.
So we've set up a special new YouTube channel. You can find the link below where you can see all of our exciting extra footage that we've never been able to bring to air.
We wanted to put all of this footage in one place. We've also had the privilege of working with people like Brad Pilgrim, Doug Jeans, all the team at the CAF, who have again brought us incredible knowledge, incredible aircraft, so we wanted to pass that on. We have also started working with a guy who we've known for years, Mike Killian. You probably know him, the most incredible aircraft photographer. Working with him and showcasing some of his work as well.
Over the 10 years or so that we've been making Plane Resurrection, History's Greatest Aircraft and specials like That's All Brother, the plane that led the D-Day invasion, we've amassed a huge amount of footage that won't necessarily appear in our programmes, but nonetheless is incredible footage. Thousands of hours of footage that's never made it to screen. I know you'd love that footage just as much as I do.
We have some amazing access to aircraft across the world, and we want to know what you want to see. Warbirds are our thing. Are they your thing? Fighters are our thing. Are they your thing? We want to know. So if you have a moment, please watch our videos, please like and subscribe, and also leave in the comments what sort of aircraft you'd like to see. And if you know of anybody who's got an aircraft that we can feature on the channel, or in fact, if you are an aircraft owner and we can come and visit you, we'd love to come and see you. If you have any stories about the aircraft that we've already featured, then that's fantastic. We want to hear those too. Our whole motto and the whole reason that we continue to do this is because we want to keep those memories alive. We want to make sure that these aircraft, although they may not last forever, their memories do, and that they are on display around the world. And the one way that we can help slightly in that journey is that we post the content and we make the documentaries and we make the films so you can access them, so generations to come can access them. So thank you, and I'll pass over to Nick, and we hope to see you soon.
Hello, I'm Nick Coleman from Nick Coleman's Aircraft Footage and Storm Door Company. Due to a stock oversight, we've invested in loads of brand new aircraft footage. We'd rather sell it than count it, so we're selling it direct to you. All right.
On the way.
American Doug Rosendahl is one of the world's leading warbird pilots, flying the best-known Allied types in modern airshows. However, when he dropped into the Shuttleworth collection, he wasn't sure what to make of the French Centenarian.
This is a Blériot, a real one, the oldest flying airplane in the world, complete with the original Anzani engine. What's unique about the Anzani engine is it had 3 cylinders, and so it was not an even fire engine, so putt, 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 and then a miss, and putt, 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 and then a miss, and so it has a very unique sound. The obligatory oil on the side to prove that it really flies. The suspension system, bungee cord suspension on a telescopic pole here. Very functional, not very aerodynamic, but you're not going fast enough to make a difference. There's no ailerons. The wings warp with the stick. There's a little inclinometer up there that tells you if you're going straight, which I doubt happens very often. The airplane had to be incredibly divergent in yaw. It has essentially has no vertical stabilizer, no skin on the fuselage to provide any lateral stability at all, and a little tiny rudder. It's just incredible. The horizontal stabilizers inboard and the elevators outboard, I'd never realized that before. It's kind of a unique design. And again, just an incredibly small rudder. And there's just no lateral stability at all. It is fairly long, that would be helpful, so the little rudder does have a bit of leverage, but wow. It would be an airplane you fly all the time. As a tail wheel, most of the early airplanes all had skids. I don't know whether that'd be good or bad. It has no brakes, so I suppose someone had to catch it. Typically, when the tail would come down, you just pull back on the stick and dig the skid into the ground for braking. This is not an airplane you just pull out of the hangar and go fly by yourself on a nice evening. Every time you took this thing off and landed, it would be a major production. It's just, again, incredible to be standing next to the oldest flying airplane in the world.
A very successful design. Some 20-odd derivations of the Blériot, and 20 plus nations used the Blériot. This aircraft was manufactured in 1909 and is the world's oldest flying aircraft.
Well, the first Blériot replica, it all revolved around a contract we had from Chile. They gave us an order for a Blériot, an SE-5A, and an Avro 504. And as you rightly point out, so different to whatever we've done before. So the Blériot, that was the first one we made. And the fascinating thing is that some of the wood they use, in actual fact, is willow, because it's a wing warping arrangement. You know, you're asking the wing to do exactly what it shouldn't do. You're asking it to twist. And of course, the SE-5A and all the other conventional aeroplanes, you're asking the complete reverse. There's lots of things in selecting wood. There's a certain number of, growth rings. You can't have pinholes, you can't have shakes. When the trees are actually cut, they are lowered to the ground, because you can have a beautiful piece of spruce and it's got all the right ingredients. It's got no pinholes, it's got the right number of growth rings, and it'll break like a carrot, because what's happened, the tree's been cut, it falls to the ground and it gets a shake in it, and it's very difficult to see. It's kind of sometimes a little grey bluey mark in it. It gets back to what I said earlier. I think these people, they were intuitive engineers. We've lost touch with metallurgy and working closely with nature, if you like. So it's got an amazing control system. It's called a cloche. It's like a fruit bowl made of brass, upside down, with 4 cables that come off each, 90 degrees to each other. A very, very bizarre way to arrange the flying controls. Also on the Blériot as well, and I had a piece of the fabric from the Bourget. It was a rubberized fabric. We covered ours in a synthetic because we couldn't, we had to move. And the other thing we did, I remember on the because we've done 3 of them, I believe. The engine also, we had to cast all of the, it was the Anzani, I think it was Anzani Arrow engine, 3-cylinder, and we had to cast all of that as well. When Blériot actually did the Channel crossing, apparently, I think the only reason he made it was because I think they drilled additional holes in the cylinder or something. And as you say, it must have been an absolute treat to fly. And I can imagine, when you start having crosswinds and all other bits and pieces, the rain and God knows what else, it must be horrendous. Yeah.
On the way.
So we're back on our B-17 Aphrodite dig site in Suffolk in the UK, and the team here from Cotswold Archaeology and the DPAA have been looking for any trace of remains of John Fisher.
We're getting on here, guys. Right, got a few bits. You got a couple of little bits of glass there. That's quite good. That could be modern. We have had a few bits of perspex out of this general area as well, so could perhaps be aircraft related, but it's very small. That's a bit of rubber or something. Great, good stuff. Oh, I can see why you picked that out. white stone. So we're applying a very systematic approach to what we're doing here. All of these red markers you can see mark the corners of 2 meters squares. So we've divided the entire site in the vicinity of this crater into 2 meter grids. And we essentially excavate in 2 meter squares. And you can see some of that evidence over there where we've got them strung out. So we essentially dig down within that 2 meter square, in layers. So we take off the topsoil first, then any subsoil, any other deposits that are underneath. And in sequence, those then go through the sieves. So we know if we get material out in the sieves, which 2 metre square it came from, and therefore we can start to build up a map of how the material is spread around the site.
The explosion was vast. I mean, it blew all to hell, all through this area. But the central point for us as diggers was do what these guys are doing and come along quite literally start digging out. So we were here before you were all here, digging, trying to find some pieces of this plane. So you're having the same problems that we had. I mean, basically, he was trying to get the aircraft level. The radio altimeter seemed to have gone wrong, and every time he left the controls, it was rearing into a stall. Yeah. And I gather, it depends on what report you read, that it sort of stalled, must have slid backwards, because what was he, about 2,000 feet was the bailout? So it stalled, slid backwards, and it maybe then, and a lot of it is conjecture, because then nosed over and then bang, exploded 15 feet or so up here.
Yeah, just above.
And of course that would mean that you get this huge scatter of parts. Is that official US Air Force issue spade?
No, it's not. That's actually Rachel, our geomatics.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, that's
I find this one every day and I'm like,
That's the one you want, yeah.
It's a good one. She was gracious enough to lend it to us. It's amazing having the people that we do here. We've got, British veterans involved, we've got active duty military members, some local people who might have that tie to the community, and it's just really special to bring people from all those different walks of life together. I mean, things in this country have always kind of been a joint forces mission, so it's nice to continue that legacy and keep that going throughout every phase of this recovery. And it's really, really powerful, as the site goes on and finds are found and recoveries are made. It's really touching to have that team a part of it, build those connections with people and see how much it means to all of us.
I'm here helping a group called Operation Nightingale, which is basically, the best way of describing it is recovery through using archaeology as a means of focusing your mind. And when you're doing archaeology and when you're doing things like this, I find it very mindful, and you can kind of, it's a kind of place where you can leave it, all your problems, all the other worries can be left behind, because this is so kind of mindful that it just really focuses your mind, and I find it really beneficial to me, really. Well, I think personally for me it is particularly poignant because I've got relatives who fought in the First World War and the Second World War, and I've been in the Falklands and the First Gulf conflict myself. So it's almost a way of giving something back, and it's making sure that the people that come after us have a legacy, or they're aware of the legacy that they owe to those that had come before us.
It's very important to tell those stories because that's how we learn. As they say, those who do not know the past are doomed to repeat it. So we look at our history and we learn from our mistakes, and we also evaluate things that we can do better. And also, it helps us learn a little bit more about ourselves and where we come from. And, it also helps a lot of the families out there to have a little piece of, some part of their background and of their loved one.
Currently, I'm on the cleaning process. A nice big piece of B17. We're looking for numbers or lettering, even maybe coloration. for it, so we'll see what it comes up like. Pieces there I've done already, and that. Some are just twisted bits of metal, others the guys will know, but it's then going to go from here to the photography side. It makes me think of what they did in the past, you know, for our today. I served, so it's nice to know that we're going to hopefully find the airman and return him to a family.
It was a development from the pilotless aircraft principle. This was the WWII. The tempo of our air assault on Europe left us with a number of heavy bombers no longer suitable for combat. Every inch of armament and crew space was replaced with TNT. Guidance was by radio from an accompanying aircraft. This represented 10 tons of TNT, 10 times more explosive power than during our tests with assault drones. But now, a large airplane could be remotely controlled.
So to summarise, thousands of pieces from this aircraft found, thousands, most of which emerged from the area around here, the crash pit. What became known in the 40s and 50s as Fisher's Lake, because it filled up with water. Might have been more appropriate to call it Fisher's Pond. Fisher's Lake, it's about 10 metres or so across. The team will continue in a desperate effort to find anything beyond the artefacts and the aircraft that can be taken home. It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work. Mark, just working on a piece here. That's literally just come out of the dirt.
Yeah, that's right. And just we've had an initial clean, and it's got some numbers on it. It's got a patent number, possibly a manufacturer there, and there's a rubber seal that has another patent number on it. And with a bit of cleaning, hopefully that might give us some more information as well.
How important is it for you to, I mean, in this instance we know that what the aircraft was, but nonetheless, how important is it for you to sort of check the provenance of these to make sure it isn't something that's just somebody just in the background just said they got a part that might be from a tractor?
Yeah, no, well, absolutely. And to be honest, an amorphous piece of metal like this, I mean, this has obviously come from an aircraft crash. Mm-hmm. You can tell by the trauma, and it's found on an aircraft crash site. But without any numbers, shape or form sometimes can tell you what it is. If it's obvious in this instance, it obviously isn't. But when you've got a part number on it and a manufacturer ID, and possibly in American, the way Americans mark their parts, where it was made, then of course you're streets ahead straight away in being able to identify where it was in the aircraft. And the context of that is hugely important, of course, because if it's cockpit related and you're looking for a pilot, you know you're not far away. If it's engine, then that tells you something else about it as well, or wherever in the airframe and what it is, basically. So it's very important for a context perspective.
After trying several types and detonating static loads of each, was determined to be the British Torpex, cast in 55-pound blocks. The first step is stringing of the primer cord from the nose to the tail of the baby. In the pilot's compartment occupying the space made available by the removal of the upper turret is placed 25 boxes of Torpex totaling 1,575 pounds.
It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work and to think that, You know, even the ground that we're treading on, perhaps some trace of that young man is here. But there is an enduring mystery. Why did John Fisher volunteer for this incredibly dangerous mission? He had a young wife at home, he had a child, he'd done his service, more than done his service. He'd done his tour of duty, he'd been on some extremely hazardous missions, and yet, with everything, all the promise that he had back in the USA, young wife, as I say, a child, and yet still, something kept him here to fly the most implausibly dangerous mission. And this wasn't a mission like, let's say, the Dam Busters. The Dam Busters obviously knew it was an incredibly dangerous mission, but the Dam Busters had practiced and practiced and practiced. They knew there was a huge risk. They knew it was audacious, but they had some good realization of the possibility of pulling it off. And they knew they had superb aircraft flying in their best technical condition. This wasn't so. Just to fly the plane was a risk, because this was an old, frankly, knackered aircraft. It was a plane that was fit only really for the boneyard, just had a few hours left flying in it. And then you do the worst possible thing you can do in terms of what you would want to fly. You pack it not with weapons, not with bombs. It didn't have an excessive bomb load or anything. You've got physical crates, wooden crates of explosives packed everywhere in the aircraft, including up to and around the cockpit area. You're sitting there on kilos and kilos, pounds and pounds of Torpex that's got primer cord wrapped around it that's going to be rammed in a submarine. It's incredibly dangerous. Nobody would have batted an eyelid if a pilot like Fisher had said, thanks, but I think this one's not for me. I have a life and I have other people I have responsibilities too. And yet, he did.
It really drives home why we're doing this sort of thing. In the day-to-day running of the site, you can get caught up in the archaeological stuff. It's keeping the pumps running, it's making sure people have tasks, digging and sieving and detecting and all sorts of things. But then just occasionally you have those moments where it really drives home the purpose of what we're doing. It's about the human element, it's about the human stories and the people caught up in these catastrophic events and also the ripples that families felt afterwards. Of course, every person who was killed in action or missing in action, they had families that then those ripples travel outwards, and I think that shouldn't be underestimated, the impact that had at the time and continues to have to this modern, the present day.
The F-3F was a fighter that was fielded beginning in about 1936, in that time frame. And it was retired by 1941, so it only had about a 5-year lifetime. And a very few got produced, 160 or so got produced. And it was the top line Navy fighter of that last period in the 30s. But technology had passed it by. I mean, we were in the age of all metal airplanes. Compare this to the P-38 Lightning or the P-47 Thunderbolt. They're only 5 years apart in design, so it really is a time warp. It's the last of the biplanes. They had all been retired from combat service by the time of the Japanese attack on Hawaii in December of '41. It's kind of an interesting airplane. It has fabric-covered wings, as most biplanes did, but it has an all-metal fuselage, as follow-on airplanes did. And if you ever look at the F4F Wildcat, it basically has the same fuselage as this one. But it's a single wing with a little more powerful radial engine. And it's the step up then in technology. So it armed the fleet. It was assigned to a Marine fighter squadron that had some pretty impressive guys in it. It has two machine guns, a 50 caliber and a 30 caliber, that fire through the propeller. So you need a system to shut down the guns as an interrupter as the propeller goes by. It could carry some very light bombs, 100-pound bombs, underneath the wings. It was really obsolete by the time it hit the field. We were just caught behind the power curve of getting more advanced airplanes. This airplane was used to invent what was called the thatch weave. That's where airplanes weave in and out like this, because at no time is not one airplane covering the tail of another airplane. Anybody that tries to attack from the rear comes into the gun position of one of the two airplanes. So between tactics and the ruggedness of the follow-on airplane, about as much as you can say is it was a technology bridge to something better. It brought carriers more to the forefront of being an offensive weapon. And in the fleet problems, those were the big exercises run by the fleet. It began to become apparent that the striking power of the carrier was going to overtake the utility of the battleship in naval warfare. So it was part of that, about how you use airplanes as an offensive weapon. But given its short lifetime, it was a transition. It was originally assigned to the Marine Fleet Air Arm, served on a carrier, served on land, served in the Caribbean. It was then on Hawaii, and it was assigned to the office that headed marine aviation on Hawaii. And it crashed into a mountain on Hawaii and was written off. They never even went in and got it. In the 80s, somebody decided they were going to go rescue it, and they did, and it was put through a restoration process that resulted in basically the airplane that you see here today. Westpac Restoration has access to all the plans for all the aircraft, and they could actually build one of these from the ground up, but then it wouldn't be a restoration. It would be a new airplane, but they can do it. It has the squadron symbols, WASP of the USS Wasp, and it has the symbol of, I think it's the Enterprise 6 on the airplane. So it has a mixed set of symbols characteristic of two carriers that carried this kind of airplane. It was a serviceable airplane, and it was, for a carrier, it was okay. Landed well, took off well, and so, biplanes tended to be slow in approach and slow on takeoff. It's really a transition that was really kind of behind the technology even when it was fielded. And it starred in a movie about Navy airplanes. It's very pretty. The step that was missing here is engines. The reason you have a biplane is you can't get enough lift with one on the engine you've got. So the technology that made monoplanes technically feasible for all these kinds of applications was the advance of aircraft engines where you could get 1,000 horsepower out of an engine. It's a really interesting airplane to see fly.
really goes back to when I was a little kid, and my father, being a B-24 engineer, took me to air shows as soon as he could carry me around. And I always, thought I wanted a Warbird, but never thought that one would be for sale, and never thought that I would be able to afford one. And went to the air show here in Addison, and one had a for sale sign. And I went and asked one of my very best friend if he wanted half of a plane, and he flew, and of course I didn't. And he said, "Sure, call me when you want me to come up with the money." And I called him the next week, and we met and bought a T6. And 2 weeks later, I signed up for flying lessons.
Yeah, was that a little bit rash to purchase it without any, without the ability to fly it?
Probably, but not out of character.
Yeah. Just for the record, he would kill me if I did that.
The first big adventure was when we left in 1995 from Los Angeles and flew to New York City, wound up with 125 other World War II aircraft over the Statue of Liberty. Taylor was 5.5 years old and rode coast to coast on a booster seat for the entire event.
I had grown up in the backseat of the T6, and so it was kind of like home. It's what we did on the weekends. That was our weekend activity, and so Freedom Flight was amazing just because of the people you got to meet along the way. Because as a 6-year-old kid, it was amazing getting to meet all the pilots and all the veterans that came out to all the air shows. And I consider myself very fortunate, but it kind of saddens me too, because I'll be the last generation that really got to know the men and women of our armed forces that were my age or less and flew these into combat just so we could sit here today. I'd always known that the T6 was called the pilot maker. I mean, it was the last thing you flew before you checked out in the fighters. And so it's got its quirks, but it's not your introductory airplane. And so my love of warbirds in general kind of started looking, what could be a good project. And so when I was 12, I'd already started, it's 10, 11 when I started flipping through my books. I'm like, L5, that's it right there. I was at Oshkosh, and I went up to Sam Tabor, who's got a beautiful Observer L5. And I started picking his brain, and I know he probably looked and said, "Oh, this kid, I'll, entertain him and show him the airplane stuff." And we talked for about an hour and a half. And he gave me the first issue of the Sentinel Owners and Pilots Association newsletter. And the next newsletter I wrote into the editor, I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm 12 years old, and I want to restore an L5. And I've got a copy of that upstairs. But it's
letter was published.
Letter was published. And of course, Dad, as a parent, nothing that we could find really was of the authenticity that we liked, and also just of the safety that we like. It was older restorations and stuff like that. And I remember initially it was, we're not going to restore an airplane. But we started looking, and both of our enthusiasm grew for the aircraft. And in 2007, we located a Stinson L5G project in Lebanon, Tennessee, owned by Duncan Cameron, and that's the one you see behind you. So within about a year and a half from a project, it was flying.
Part of the agreement was, and this was supposed to be just a flyer, it was not supposed to be an award winner, was that he had to earn the money to get the flyer in the air, which was $50,000. So he went to work buying and selling World War II memorabilia on eBay, and he saved up his $50,000. So I said, we're on a roll now. One of the more interesting comments, Taylor, is when you went to fly this to Oshkosh, and you were 19 years old. I was with Grandpa, and Grandpa said, "You can't let him fly it up there. He's only 19." And I said, "Well, Dad, just remember, you were 20 years old, and you were an engineer on B-24, and you were heading to combat. Taylor is the same age as all those young men that stopped everything in their lives and went to fight battles on far-flung battlefields.
No one's shooting at me.
And nobody was shooting at you. So this was very, very poignant in that somebody the same age that flew these was now flying one that would have been restored.
Well, this particular model is Stinson L5G ambulance, and the reason it's an ambulance version is the entire side of the aircraft folds down, and you are able to put a patient on a litter and medevac them from the battlefield. And it's important to remember that this was really before the age of helicopters. The first combat helicopter was in World War II, and so in the late stages. And so we needed a method by which we could take wounded soldiers immediately from the battlefield to a combat hospital. And they did that by re-engineering the original L5 and extending the tube fuselage outward to be able to put a litter patient in. And every airplane of the era has flaps, but what's unique about this airplane is it actually has drooping ailerons. So the ailerons out at the end, at the outer part of the wing, are normally kind of wasted space in airplanes. All they do is, you know, make you roll about the axis. But Stinson went in and said, hey, you know, we're not only going to do that, but we're going to make it another source of lift and drag. So what they did is they have a crank that you crank it, and the ailerons will droop 15 degrees. And so out in the outer portion of the wing, you now have, at level flight, you have 15 degrees, and then you not only have that, but you have your 45 degrees of flap. So the entire wing becomes a huge flap, and it enables you to land in exceptionally short distances. Of course, my friends were all like, where the heck did he, they thought I had some secret girlfriend or something, because they're like, hey,
friends thought he was lying because you can't possibly be working on this plane all the time.
Yeah.
But he was. It was very short time into the project that I stopped he and Lanny, that was working on the plane with us, and said, wait a minute, are you trying to build a flyer now, or is this going to be award winner? Because if it's an award winner, we're going to have massive cost overruns. You need to decide right now, because I want to know, I'm going to have to pick up some financial backing on the thing. And they talked about it, decided they were going to go for an award winner, so we quickly went through Taylor's 50, and I stepped up, but with the passion that Taylor went at this thing, I just looked at it as another college education.
Still owe you the money.
Yeah, he still owes me the money.
A lot of money.
Welcome back to History's Greatest Aircraft. Don't forget, subscribe to this channel. Get your friends to subscribe to the channel. Get your cats and dogs to subscribe to the channel if they're interested in aircraft. But seriously, if you do subscribe to the channel, we can bring you more and more content. We have more ability then to bring you super extra stuff. So subscribe to the channel. Tell everybody about it. We are in the English countryside. We're filming some fiction at the moment for a movie that's probably going to come out in 2025. It's got a C-47 in it. Not what we normally do, but it's really good fun. Can't tell you where we are. So, a couple of weeks ago at Farnborough, thank you for all your kind comments on that. We had a fantastic time. We have had a chance in the meantime to run down to Duxford. I think you all know what Duxford is. Loads of amazing aircraft there. But we've been to see an aircraft that I don't think we've ever even spoken about before. The Geoffrey de Havilland designed DH9, actually made by Airco before de Havilland had his own company. We met up with Clive Denny from Vintage Fabrics. He looks after the aircraft. He's a pilot. He knows everything about it. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. He's done amazing work on it. And we sent our own Ian McLachlan, who else, to find out more.
We're sitting with a de Havilland 9.
It's the only one in the world. It's quite unique. I'm absolutely honoured to fly it. In fact, there are only 2 people alive in the world today that have flown it.
An amazing aircraft, the de Havilland 9A and the de Havilland 9 series were introduced initially as a strategic bomber.
Interesting aeroplane. Came from India. First World War aeroplane, 1918. Reputedly the world's first strategic bomber. This particular airplane was built by a company called Airco, which was, I think, was a subsidiary of de Havilland's.
The British, having suffered on the receiving end of the first strategic air campaign waged during any war by the Germans using Zeppelins and later Gotha bombers upon targets in the UK. That created an anger and a desire by the British to retaliate.
aviation always advances in a wartime situation. They're always developing. And they developed this sort of thing in the SE-5 fighter. You know, they were ultimate aeroplanes of the time.
The keenness and the courage with which they established our air supremacy in 1918 was the same as that which is establishing our supremacy now.
To retaliate, the RAF created the Independent Air Force. And the purpose of the Independent Air Force was strategic bombing of Germany. And one of the aircraft to equip the Independent Air Force was the de Havilland 9. When you look at it through today's eyes, it's very hard to believe that this machine of wire and fabric, biplane, open cockpit was a strategic bomber.
It's quite a complex aeroplane, but these guys were well trained. You know, First World War mechanics and Second World War mechanics were extremely highly trained. So it would have just been a case of whatever needed doing on the aeroplane. After a mission or operational sortie, you know, it would probably be battle damage that was required more than maintenance.
And it is a credit to the courage of the airmen that flew it that you might be 6 hours in an open cockpit in one of these aircraft with only one engine to rely upon.
The engine, now that's the thing that worries me slightly on the aeroplane, is that the engine is 100 years old, well, it's 106 years old. So when you're flying the aeroplane, you're always looking for a field. Because if it stops, you need somewhere to go. And at the end of the day, it's not a question of if it's going to stop, it's when it's going to stop.
And nothing by way of navigational aids other than eyesight, maps, dead reckoning.
I imagine they would have been the same as the Second World War pilots, you know, 18 through to about 25, but probably wouldn't survive above 19. I mean, there's that classic line, you know, they were known as the 20 minutes. Whether that was true or not, I don't know. But I mean, you know, and of course, no parachute, so if it all went wrong, you know, it's bizarre. It was the cowardly way out, apparently, to use a parachute. A gentleman wouldn't use a parachute. He burnt to death, but he wouldn't use a parachute. What's it like to fly? Well, when it was handed over to me, I was told just fly it like a tiger moth. And fortunately, I've got a lot of experience on tiger moth, so it wasn't a difficult aeroplane. But it's very heavy. It's very heavy in pitch, so when you fly it, you kind of got 2 hands on the stick rather than one. It's quite an effort. It's, again, like the Hurricane, it's very noisy. You're sat on a wicker chair, so it's like sitting in a conservatory with palms around it. If it had a palm leaf in there, it would be quite appropriate. It's just, it's that aviation, what it was like at the time. It's very responsive, to be fair. I personally wouldn't want to do aerobatics with it, although it was clear to do some form of aerobatics. But the original paperwork we've got for the aeroplane in manuals states it as a fighter, which I was quite surprised about when I saw it. So it must have had, you know, some capabilities to be able to throw the aeroplane around. Personally, it's quite an old lady, so I like to kind of treat her gently. But she's nice to fly. It's, again, not difficult. It's got fairly good crosswind limits. It's a grass airfield. You can see it's got a skid on the back rather than a tail wheel, so you always need to land it on grass, and if possible into wind. I wouldn't say it's viceless, but I haven't hit any snags with it as yet. I've kind of played around with it a bit. There's been lots of films about, you know, Aces High and Blue Max and stuff like that, you know, using replica aeroplanes, which is fine. But this is a real one, and I think, you know, the bomber crews of World War I probably I've never seen anything really in film or obviously not interviews now because they're long gone. But you know, the work they did was incredible. I mean, it's an open cockpit aeroplane. It's got a long endurance. You're not throwing bombs over the side. It didn't have the bombs internally in the aeroplane. So you're not actually physically throwing them over the side of the aeroplane. But even so, it's cold. It's an environment that's very, very unfriendly. And as in World War II, it's great to fly, but you're getting shot at. They're trying to kill it.
You know, I think when I first got in it, I was intimidated by it. I mean, it's a big airplane with a big engine on it. And at the end of the day, it's just an airplane. And that's always easier said than done. You know, first time you fly a Mustang, you think, oh my gosh, it's got 1,500 horsepower or close to it. And you hear all these horror stories, these old wives' tales about people going off a runway or flipping them up. And so you have all this in your mind of how it's going to be or how it could be. It's an airplane, and they all got their quirks, and they all have, you know, little nuances about them and stuff. But you know, it's just it's really a nice flying airplane. I mean, it's once you get over the mindset of how large and how much it is to handle and control, once you get past that, it's just you kind of feel more comfortable, and you realize it's just another aircraft.
So we just did an engine run and we're changing the hose, and that leak is fixed, and now we've got an O-ring that's bad. And should be, you can actually see it right here. Got blue corrosion and stuff, and a hard as a rock O-ring. So hopefully, new O-ring, 2 new O-rings, and we're back in business. The main hydraulic line off of the pump going into the system on the airframe.
So without that, you've got no aileron control, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, no landing gear, no flaps, no speed brakes, everything. That will spoil your whole day. We don't like that.
They know it's a warplane of some sort. It does definitely catch attention. You park it next to a little Cessna or something, and it looks like a fleet of Cessnas in one aircraft, you know, size-wise. But it does draw a huge crowd, and people are always amazed with the oil leaking out of it and stuff, and they think it's broken or something. No, that's the way it is. I'd be more concerned if it wasn't leaking. But when I first started flying, I'd be wearing a bunch of it. And it's fun. I got 2 flight suits. I got one for round motor aircraft and one for inlines. Because inlines, if you're getting dirty, there's something really wrong with it. But it takes, you got to be conscious of it. It just jumps off onto you. I've never seen anybody go near it with a white t-shirt and come away a winner. First thing with a pre-flight on most aircraft, a lot of people, you know, you say it begins when you walk out towards the airplane. You just kind of look at general ideas or walking. You know, you may be 50 feet out, you're checking out, you walk out, you may notice the plane's a little bit slanted, maybe a strut's low. You may see a puddle under somewhere we're not used to seeing it. Maybe something just doesn't look right. Maybe a ground vehicle might have bumped into something. So it really, to back up, it starts when you walk out to the plane. You just kind of get a general look at the aircraft. But as you get more close to it and you check the cockpit, you come down, and where I usually start back here at the back of the wing, just looking for general condition of the aircraft. Some aircraft have a more complex flap system that's exposed with hinges. This one doesn't. Everything's sealed up, so we can't really check anything up here in the gap or the controls. Wings are typically folded with it being folded, we can't really exercise the aileron so much. We got a little bit of movement, but not full movement. If the wing was down, we'd of course any ordnance, in this case, you know, it's fake ordnance, but you'd want to make sure everything's on there nice and tight. You don't want anything coming off the aircraft in flight. Make sure nothing looks out of place. If you saw some real shiny metal somewhere, that might tell you that something's getting scraped on and binding up that it's not supposed to be. So, you know, there's nothing, just kind of a general overall. And as you fly it more, you get more used to it, you know, you might be more likely to see something, whereas if you just start flying, it may not look too odd to you. You got a little switch down to let you know when the gear's down or the wings are fully spread, and it lets you know to stop the pump from coming down.
That switch tells you that the wings are down and locked.
It's telling the mechanism that it's down locked. So you'll walk around over here, I'll show you something else. So you got this red dowel that sticks out, this rod. This is the second part. So when we lower the wings, when we spread the wings, it's a two-part deal that we operate in the cockpit. One's a handle that you put down, and that activates the hydraulic system and the wing spreading. So wings will come down. Once they're fully spread, there's another lever that we have, and it folds down. When it folds down, it retracts this pin, and that lets us know that we've locked the mechanism. So that's one of the pre-flights. When you spread the wings, you want to look out and you want to make sure that that's flush with the leading edge. If it's not, then you may not have a locked wing. Landing gear, you know, of course, tires, obviously you want to check how they look, make sure they look low. The condition of the tires, make sure there's like any damage to them. Walking up to it, you've got big wheels, big fairings here. And this one's pretty tight. You'll notice on the other side's got a little bit of slack in it. But just a fairing, it's not, you can actually fly these without it on there, but you wouldn't want one coming off in flight. So it's something you definitely want to make sure it's affixed to the aircraft properly. General condition of brakes. You can see a little gap there. It's probably kind of hard to see, but there's a gap right in here. If that starts to look a little excessive, that looks about right, but we've got a little feeler gauge up in the cockpit. If there's ever a question of the condition of the brakes, you drop that little feeler in there, and if it can fit in there, then you've got some issues there. Brake lines, standard on most aircraft, looking for any leaks, looking for any damage to them. You know, typically you would see, you know, brake fluid or something down there, hydraulic fluid down on the ground. You really want to pay attention to this prop, make sure it's not leaking any fluid. If it loses its fluid, and it doesn't have much, you can see it's a very small reservoir. It causes you grief, especially a big propeller like this. Looking at that, looking back, you can't really see engine too well because it's really recessed in that cowling, but just kind of generally look. See if anything looks out of place or looks abnormal, maybe a lot of oil somewhere, maybe something that looks really clean could also indicate that maybe a push rod tube's backed out or something's come loose. So seeing something really clean in this situation is probably not such a good thing unless they just worked on it. Cowling, general condition of it. When you look under here, you can see the red lines line up because they've been doing some work on it to make sure they got the cowling locked down properly, and that lets you know it's in line with the red lines, that you're good there. Rudder, big rudder. Just checking for the free movement of it. Make sure you got full motion of it. You got some hinge points down here. Just make sure all the hardware's in place. You see the castle nut there, the hinge. Just kind of making sure everything's where it's supposed to be. And obviously, you can't really pre-flight that high up there unless you got a ladder. But if everything's moving pretty smooth, you know, and there's nothing to give any indication that something's wrong, it's probably all right. But just check what you can check where you can check it.
Way back at the very beginning, Douglas was branching out, trying to get as much utility out of their aircraft as they could. You had your radar operator and your ECM people were in where we were sitting, and all the equipment was in the back. Now, the aircraft that I flew, that was kind of a hybrid between the two. It had the equipment up there where we were sitting, and the radars there were in the back, and they did that. Now, but other times, at other configurations of it, they had the pilot, co-pilot, although I really think that the co-pilot was really a radar operator. I haven't confirmed that and don't know. And then you had two operators in the back, this is ECM. So they had that version and different variations of it. But now they had the version of where they had the big canopy up there, and the radar operator sat behind the pilot, and that was the APS 31. That's what I was trying to get, APS 31. And I flew, that's the one that I was flying off the coast of Santa Monica. You sat back there. So you had all of this big glass around you, and all the, but it was tinted. But your radar had just a protected scope. And the only way to keep it where you could see is you had to keep your face in there, which cut the light off. And now you talk about the turbulence that just beat your face up. You get to bumping. I've been black and blue across my nose and up in my, forehead. But that was not very often. That's if you got pretty much low stuff.
So I was just going to say, if we do have an off-field landing for whatever reason, I'm going to set up, we got plenty of open fields there. There should be a non-issue if we have to go on the grass. The gear's going to be up, so we're going to slide it in. It'll probably come stop pretty quick. Thing I want you to do is just start getting out. If for some reason we end up incapacitated up front, don't wait for me to get you out. If I'm an ability to get out, I want to come help you guys get out. But start getting out of the airplane. The big thing is you got a big drop right here. You don't want to survive an off-field landing and hurt yourself getting out the side of the airplane. I mean, obviously there's fire, smoke, whatever. It's going to probably get you motivated a little bit quicker than if it's just a bunch of dust flying around. But just start getting out. I'll do the best I can to come help all y'all. Whoever's the most able-bodied assist would be you. Start getting everybody out. We're gonna go for about 30 minutes. We'll just do some gentle stuff. Nothing too crazy. Some wing overs. Have a little fun with it. I don't know what it's like right now, if it's smooth or not. Hopefully it's pretty smooth for us. Got some 6-sacks over there if anybody's feeling a little ill. Don't be embarrassed, it happens, it gets bumpy from time to time. If anybody needs to ask me anything or got something pressing, an issue, whoever's got any one of these two headsets, just tell me, hey Mark, we need this, we need that, or what's going on.
This handle right here, you see that handle that you just shut, that yellow one right there? It's mounted right here. All you do is you pull that handle down and just push the canopy up if you have to get out.
Okay.
We already showed you the emergency releases and all that, but I always like to show people that again just in case.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Don't anybody get sick and throw up my airplane.
No, we'll try not to.
This is such a fun airplane. I'm actually jealous y'all are going and I gotta stay on the ground. All right, see y'all in a bit.
Don is wearing his lucky flying gloves from days gone by and has spent many hours on Sky Raiders. Can you tell us a bit about what you did?
I was in electronics. I flew the countermeasures, ECM, and the radar. And Douglas Aircraft and got the planes from the Navy and then modified them for certain antenna designs, and that's what we test flew, is if this antenna would be correct for what they were wanted it to do. If I flew up in this position here, I was flying the radar position. Otherwise, in the version that we had, you sat back in the bilges back there, and it had a little old tiny window that you could look through if you unzippered it, but you kept it zippered up because your scopes, you needed to be able to see them. You couldn't with the light.
So what sort of aircraft was this? Early warning radar that you were working on?
No, although this model was an early warning, but it had nothing.
That's it.
And to be able to have my son, thank you, to go with me, that just made my day. When you get this feeling of a flight, and you're accomplishing something, I was hidden back in the bilges most of the time, but still you were accomplishing something. You got done, you crawled out of there, you went in, it was just a good feeling you accomplished it. And then to accomplish it where I got him to go with me today, and that was really the height of you get this in there. I really appreciated it.
Really, really nice treat. and very unexpected, you know. And like I said, it worked out great that he was able to come along and go ride and get to hear his stories, and you could just see him light up. And you know, it was quite a privilege to get to do such. And you know, guys like that. I mean, he's 87 years old, you know, and there's just not too many guys out there that can tell, especially at that age, can tell the story and talk about it like he did. You know, he still remembered a lot of facts and a lot of details. And he obviously still has a special place for him. He's still, you know, enamored by the aircraft, and that's really special.
You can't tell one side of the story without telling both sides of the story. They were all brave young men. They all were leaving behind girlfriends, wives, children, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters.
It has a history of great airline service.
This was one of those pioneer aircraft that opened the world up, because you could jump on an aircraft and travel in your country, but you could travel to the next country and further countries. It's a multi-rolled aircraft that literally in the morning you can be jumping out of here in paratroopers, in the afternoon you've been carrying freight and equipment, so obviously ideal for German blitzkrieg warfare.
Dawn on September 1st, without warning, the German Wehrmacht rolled over the Polish border.
The Ju-52 3M will forever be associated with its use during World War II. The Luftwaffe continued to use the Ju-52 as a bomber. Most notably, it participated in the bombing of Warsaw at the outbreak of the Second World War in September of 1939. But it was very quickly recognised by the Luftwaffe that the Ju-52 as a bomber was now obsolete, but it had a role to fulfil as a troop transporter and a paratroop aircraft. It was, I guess you would say, the Luftwaffe equivalent of the American C-47.
German engineering at the time was also absolutely phenomenal. The pilots that flew them, the crews that maintained those aircraft were on the same level as American and British engineering at the time. They all played that key role in the development of aircraft throughout history. So it's really important that we don't forget the contribution that Germany played as well into the development of modern aircraft.
And you know, here we are, you know, nearly 100 years later, and we're still talking about it.
Post-World War II, the Junkers 52 found uses still as a paratroop aircraft, amazingly continuing with the Portuguese Air Force into the late 1950s as a paratroop transport plane. Despite not having been used over the UK during the Battle of Britain, fortunately, an example exists at the Kent Battle of Britain Museum, where it is being restored by a dedicated team of volunteers to show us a Junkers 52 3M as used by the Luftwaffe as a paratroop and transport aircraft. And it is a piece of history, fortunately for the British, in what might have been.
We're the biggest Battle of Britain museum in existence, so we have we've got over 30 airframes now, and we've got the traditional Hurricane, Spitfire, Messerschmitt 109. We've got Bob and Paul Defiant, but we have a list of aircraft that we try and acquire, and I try and acquire a new airframe every 2 to 3 years. The Ju-52 is important to us because the Battle of Britain, it could have gone one of two ways.
Fortunately for the British, the Ju-52 did not appear in great numbers in British skies. They were prepared and ready in France, hundreds of them, getting ready for Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of the British Isles. But to invade the British Isles, you needed air superiority.
But had they invaded, the Ju-52 would have been the lead aircraft for the invasion. It would have spearheaded Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Great Britain. One of the first points of the attack of Operation Sea Lion would have been RF Hawkinge, where the museum is based. So these would have brought across paratroopers literally at the first stages of Operation Sea Lion, first light, to try and take the airfield. Once they secured the airfield with Fallschirmjägers, they would then be bringing these same aircraft back to bring in equipment, to have this as a spear point to actually do the breakout to support the beach invasion, and this would have seen the invasion of Great Britain. So it's a critical aircraft for us to have, because we can show what could have happened, and it was very much a knife point during the early stages of the Battle of Britain. It could have gone both ways, so we can tell the full story of the Battle of Britain.
So fortunately for Great Britain, the Ju-52 becomes an historically significant aircraft, but not in terms of its participating in the Battle of Britain.
It is a fictitious colour scheme because Operation Sea Lion never took place, but the colour scheme was introduced in the mid-1930s. It was used in the Spanish Civil War. We've seen photographs of aircraft carrying this same camouflage in Crete in 1941, 1942, so we know that camouflage is correct for that period, and we've actually put it in one of the units that would have been the 2 units that would have led Operation Sea Lion with Ju-52s had it taken place. So there's a lot of historical fact behind it, but it is fictitious because obviously they weren't painted because they never actually launched the attack on Britain. It's also nice for us because it would see 18 paratroopers, 18 Fallschirmjägers with all their equipment, which we're going to turn this into a kids education facility. We've already got schools actually coming and engaging with us and being into the aircraft, but we can seat sort of 25 primary school children, we can seat 18 to 20 secondary school children, and we can explain the story of Operation Sea Lion, how history would have been different.
Another significant operation for the Junkers 52 was the Battle of Stalingrad, where the Germans tried desperately to maintain their position in Stalingrad by air supply. And one of the key aircraft in this was the Junkers 52.
So during the Nazis' blitzkrieg that they were taking part in, and the Battle of Stalingrad in particular, the German troops were trapped in that Demi-Angst pocket, and the Russians had managed to cut off every supply line into the troops at that point. So this is where the Ju-52 really came into its own.
Going in appalling conditions, there was no way that the Luftwaffe could hope to support an army with aircraft like the Ju-52. They had not enough of them, and they did not have the capacity to carry the amount of supplies that the surrounded army needed.
What it was originally built for as a transportation aircraft, it could carry heavy loads, and that's how they managed to get supplies into troops. Ammunition, food supplies, everything was dropped to them from the air by those Ju-52s. And at one point they even managed to fly 33,000 airdrop missions to them in a matter of a couple of months. So, you know, this was a constant job of the Ju-52, in and out all day, every day, dropping in the supplies those German troops needed in order to continue their battle against the Russians.
It was a major thing to the Germans on the ground seeing the Ju-52s arriving.
The Junkers 52 3M not only had a pre-war life, but post-war used by a number of airlines, and it was manufactured in France and other countries as a very successful post-war design.
Germany stopped producing the Ju-52, but France and Spain carried on producing their variants of the Ju-52. This example was actually built in Spain in 1952. That's the last year the Ju-52 was built as a Casa 352L, used in various roles with the French Air Force and Spanish Air Force, but followed the same design, but yeah, mainly as a passenger aircraft and a freight aircraft. It's very versatile because the last ones were manufactured in 1952. I think France stopped in late 40s, and I think Spain finished in 1952, the year this one was actually built.
It's so important that we remember not only our own Allied aircraft and the crews that maintained them and flew them, but the Germans as well. I mean, 90% of them were just doing the job they were told.
It has to be there because of its achievements. Its achievements for the Axis powers as a paratroop aircraft and a transport aircraft. Also, of course, as a piece of Art Deco design coming from the 1930s through to the 1960s, and still flying in the 21st century. Take the Ju-52-3M and you definitely have one of history's greatest aircraft.
World War II saw the fastest evolution of fighter aircraft in human history. In just 6 years, the skies transformed, from biplanes to sleek, deadly machines that redefined air combat. These 5 aircraft didn't just fly, they helped shape the outcome of the war. Each one pushed the limits of speed, firepower and innovation. This is our look at the top 5 fighters of World War II. The Supermarine Spitfire was a 1930s designed British fighter aircraft, used predominantly by the RAF during World War II. It was developed into dozens of versions and variants and served well beyond the end of the war, with air forces throughout the world. It was produced in greater numbers than any other British aircraft and saw action from the deserts of North Africa to the frozen wastes of the Russian front. The Spitfire, though, is more than a mere aircraft. It's an icon and a legend.
This aircraft was flown in combat missions against the Luftwaffe, and they found towards the midpoint of 1942 the Mark V just wasn't fast enough to catch up with the German fighters of the time. So they moved more towards Mark 9s, and the Mark Vs they put into sort of home duties, sort of gunnery practice, etc.
The Merlin, like the Spitfire itself, was capable of extended development, and throughout the life of the Spitfire, the Merlin extended its power, ending up with virtually double the power, and then leading to the later generation, the Rolls-Royce Griffon engines.
No, it's a cracking aeroplane. You sort of forget how good it is and how vastly different it is to the Merlin engine. What a huge leap forward it was. For what it lacks in having to really fly the aeroplane, it makes up for in performance. I mean, the rate of climb is just staggering. It's probably an extra 2,000 feet a minute over a Merlin-powered aeroplane. So it's a very clever machine. The speed, the acceleration it's got from cruise up to 260 knots is remarkable. I mean, I don't really know if they ever really measured acceleration during the war, but if they measured it, I can assure you that this would have won. Because it is staggering, and I think that's the real thing that would have come as a tremendous shock to them, is that all of a sudden this thing that they were able to chase last week is now climbing at 2,000 foot a minute faster than it was, and how on earth has it done that? Because to the untrained eye it doesn't look vastly different. Of course, if they could have heard it, they would have known. But yeah, it's remarkable that such a versatile aeroplane, the Spitfire, that it can work brilliantly with 900 horsepower and yet still cope with 2,000 horsepower.
The Messerschmitt Me-109, the fighter aircraft that came to define the Luftwaffe in the eyes of those who opposed it in the air and terrified those who watched it from the ground. A 1930s interceptor design originally penned by Willy Messerschmitt and Robert Lusser. It was built en masse, over 30,000 examples, both by Messerschmitt's own factory and subcontractors, from the 1930s through until, incredibly, the 1950s. It served as a fighter bomber, an escort, and a variety of other roles, modified, rearmed, and even re-engined to serve longer and against more opponents than its designers could have ever imagined.
When you talk about the Luftwaffe during the Second World War, the aviation aficionados and general public will recognise one name, the Messerschmitt, particularly the Messerschmitt 109, or a purist would say the Bf 109 from the Bayerische Flugzeugwerk, Bavarian aircraft factory.
The aeroplane always, like trying to give a bit of credit to the Bouchons, which everyone's desperate to take away, is that the 109 was always an aeroplane that has probably had more power plants on the front of it than any other warbird type I know of.
A friend of mine that's flown Paul Allen's Messerschmitt up in Seattle, he told me, he said, oh, you land it straight, make it up straight approach, land straight, it'll go straight. He said, but if it start going sideways and you let it do it, it's going to keep going sideways as long as you don't get on top of it. I know people who say they'd happily go to war in this. It's a wonderful little airplane. But on the other hand, I know guys who've gotten out of them and, crossed themselves and said never again once they got out of the airplane.
For most people's understanding, it's an ME 109. This was an amazing aircraft, designed, flown in the mid-1930s, used in anger over Spain in the Condor Legion during the Spanish Civil War, when Italian and German forces, fascist forces, fought against the Republicans and fought with Franco.
So I think the important thing to consider is that the Germans, and I know that's casting like a huge net, but they're phenomenal engineers, always have been, and I'm sure always will be. And the aeroplane, from a design standpoint, from the earliest variants, was designed by engineers for engineers. I think the piloting element of it came a bit later on. So elements like the narrow track undercarriage, it is my understanding that that was specifically designed in the way it is designed so that the aircraft could be moved by road and rail readily. And the undercarriage legs remain with the fuselage when you take the wings off. And the wings come off, so we've had a wing off and back on that aeroplane behind me there inside half an hour. It is designed to have the wings taken off and on quickly.
To move these millions of worthy machines. But I like it, and I especially like the 109 because it's a real pilot's challenge.
Light, fast and deadly at low altitude, the Yakovlev Yak-3 was the Soviet Union's finest fighter of World War II. Introduced in 1944, it was smaller and more refined than its predecessors, built for speed, agility and close quarters, dogfighting on the Eastern Front. With excellent climb rate, superb handling and a tight turning radius, the Yak-3 outperformed even the Bf-109 and FW-190 in low-altitude combat, where most Soviet-German air battles were fought. Pilots loved it for its responsiveness. Enemies feared it for its precision. Though not as well known in the West, the Yak-3 proved itself again and again in the hands of Soviet and Free French pilots alike.
It was a very, very effective aeroplane, and it was made quickly and just a good airplane.
It's just such a rewarding airplane to fly. You just want to get back in it each time. Once I've flown it at the beginning of the season, maybe 5 or 6 times, I'm at home with it.
This is a Yak-3, and I believe it was built in 1994, around thereabouts. It was built in the factory in Russia supposedly by some of the same people who had built them during the war. They're pretty airplanes, but they're not pretty construction. The way they build things, the way the Russians put stuff together is not always the prettiest. This one's got a lot of upgrades to it, like hydraulic brakes and things like that. Originally they had air brakes. The Russians used a lot of air systems on stuff because it wouldn't freeze up and sludge up and stuff like that. But I've never flown a Yak-3, but I've flown in the Yak-9 and I've flown in the Yak-11, and they got the same wing on them. And when you sit down in the fuselage and look sideways, the wings are so short you can barely even see it. It's a wonderful little airplane. I don't fly these airplanes. I'm just a mechanic, but I would love the chance to fly this. And nearly everybody that flies for the museum, the pilots we have, they all would really love to fly this. So I think one of these days when we have time, we'll get it back going. It wouldn't take much to do it, but time is something, but just a luxury we don't always have.
They wanted an air superiority, and so they took the Yak-1 and they shrunk it. So it's got the same power as the early Yak, but it's 10% smaller. So the Yak-9, which looks very similar to it, for instance, has got a 33-foot wingspan. This has only got 30 feet. And to put that into context, a Piper Cub has got 176 square feet of wing, and this has only got 160, and it weighs 2.8 tons. But what that means is it's very, very good at low level, up to 5,000 meters, and that's what it was. It was an interceptor. It would outturn a Messerschmitt 109 Gustav in 3 turns, and it would outturn a Focke-Wulf 90 in 2 turns. So if you got into a turning fight with a Yak-3, you'd lose. And they were shooting the Luftwaffe down by about the ratio 5 to 10 to 1. And in the end, Goering banned his pilots from engaging Yaks with chin mounts radiators because they were the Yak-3s. And they were just banned below 5,000 meters. There was no contact with the enemy anymore. So basically they destroyed the Luftwaffe from the east while we were doing it from the west.
Historians love to talk about the comparisons between the 109 and the Mustang, or the Hurricane, or the Spitfire, or the Yak. But through the development of that indigenous design from the Yakovlev Bureau, the Yak-1 to the Yak-9, they created a fighter that has to be considered amongst the top range of Allied fighters of World War II for the job it was doing on the Eastern Front.
It gets quite squirrely on the runway. That's the problem with them. They're compromised airplanes. They've got a small wing, and so you've got massive runway speeds. You get airborne at 95 knots, and you stay in ground effect to 125 knots before you move away from the ground. And for landing, you're at 105 knots over the hedge. So it's actually landing at speeds of light aircraft cruise at. And it takes a lot of getting used to. It's the hardest plane I've pretty much landed, and I've flown, well, getting on for 300 aircraft types now, and it's a handful. It was designed to land into wind on a grass field. It wasn't designed to land on concrete with a crosswind. And so anything that's remotely crosswind or concrete has got my complete attention. But apart from that, it's fantastic.
The iconic Hawker Hurricane paved the way for British single-seat fighter aircraft. Almost 15,000 Hurricanes took to the skies during the Second World War. However, its success, especially in the Battle of Britain, was overshadowed by the advent of the more glamorous Supermarine Spitfire. The Hurricane was a tough machine that was significantly cheaper to produce and took far fewer man-hours despite its incredibly complex but very tough airframe.
Hurricane is remembered really because it was the fighter of the Battle of Britain. It was a design concept in the 1930s, and it was the first 8 machine-gunned fighter in the RAF.
You cannot fly the aeroplane without thinking about what's gone on before you. Every time you're sitting in an aeroplane that's surrounded by fuel, it's a hot environment. The aeroplane is hot inside when you fly it because you sit actually over the radiator, so you've got an awful amount of warm air coming up. It's kind of 80 degrees in the cockpit, winter or summer.
And while the Hurricane was inferior to the 109, the Messerschmitt 109, in many areas, speed and height, it was very good at manoeuvrability and could outturn its German counterpart. And in the Battle of Britain, around 60% of the victories were down to Hurricanes because there were more Hurricanes in service than there were Spitfires.
It did a great deal, and the Battle of Britain is the first place people migrate to, and indeed the word overlooked is often used when describing the Hawker Hurricane.
Proper aficionados actually understand the Hurricane did all the work and carried on unchanged really right the way through right in Burma to the end of the war.
Places like Malta, the Mediterranean, North Africa, I mean the aeroplane served right throughout the theatres of the Second World War, and I think that makes it a standout aeroplane for people to understand.
The flaw in the design was the fuel tanks were in the wing roots, which led to what was called hurricane burn. So if the aircraft caught fire, the flames would actually be funneled up into the cockpit and you'd have fractions of a second to bail out. Otherwise you'd be severely burnt or killed. That was certainly a design flaw at the time. One of the mainstays of the defence of Malta initially, before we could get Spitfires out there, and very used heavily in the North Africa campaign. So it was a lot easier to fly in the conditions in Africa in the sand. Went on to tank busting, things like that, had bigger cannons installed, and it was used as a light bomber, carrying a bomb underneath its belly as well. So it was multitask.
When you're around these aeroplanes, you know what was going on. I can look at books and I can hear the spanners falling, and I can hear the mechanics talking about what they're doing and what the inspector's saying as he signs various bits off. You kind of don't get away from it. It absorbs your life. It takes over your life. There's no question about it. It must have been fantastic to see mass-produced aeroplanes like this.
The North American P-51 Mustang entered the war late, but when it arrived, the skies over Europe changed forever. Designed in just 117 days, the Mustang began as a British request for an American-built fighter. But it was the addition of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine that transformed it, from a capable airframe into one of the fastest, highest-flying and longest-range fighters of the war. With a top speed over 430 miles per hour and a range of nearly 1,600 miles with drop tanks, the P-51 could go the full distance from English airfields deep into the heart of Germany and back again. Armed with 6.50 caliber machine guns and unmatched high-altitude performance, it became the ultimate escort, turning the tide in the strategic bombing campaign by protecting B-17s and B-24s all the way to their targets. Ace pilots loved it. Bomber crews owed their lives to it. The Mustang wasn't just a fighter, it was a symbol of Allied air power.
It had started life basically as the P-51A with the Allison engine, but the P-51B and the P-51C then came along with the Merlin engine.
The Merlin just fits the Mustang like putting a sock on, really. It's just
putting your hand in a glove. Everything just falls into place. It's a tight installation. The cowls are a good fit around it. It's streamlined. It was similar to the Allison engine in as much as V12, the same shape. The mounting principle is different, so it had to be a whole new engine mount designed to put on the front of the firewall to accommodate the long Merlin.
The Mustang was essential for the survival of the long-range bomber program.
Well, I often go back to refer to a Harvard or T6. I often compare the Harvard T6 like flying a Harley, that bum 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 bum, that real feel, seat in your pants kind of feel, and you feel like you have some hot, good iron around you. Well, when you fly the Mustang, you feel like you're flying a race car or a sport bike, and it's that zip-de-doo-dah across the sky, and it's you definitely wear the aircraft and you fly like you stole it.
It takes only seconds to shoot down a fighter aircraft. And in combat, the P-51B and the P-51C had a problem in the design of the cockpit canopy, because on the earlier models, you had this structure. Okay, the structure, it needs to have the rigidity, it's metal, but you can see, sitting behind this, I've got things blocking my vision. That needed to be improved. They came up with an idea called the Malcolm hood, which was a sort of halfway phase, in a sense, between that and the P-51D with the teardrop canopy.
D model Mustang. This is Sierra Sioux. It is probably, I think undoubtedly, the most accurate representation of an original Mustang flying in the world today. It was completed a couple years ago, and this is the first Mustang I ever sat in. Belonged to a good friend of mine named Doc Christgau. Doc was a medical doctor here in Minneapolis and owned this airplane for many, many years, and it was an air show, I think, in the summer of 1987, and he let me sit in it. And I was sitting in it, he was sitting on the wing, and he looked at me and he said, "You'll fly one of these someday." And I said, "How's that going to happen?" And he said, "I don't know, but I can see it in your eyes." And when they finished up this restoration, I had the honor and privilege of doing the test flight on it, and that was really an exciting way to close a circle that was open for a long time. And Doc's gone now, and he was a great guy, and this airplane's a great tribute to him and all those who flew this airplane in protection of our freedom. Right, it has the original fuel tank in the back, and all the radios, all that stuff works. Again, the folks up at Air Corps Aviation in Bemidji just went to extraordinary lengths to bring this airplane back to its absolute original standard.
It's in a beautiful new hangar here as well.
Yes, the Wings of the North Museum, Paul Allen commissioned the restoration on this airplane, and he works for the Wings of the North Museum here in Flying Cloud Airport to keep this airplane on the display so the public can enjoy it as well. This thing's due for an annual at the end of the month.
From the skies over Britain to the vast expanse of the Eastern Front, these 5 fighters weren't just machines, they were turning points in history. Each brought something different to the war: speed, firepower, range, resilience, and above all, impact. This was our take on the top 5 fighters of World War II. But what about you? What aircraft would make your list, and which one takes your top spot? Let us know in the comments.
It was originally born as a Navy airplane. The Navy wanted to replace torpedo bombers and dive bombers and have something for a ground attack role. And that's how they developed what was called the AD-1 Skyraider. And it was designed in World War II, tested in World War II, but didn't hit the fleet till 1946, just after the war was over. And so it had yeoman service. It was designed in many versions. This particular machine started life as an AD-5 and was transferred from the Navy to the Air Force as an A-1E. So it now is carried on the books as an A-1E, which is a 2-seat version of the Skyraider. When you look at its capabilities, it has tremendous loitering time. It has a huge load of armament. Skyraider can carry as many bombs as a B-17 Flying Fortress, just can't carry them as far. Little range limit, but not very much range limited compared to a B-17. Served multi-roles, you name it, ground attack, in the right situation it can be a fighter, but it's really built to drop bombs, drop torpedoes, and do ground support. It was great at suppressing fire when the helicopters would go in to pick up downed airmen. 20 millimeter guns in the wings, rockets, bombs, the whole, you name the kind of munition, it could do it. Did everything it was supposed to do, were very easy to fly, forgiving, so everything a pilot could ask for. One of its most famous missions is the Sandy mission, where it flew with accompanying helicopters to go in and rescue downed pilots who had bailed out. And a friend of mine flew that A-1 in that role of the Sandy mission, and he had some pretty interesting war stories. That particular airframe has some interesting stories to it. It was turned over during the Vietnam War from the Navy to the Air Force. The Air Force used it in a counterinsurgency role and that Sandy mission role. As things were winding down for the Air Force, all of the Skyraiders were turned over to the South Vietnamese Air Force. And that airplane is marked with South Vietnamese markings. That's not American symbology on that airplane. It's South Vietnamese. Well, the war didn't go all that well for the South Vietnamese. And when the North invaders, would say liberators, depending upon your point of view, got down near Saigon, these South Vietnamese pilots were flying these things out. And one pilot jumped into this, put his family in it, and it could carry a lot of family. I heard some of them, it's 13 people in one of these ones, and flew it to Thailand and sought asylum in Thailand. The airplane sat in Thailand for a number of years, nothing happening to it. And some ex-Skyraider pilots, U.S. pilots, found out there were 4 sitting there, so they put together a plan to go in there, took in parts and some maintenance guys, put 4 of them in flying condition and brought them out. This is one of them that they brought out of Thailand. There's a Medal of Honor winner for one of these. He went in and landed under fire and pulled out one of his guys who had to put his airplane down. Well, electronics became much more of an important issue after World War II. In World War II, very infrequently would you do air-to-ground talking. But by the time of Vietnam, it was an integrated system to a great extent. Nothing like we have today in terms of integrated systems, but an integrated system. So you could call in close air support. You could have radars. And you could fill niche missions with airplanes you wouldn't normally think fit into a modern war. Take a look at the C-47 gunship. Same thing. Who would have thought this transport plane from World War II would be turned into a deadly Puff the Magic Dragon gunship with revolving cannons and all kinds of firepower. So it's kind of using your ingenuity to take assets that can do a particular function really well. And that's where this fit into the Vietnam War scenario. Special ops, helicopter rescue, that kind of thing. It's very rugged. It's kind of the attack version of the P-47. They're both designed to take a lot of punishment. Again, this has a radial engine, which means no air, no water cooling. That's great news. One less thing that's going to cause you problems. That's a lot of redundancy in the airplane. Fairly complicated when you could get simpler airplanes for a mission like firebombing. It hit a niche. And what's that niche? Low, heavy bomb load, lots of guns. It can do a certain kind of role where you can go low and do that. And that's why it was successful in Vietnam. It also served that role to a good degree in Korea, too.
It is extremely rare what you see, extremely rare. If the money was needed, we found the money and we did it. We did not save a little bit here or there just to be able to finish. Everything is the best of the best.
To be honest with you, I need to pinch myself every time I fly these things.
The idea was always to make an original BF-109. When you have only a few pieces, it's important you have the serial number and you have some original pieces that we can recover. Through our connections, we could source some original parts that we could use for this restoration with a story.
When you talk about the Luftwaffe during the Second World War, the aviation aficionados and general public will recognise one name, the Messerschmitt, particularly the Messerschmitt 109.
These are wingtips. Then we have here rudders, they are already finished. These are the flaps. And everything is ready to go now. Next step will be assembling and then painting. But basically the plane will be assembled, ground painted, and then disassembled again, and then painted, and then assembled. And then starting the engine, roll out, test flight program, and then flying. There were 33,000 produced during the war. And today, BF-109, we have a handful left in the world, original ones. And flying BF-109, you have maybe 4 in the world, that's it. Why? Because the engine is very tricky. The engine, the know-how of the engine is not here. You need to have the right people. First, I want to show you the original Mercedes-Benz DB605 engine. Extremely rare, hard to find. We could source one engine for the G6 from Germany, from a German collector, and then it was overhauled by a specialist in Austria, which is very high specialist in 605 engines. There is very little experience worldwide in 605 engines. This particular engine was overhauled and was on a test stand. It has already run 15 hours on a test stand, and we hope to put it on the aircraft in the next few weeks. The fuselage is an original German BF-109 fuselage. Obviously it was completely overhauled, as you can see here. We have used as many original parts as possible, but of course you want to fly it again, so you need to do some modifications, very tiny modifications. For the flying purposes are the disc brakes. They had no disc brakes during the war, but of course it's much better to have disc brakes. On this wheel then you see inside the disc brakes. They are put in a way that you cannot really see it very well that there are disc brakes, but these are the 2 main modifications from the original.
The aircraft itself, they produced upwards of 30,000 Messerschmitt Me-109 variants.
The BF-109 was the German fighter during the war. After the war, nobody was interested in these aircraft. The Americans, they like their P-51, their P-40, you know, all these American aircraft, but nobody really wanted to see the German aircraft. The British, they like the Spitfires, the Hurricanes, fantastic, all good. They were built in large quantities. But now, Messerschmitts, you have a handful left. And that makes it extremely interesting for collectors, for museums. And we think also, value-wise, it is extremely rare what you see, extremely rare. By knowing the serial number on the plane, we knew where it was built. It was a 109G who was built in Germany in 1943. And then it was delivered beginning of 1945 to the Jagdstaffel 27, which is the sign on the aircraft. And the Jagdstaffel 27 was a very famous Staffel during World War II from the Germans. Then we could more or less figure out exactly what color scheme the plane had. This Jagdstaffel 27, who was here then in Hungary, they came from Africa up here and then finished in Hungary. And this is the paint scheme as it was at that day when it crashed. Hans Flohr was the pilot flying that aircraft. He was born in 1920. He was, the day he crashed, he was 24 years old, so very, very young. Especially knowing how complicated it is to fly a 109.
Having not even 200 hours flying something like that, wow. I think my heart rate would have doubled every takeoff and before every landing. Yeah, a lot of adrenaline.
So it is very authentic, and paint outside, inside, the numbers, everything. And of course, it was not easy to find all these original parts. We could use, of course, some parts, but we needed to find as much as possible original parts to finalize this aircraft. This aircraft is a piece of history. It's not just an aircraft. Of course, you can make a very quick a plane flying and it looks a little bit the same, but here we can say that inside the cockpit, every instrument, everything is exactly the way as it was. This plane was flown last time in 1945 in Hungary. It was crashed in Hungary. And now we are again in Hungary after 4 years of very intense work with a big team. Not easy, and everybody was very patient and very focused to finally finish that project.
We see a beautiful aircraft. It's a great technology.
It's interesting. In the beginning, you look at the plane, you start with the plane, you start, to go through all the technical demands, but then suddenly, parallel, you have all the historians working on the story, and then everything comes together. And at the end, the story is at least as important as the plane. It's not just a plane. It is one big circle who was close, and it will be here for the future generations. This is really important, that the future generations understand what a person like Hans Flohr went through. The sound is fantastic. It's not noise, it's like kind of music, philosophy and history.
To move these millions of worthy machines. But I like it, and I especially like the 109 because it's It's a real pilot's challenge. I like it quite much.
So this B-25 Mitchell came to us in 2017. It was originally part of the RAF Museum and based down at Hendon in London. We had to go through a bid process to put forward why we should receive it and what we would do with it and how we would keep it. And then all those bids were looked at by the RAF Museum, and seemingly the best bid was rewarded with the aircraft. So we received it and moved it here. It was obviously taken apart at Hendon and moved here on trailer loads and then rebuilt here. Fortunately, we have a hangar the size big enough for a Lancaster, so it just needed a bit of manoeuvres inside and some changes of displays and things to enable us to fit it in along with the Mosquito and Lancaster. But with the size of the aircraft as it is, with it being a high wing, it actually helps us. We used to have a Dakota in the hangar, which is a very low wing, and this is an awful lot easier to actually get in and manoeuvre around compared to the Dakota. So yeah, it's a big aircraft, but it's big in the right places for us.
So what's it like in terms of, you know, because I'm always going to ask this question, you know me. What's it like in terms of airworthiness? Come on, let's get into it. Come on.
Yeah, when it was apart, we did a big survey on it, and it is capable of being made airworthy again.
Oh, really?
So it was. I'm going to say this. It's an obvious fact, but it was airworthy until it stopped flying.
Yeah.
And then it was literally just straight into a museum.
That's good.
So
that's
it's
good.
not been too badly tampered with. When it's been taken apart, it's been done quite sympathetically because it was moved to Hendon, and of course it moved from Hendon to here.
Yeah.
So the engines need replacing because with radials, with propellers hung on them,
Yeah.
knackers the bearings in the back of it.
They're common as muck though.
Yeah.
Right
yeah,
cyclones?
We found 2 out in Canada
Right.
that had been put into transport crates. So we
Nice.
bought those and sent those straight for overhaul rather than disrupting these.
Yeah.
We found somebody relatively local who had actually got some propellers in his garage. We
No
bought
way,
those.
really?
Yeah. We've been managing to buy up parts here and there, wheels and tyres and various things for her. The biggest problem we have is internally she was stripped out for the training that she did.
Yeah.
So we're looking for all the bomb aiming equipment and the rear turret, if you want to call it a turret, gun emplacement we need as well. So there's a few things we're trying to get hold of. I think the end goal really is to get her airworthy. Anything we're doing, we're allowing for airworthy being the final step.
Yeah.
So at the moment the engines are over at overhaul.
Right.
And they're taking as long as they're taking, so that gives us our time frame really. The cockpit's stripped out now for a complete race paint strip and refurbishment.
Right.
So that'll be going back together relatively shortly. So yeah, we have a small team working on it. Obviously the Lancaster is the main push.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, it's just ticking along in the background.
For us, the interest is the B-25 used during Bomber Command operations before it went over to 2nd Tactical Air Force to clear the way for the D-Day invasions. So that's why it's really on topic for the centre here in our Bomber Command links. But this is a B-25J. So the earlier variants were what saw service with Bomber Command, but of course it was pretty much the same aircraft really, apart from a few different changes in the specs. It's a different ball game for us. So what we've found is Lancaster and Mosquito, British aircraft, we kind of know the suppliers to go to, what sort of things we're looking for. We're quite familiar with that sort of aircraft. When we go over to something like the Mitchell with American aircraft, a lot of the parts are sourced from America. There's only really 1 or 2 companies that specialise in this sort of aircraft. So we're using Aero Trader out in America quite a lot for their B-25 specialists. And all the engine work is all done over in America as well. So our spare engines are currently being overhauled by Anderson Aeromotive in the States. So yeah, we're getting a lot of friends over in the States where we've never really had to go over to the States for anything before. Quite a few differences really between the American and the British aircraft. They all got to the same end, but via different routes really and different ways of doing things. So again, the difference in the American aircraft to the British aircraft, we're trying to get our heads around exactly the differences and the different tools required as well, of course, for the different types of fittings. But it's extremely famous aircraft for things like the Doolittle raids, and as I say, saw service in different theatres of operation throughout the war. So really it was one of the best aircraft, certainly twin-engine aircraft produced, and probably the best American aircraft of that type as well.
One of the war's most successful tactical bombers. It was innovative in its concept back in the 1930s. It had a tricycle undercarriage, twin engines. It could carry ultimately a vast array of weaponry. They made 9,816 B-25 Mitchells, and it was a plane that surprised its designers because very quickly they realized that it could serve in a multiplicity of roles. Originally a tactical bomber, the idea was for tactical bombing altitudes typically about 12,000 feet. But when the Mitchells got to the Far East, and it was the first aircraft in Far East action, not the Doolittle raid, which we'll come to later, but the Royce mission, taking ex-Dutch Air Force B-25 bombers and using them in combat. And the B-25 was part of a shopping list by allies, by the British and by the French and by the Dutch, who were going into America knowing that they didn't have the European capacity to create the numbers of aircraft they would need. It was their purchasing commissions that went round America that helped inspire the development of the B-25 Mitchell to meet the needs of the Dutch, the French, the British, and ultimately, of course, to the US Army Air Corps, US Army Air Force, and it became a stalwart in the American infantry during the Second World War. The B-25 Mitchell will be forever associated with one famous raid, the Doolittle raid. B-25 Mitchell came to the fore because a raid was planned on the Japanese mainland. And it was a raid by a tactical bomber. So how could you make this tactical bomber into a strategic weapon? Well, in this case, you put it on an aircraft carrier. And they looked at the carriers available, they looked at the type of carriers, they looked at the type of aircraft. And their eyes fell upon the B-25. And they realized that it would be possible to take a B-25 and put it onto a carrier deck. The B-25 crews were selected and went into training landing on simulated carrier decks and taking off from simulated carrier decks. They knew they wouldn't be able to get the thing into land again. It would be a one-way ticket. And the raid was planned such that the Hornet and the Enterprise, with B-25s on the Hornet, they would go close enough to Japan to launch the B-25s, and then they would strike at targets in Japan. The idea being, of course, a boost to American morale. All the Allies had seen was bleak and dispiriting news coming out of the Far East. The task force got closer and closer to Japan. And then, unfortunately, some 600 odd miles away, it ran into a Japanese picket ship. That picket ship, before it was sunk, got off the message that there was an approaching force of enemy aircraft. The Japanese had been expecting it, but not feeling that it could succeed.
The Doolittle raid was a massive boost in morale for the American public. The surprise attack on Tokyo was something that they really felt good about, and they felt that this was going to be their war and they were going to fight a good fight.
We're hoping today that there will soon be a B-25 Mitchell gracing the skies from a British base. East Kirkby, Lincolnshire, home of Just Jane, the Lancaster, has recently acquired a B-25, and they are hoping that they can get that back up into the skies in tribute to the French and the British and Commonwealth and Allied Air Forces, as well as the US Army Air Force that flew that magnificent aircraft all those years ago.
So this aircraft at the moment came to us in a static condition. So we've put it together static again after doing a large survey on it. That survey is really to tell us whether it can be running again, whether it can fly again. And luckily for us, the results from the survey show that it could quite easily fly again. So we're now working towards completing all the systems to get it running, with the end goal to get it taxiing and then potentially flying as well. So we'll breathe life back into it here, and it can operate here at East Kirkby alongside the Lancaster and Mosquito.
The Messerschmitt Me-109, the fighter aircraft that came to define the Luftwaffe in the eyes of those who opposed it in the air and terrified those who watched it from the ground. A 1930s interceptor design originally penned by Willy Messerschmitt and Robert Lusser. It was built en masse, over 30,000 examples, both by Messerschmitt's own factory and subcontractors, from the 1930s through until, incredibly, the 1950s. It served as a fighter bomber, an escort and a variety of other roles, modified, rearmed and even re-engined to serve longer and against more opponents than its designers could have ever imagined.
When you talk about the Luftwaffe during the Second World War, the aviation aficionados and general public will recognise one name, the Messerschmitt, particularly the Messerschmitt 109, or a purist would say the Bf 109 from the Bayerisch Flugzeugwerk, Bavarian aircraft factory.
The aeroplane always, like trying to give a bit of credit to the Bouchons, which everyone's desperate to take away, is that the 109 was always an aeroplane that has probably had more power plants on the front of it than any other warbird type I know of.
The Merlin 109 was developed by Messerschmitt during the war and after the war. So what we see here, the Merlin 109, is it's not a Spanish, it is developed by Messerschmitt. And at the end of the war, the Germans delivered a lot of original fuselages to Spain and original planes, and they wanted to build in the 605 engine, but they were out of engines, so Messerschmitt developed a version with the Merlin engine.
And okay, they will argue about it, but for most people's understanding, it's an Me-109. This was an amazing aircraft, designed, flown in the mid-1930s, used in anger over Spain in the Condor Legion during the Spanish Civil War, when Italian and German forces, fascist forces, fought against the Republicans and fought with Franco.
No, this is a Bouchon, which is the Spanish-built version of the Messerschmitt Me-109, Bf-109 for the purist. And what happened essentially, long story short, is the Germans were going to provide airplanes and everything for the Spanish Air Force, and they ended up obviously losing the war and weren't able to provide engines, so they had partially built airplanes with no engines on them. And so they adapted the Merlin engine to it, you know, the Rolls-Royce Merlin, the British-built Spitfire engine, if you will. They adapted them to these and to the Heinkel as well, making the Casa 2111. So the Hispano HA1112, which this one is, it's basically a Messerschmitt with a Merlin engine on it. The leading edge slats, they're built so that they come out whenever you get slow, like in a turn or something like that, and you stall that wing, then the slat will come out, which effectively changes the curvature of your wing, just like dropping slats on a modern airplane or dropping the flaps or whatever. It makes your wing longer, which helps you generate more lift, so this wing won't be stalled completely, make a tighter turn or whatever without actually snapping over. It's pretty ingenious. The used one, like the F-86, has the very same system on it. Later airplanes, they made them powered rather than just gravity operated.
So I think the important thing to consider is that the Germans, and I know that's casting like a huge net, but they're phenomenal engineers, always have been, and I'm sure always will be. And the aeroplane, from a design standpoint, from the earliest variants, was designed by engineers for engineers. I think the piloting element of it came a bit later on. So elements like the narrow track undercarriage, it is my understanding that that was specifically designed in the way it is designed so that the aircraft could be moved by road and rail readily. And the undercarriage legs remain with the fuselage when you take the wings off. And the wings come off, so we've had a wing off and back on that aeroplane behind me there inside half an hour. It is designed to have the wings taken off and on quickly.
I've always been told a quarter of Messerschmitt airplanes were destroyed in takeoff and landing accidents. I don't think that's actually the case, but it's probably not too far off. There was a good percentage lost in takeoff and landing accidents, whether it be the Hispano version, the Czechoslovakian version, or the actual German ones. The little skinny landing gear, the tires way they cant outwards and everything. A friend of mine that's flown Paul Allen's Messerschmitt up in Seattle, he told me, he said, oh, you land it straight, make it up straight approach, land straight, it'll go straight. He said, but if it start going sideways and you let it do it, it's going to keep going sideways as long as you don't get on top of it. I know people who say they'd happily go to war in this. It's a wonderful little airplane. But on the other hand, I know guys who've gotten out of them and crossed themselves and said never again once they got out of the airplane.
This is one of Connie Edwards' aircraft, which was stored since 1968 in a barn in the US. So he was one of the pilots for that movie, and they had different aircraft, 109s and Spitfires, and they were making the movie, and at the end the movie company had no money to pay them. So Connie, smart as he was, he decided, okay, I will just take those aircraft as a payment. And then shipped to the US in 1969. It was flown last in May 1968. Then it stayed in Connie's hangar. And it was now assembled last week here, the first time since 1968, in its original condition. If you open the cockpit, if you go inside, you still smell the oil, you smell the oil from the smoke system, from the engine. There were even the checklists inside. So this is the last really absolute original aircraft. I think it should stay as is. I think it should not be overhauled because it's all original. It's like in vintage cars, if you have still the original paint. Here you have the Spanish paint underneath, and then you have the movie paint on top, and the smoke system, as I mentioned before. I think this is like a piece of art. You can put it in your hangar, you can put it next to your car collection or in a museum, and it will never ever go down in value. It will only go up in value. Every metal piece on this aircraft is old. You see some rebuilt flying new warbirds, which are beautiful, which are new, but they are rebuilt. Here everything is original. That's very exceptional.
I got to spend a lot of time with Connie Edwards when we were shipping the aeroplanes from Big Spring, Texas, from the Edwards Ranch. A very difficult place one has to avoid the beer until the work is done, which is, trust me, very difficult to do because the beer is being thrust upon you. And I mean, meeting Connie was one of the greatest parts of this journey for me, really. You're just one of the biggest characters I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, and just a really nice guy.
Connie had, in total, I think he had 15 Messerschmitts. And over the years, he gave some Messerschmitts away to museums in the US. And he kept 6 aircraft. And he never wanted to sell these 6 aircraft. But then in 2014 he lost tragically his son, and then I think he decided to sell those aircraft. That's where we came into the game, and I went to see Connie in 2014, and we discussed over time the possibility of purchasing those aircraft. I mean, I heard a lot of stories like people from anywhere in the world flew to Connie Edwards Airport with a big jet, and they said, here, I want to buy those aircraft, whatever money. And Connie, if Connie didn't like them, he did not even want to talk about it. So there was no option that they could purchase those aircraft. Why could we purchase them? Honestly, spending a lot of time with him, he was a tough guy, but he was a very, very nice person, very exceptional person, and he was a passionate in aviation, as I am, as we are, and this maybe connected us together.
We were lucky enough that once we'd finished the aeroplanes, Connie actually came over from the States and came and saw us here. I did offer to take him flying, but in true Connie fashion, he didn't want to go. So I took a really good friend of his, a guy called Terry Adams, and we had a great time. And Connie very kindly signed the tail of the aeroplane as chief stunt pilot on the Battle of Britain film. Yeah, just an amazing guy, and we're very lucky to have met him.
F-7F Tiger Cat, made by Grumman. Not very many, 350 or thereabouts. In terms of a World War II production run, that's pretty small. So early in the war, the Navy comes out with a requirement to industry. We want something that will get up quick to altitude and get out way ahead of the fleet and run air protection way out there. So they looked at a few designs, and it was Grumman that won the design contract for that. And it's a two-engine airplane, which is unique for Navy airplanes. And it's very big, and it only fit on the biggest carriers. So it was designed to be a carrier airplane. So it has folding wings, but it had a lot of roles it could serve. It had a lot of trouble with being a carrier airplane. Probably the main one is it was required to be able to make a single engine landing on a carrier. And the yaw and control difficulty of trying to bring that big of an airplane in on one engine
when the engine is outboard and it wants to go that way, really created difficulty for being carrier qualified. So one model of it eventually got carrier qualified, but it was only one model of maybe 30 or 40 airplanes, and it never really served in a carrier role. So when it was finally produced, the Navy decided they were going to give them to the Marine Corps. And because of technical issues and these design issues we talked about, they really weren't ready to be deployed until 1945. So the Marines got them and were training up with them just as the war was coming to a conclusion. Now, there were a couple of squadrons that were made into photo reconnaissance airplanes, and they were used to take pictures of the potential landing beaches on Japan if we would have had to do a amphibious landing on Japan. So it really never saw combat in World War II. It did see combat in Korea, again with the Marines, and it was primarily a night fighter. They made it in two versions. One was a day fighter, which had a single seat cockpit, and one is a night fighter, which has a two-seat cockpit. Now this is kind of in between. This is a day fighter, but they added a second cockpit. So it's kind of a non-standard configuration. If it were a night fighter, it would have a big radar bubble nose sticking out from the front of the airplane. Kind of looked like a torpedo that stuck out in front of the airplane a little bit. That was the night fighter configuration. So they had radar to fight at night. It was a tremendous carrier of weapons. It could carry a torpedo, bombs, rockets. It had 20 millimeter cannons, 50 caliber machine guns. It was a powerhouse. So it saw limited duty in Korea, but again, it's one of these situations it's caught in the technology change from basically prop-driven airplanes to jets. And so there were some prop airplanes that did okay. This one did okay in a limited mission, supporting either night fighter work or ground attack work to support Marines. There are a lot of similar, like the A-1 excelled in Korea also, and the B-29, which excelled as a bomber. So there are some props, but there is this transition going on between prop airplanes and jets. It wasn't meant to be a Marine solely airplane when it was designed and built. It got to be a Marine airplane because it had problems with the carrier qualifications.
It's the sexiest airplane in the museum. Some of our docents come through when we were working on the Tiger Cat, and they're looking at the P-47, and they tell the guests, oh, well, if you want to get the girls, you fly a Mustang, but if you want to survive the mission, you take a P-47. So I got to go over to them. Shh. She's gonna hear you. The Tiger Cat is way sexier than a P-51. So the Tiger Cat for sure is just a beautiful airplane.
Now this one was used as a firebomber for a while. And one of the solutions they drop is a borate mixture, boron. It was called a borate bomber. And it was used to drop on the wildfires we have here in Colorado. It was popular for the private world, either as a fire bomber or collectors, air racing. It's a hot airplane. I mean, it goes about as fast as you can make a propeller airplane go. It's about 460, something like that.
When I was a kid, I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, California, and Siskiyou Flying Service operated firefighting airplanes out of Santa Rosa. And when I was a kid, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, my dad, who was a private pilot, would go out to the airport, and I'd go with him, and we'd wander around the airport and check out some really cool airplanes. There were F-7F Tiger Cats that they used to fight forest fires. And it turns out one of the airplanes I walked around in their fleet of Tiger Cats is now here at this museum, and I'm blessed enough to be able to fly that very airplane. So yeah, Tiger Cat's a just a sexy, fantastic airplane. And the fact that I'm flying one I walked around as a small child is amazing. It's the actual aircraft. Tanker 41, I think, was the tanker number on it when I was a kid.
We've got two. They came off the production line back to back. This one's 374, the other one's 375. So they were right in the production scheme in terms of how they were used. They both went to training squadrons. This airplane went to a training squadron, and it was used for training F-7F pilots. As I say, it was close to the end of the war. They're training up to use them. And that's where these things. So almost immediately after the war, they quit flying them. One of our two was used in Washington, D.C. for Navy pilots to get time. You know, you got to log a certain amount of time. So Navy and Marine guys would fly it out of what now is Bolling Air Force Base or Bolling Field, which is across the river from Reagan National Airport. They'd fly military airplanes in there up to about the late 50s, maybe. There were big plans with this airplane for the invasion of Japan. It was going to serve a big role, but thankfully didn't have to do that.
My great-grandfather, who I was very fortunate to get to know, he actually passed away in 1996, but Major General John Pomeroy Condon. He was involved with World War II, Korea, so he was a Marine Corps aviator, a pretty decorated one. He, flew Corsairs, and I actually recently found out that he later on was partly in charge of VMF 513, and under 513 they had night fighting Corsairs as well as Tiger Cats. So in our Tiger Cats used to actually be the Dash 3Ns, which is the night fighters. So they used to have those big bulbous noses instead of the pretty ones that they have now. So it turns out that I have family ties to the Corsairs as well as the Tiger Cats. He did a lot of things. He actually was a big part of the General Yamamoto mission. So he was a part of, he received that intelligence and they actually, called upon him to help plan that mission. And then he ended up in a bunch of different campaigns throughout the war. And then it was in Korea where he had the night fighters and, they were very successful with those close air support missions. Every time they start up, I actually think about him and I, say a few words and I'm like, hey Grandpa, I hope you're watching. I don't know, but I hope he is, and he's there and appreciating that I'm, in my small way helping keeping them flying because that's what it's all about.
I've always loved old airplanes, like working on the airplanes, and this opportunity is fantastic. I really am blessed to be able to fly some of this. So I said, an airplane I walked around as a child.
It's a pretty unique airplane. It's a huge one, and it's a crowd favorite. They love to see it flying. was originally built as a PBY, patrol bomber, and then in the manufacturer's letter. And it was kind of originally issued to the fleet in about 1935-36 as a seaplane. So it didn't have the capability of operating off the land. It was a multi-role airplane, primarily the eyes of the fleet. Go out there, look around. It had tremendous endurance. That airplane can stay in the air 24, 27 hours. Carried a big crew when it operated for the military. Most of them, by the time the war came, were beginning to get more amphibious with the wheels and the PBY 5A, flown by the RAF. The finding of the Bismarck, 200 had been sold to the Royal Air Force, to the UK, under an agreement under the Lend-Lease program. But a secret part of that agreement is we'd loan a number of Navy PBY pilots, and on the particular PBY that eventually located the Bismarck, a U.S. Navy pilot was on that crew helping to fly. So it served the RAF in wartime before it served the United States in wartime. Plenty of them around Pearl Harbor at the time of the Japanese attack. We lost about 30 of them. They were also stationed at Kaneohe Air Base, which was on the kind of north side of Oahu. And one of the enlisted pilots, and we had Navy enlisted pilots at that time, was a Colorado Springs man who was killed in the attack trying to take off his PBY out of Kaneohe Bay there. And there's a street named for him in town here. By the time it was done, it did reconnaissance, it did rescue, it did transport, and it was actually a bomber. In the rescue role, it's an obvious role to get to land on open water and pick up either sailors or airmen who are down.
I mean, can you imagine being in that situation and having a machine that can come down and save you, out of the ocean? I mean, to me, it's baffling. And I know that we've had, World War II vets come through here. And, of course, they love seeing all of the other aircraft. They're beautiful, but they come up to this one and they've got tears in their eyes and they're like, this one saved my life. And it's just, there's something special about her.
Later in the war, as the B-29s were flying out of the Marianas and attacking Japan, there'd be PBYs and submarines stationed at intervals along that path, that 1,500-mile back path, to rescue down B-29 crews. So it served great in that purpose. It served in the purpose of pulling seamen out of the sea from sinking ships. It was an anti-submarine airplane, served in the Atlantic quite a bit in the anti-submarine role. Something called a lee light that's hung on the outside of the airplane. And they could drop torpedoes. They had depth charges. So they played a big role in the anti-submarine warfare role. In the rescue role, there were some notable rescues. When the USS Indianapolis was sunk, a PBY spotted the survivors and served as a rescue raft. They were pulling men out of the water before the sharks could get them. And the shark attrition on those initial survivors was really severe. And they were strapping survivors to the top of that wing with parachute cord so they could put more guys on the airplane and pull them out of the water. And I think they ended up with 54 on the airplane. In an airplane designed to carry a crew of 10 or 12. Then they transferred those folks to other PBYs or other ships, and they sunk the initial PBY that landed. But the small boats that carried people back and forth, hitting the sides of the airplane and causing leaks and things. So it wasn't flyable anymore, so they just sunk it. Another role was in terms of Black Cat. What they got the idea of using it in an offensive role. I mean, during the day, you couldn't use that airplane, low, slow. It would just be target practice for Japanese fighters. But at night, when it wasn't visible and the Japanese did not have flying radars, you paint it all black, you give it a radar and a radar altimeter, and they can find ships at night, and they would come out of the dark, kind of pulling the engines back, coasting down, and Japanese ships would not know what was hitting them. They also resupplied and inserted people into the Philippines when the Philippines was still occupied by the Japanese. So tremendous effort, multi-role, for something that was originally designed to be observation first and occasional rescue. Tremendous airplane.
There's something about the Catalina that is so special, and I think especially just given what she was built for and her mission set, you know, I just love that she's there to help when things go wrong.
So it had all kinds of roles. Two 1,700 horsepower engines that are high up. You want to get them out of the spray of the ocean, and you don't want them to be filled with salt water. So that's why they're there. They had wet wings. They've got the two folding pontoons that come down to provide stability while you're in the water, so the wing doesn't hit the water. Some really pretty neat inventions on this.
This is actually a pre-war airplane design. So this airplane was designed in the 30s. So it's pretty amazing what they were able to manufacture and create, and also a testament to the design because it lasted a long time. And it's a strong, awesome airplane, and was able to complete so many different types of missions and purposes, you know, whether they're putting like torpedoes on her or bombs or, you know, rescuing people out of the ocean. I mean, I just love that about her. She wasn't really built for like one specific thing. They could use her for so many different things.
That color scheme is pre-war, probably late 30s color scheme. It's not something you'd see even in the year or two running up to the Hawaii attack. They'd already been going blue with their PBYs. Some interesting things about this: it has a parasol wing which is attached to that center pedestal. Little known is that pedestal is the engineer's position in flight. That's where all the engine instruments were. They wanted the pilots up front to have as much visibility as they could, and so they didn't stuff a lot of instrumentation. They wanted more open control panel. And so the engineer who sat back in that pedestal position controlled all the engines and transfer of fuel and all those kinds of operations. Some of them had galleys on them where they could cook food. Some of them had bunks where you fly a long mission. Like I said, they could fly 24 hours. Fast it wasn't, but effective it was. And a pretty spacious thing. This one was built in Canada at Canadian Vickers, and they adopted the name Canso for Canadian-built versions. They used the same drawings, the same specifications, but they were Canadian-produced and got a different abbreviation because PBY only applies to ones that have been put on U.S. Navy books. It was built and was turned over to the Royal Canadian Air Force. It was used out of Iceland, I believe, for both rescue and anti-submarine work.
Used a bunch for training, you know, so training, rescue, going back and forth. Kind of interestingly, when she was delivered new as a Canso A, she would have had, you know, the turrets that you see here, and she would have had the nose turret. Now, later on, post-war, they actually converted her to what's called the Canso 2F, which was used more for like the transport or the air-sea rescue, I was saying. And that's when they would have removed these blisters and they put in these sliding doors. So, you know, they could kind of like load in, load out, a little bit easier, a little bit different than this. So this would have been totally flat. And then remove the turret off the nose, and they actually put a little observation bubble on the top where you could stick your head up, look around, right? And she actually was the last active RCAF CANSO. She was retired in 1962 as the last one. So I also thought that was neat. So she actually did a lot of work post-war. And then it doesn't even stop there, because then she was bought by the Quebec Department of Transportation, and she was used as a fire bomber. So she would have picked up water, and fought forest fires. She did that till 1999. So yeah, she was definitely a working airplane.
It was converted to the PBY-5 configuration.
Given the amphibious, which you see here, she's got the gear, and she got fully restored. They went through, redid the whole center section and everything, and you kind of gave her the paint job that she has today. So she was pretty much ready for flight by 2011, and then eventually made her way back here.
To get it back in this kind of flyable shape, and the interior pretty squared up, and it's really quite a tribute to the folks who did the restoration.
I absolutely adore this airplane. The first moment I saw this airplane flying, she's really slow, but she's got such a presence, and I saw her flying low, slow, going around, and it was like love at first sight is the best way to describe it. And I love all the airplanes here. They're all amazing and beautiful, and of course everyone gets excited about the fighters, but there's something about the Catalina that is so special.
We're standing by Cessna 02 Skymaster, a development from the Cessna 337. And what's unusual about this aircraft is it's a sort of push me, pull you. Tractor engine at the front, and at the back, a pusher engine. Its job was forward air control. And you can only begin to imagine what it was like.
These are relatively simple airplanes, and there are lots of parts available for them, and it was a relatively easy airplane to maintain. And you can see by how high it is, it's not hard to work on. This particular airplane has a lot of patches on the tail feathers, and that's from being shot at. It has taken hits and survived. Luckily, they didn't know how to lead very well, so they didn't get the engines.
On the way.
As the Vietnam War intensified and expanded, additional aircraft were needed to perform vital forward air control missions. Plans for a faster and more heavily armed plane were initiated in 1964, but this new breed of aircraft would not enter the inventory until 1968. An interim solution was found in the Cessna 02 Skymaster, an off-the-shelf civilian airplane that was pressed into military service in 1967. The Skymaster's push-pull engine system allowed FACs to respond more rapidly to emergencies over a wider area and provided them with greater speed in high-threat environments.
The 02, this was a 67 model. It's the military version of the 337 Skymaster that Cessna produced as just a civilian airplane. And it was really a civilian airplane that they put military equipment in, and that's essentially what they did. They used them in Vietnam. They still used them up until recently in Afghanistan.
Well, there are two versions. What you're seeing behind you right now is an 02A model, which was a forward air control airplane. And its function was to find targets for the fighters and then mark the target so the fighter could roll in on the target And then he had the unenviable task of going over the target for target assessment afterwards to see if they hit what he was supposed to hit. He would mark the target by rolling in and firing a Willie Pete rocket, or a white phosphorus rocket. He'd fire that, and then he'd radio the fighter that was inbound and say, 500 feet from my rocket on the left side. And they'd roll in on that and hit the target, and away they'd go, and then he'd go back and see, yeah, you got him or you didn't get him.
In the Vietnam War, the artillery was artillery of the air. This aircraft would loiter, a dangerous job, low, slow, looking for Viet Cong positions or troop movements, perhaps on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It would then, when it spotted a target, mark the target with smoke marker rockets. Hit my smoke. He would then call in the Sabres, the Super Sabres, or the Sky Raiders, Phantoms, heavy stuff, to come and pound the enemy position. A contributing part as well, of course, would be the Sandy missions, trying to help make sure they could rescue downed airmen. Again, calling, marking, bringing them in the helicopters to rescue flyers, trying not to leave them behind. So not a pretty looking aircraft, not at all, but one that did an impressive and dangerous job. Low altitude at night, with the Viet Cong, they could shoot at you very easily. And there's no armor plating, as was evidenced on this aircraft.
The FAC's most important mission was to conduct visual reconnaissance and to call in and control airstrikes as necessary. To track down elusive enemy forces, hundreds of FACs systematically patrolled specific sectors of the countryside each and every day.
We would get real familiar with that particular area. That was my area. I knew all the waterfalls, all the trees, all the mud puddles, and which way the tracks went, and where the hooches were in that particular area. I got to know it real well, where the fire bases were. And if we were just going on reconnaissance, we'd go and fly a pattern over that area and look for any instances of change from the last time we were there.
You know, all of a sudden the laundry starts turning up on the line in somebody's backyard, and we say, well, wait a minute, that laundry hasn't been there. Oh, you go down, you take a closer look, one look, all right? You don't go back, because then they'll have the guns out waiting for you. One look, and you say, wow, there's a lot of male pajamas hanging on the line. And you hadn't seen any males in the area. Well, you knew that a Viet Cong unit was transiting the area.
If a FAC suspected that he had located enemy troops, he often dropped down to treetop level to troll for enemy fire. During this risky maneuver, the pilot literally tried to lure enemy forces into firing on his aircraft so that they would expose their position.
In 1968, I was a captain, Air Force, and I flew this particular bird. I flew a lot of O2s, but I flew this particular one on November 4th, 1967, and again on November 8th, 1967, out of Pleiku. We're flying night missions out on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and we would take off with two pilots in the airplane, one flying the airplane, the other one in the right seat with a starlight scope. And once we get out on the trail, we'd look for trucks using the starlight scope.
They had a second version, which was the B model. The O2B was a psychological warfare airplane that carried a leaflet dropping system and a loudspeaker system, that they could drop leaflets and encouraging the enemy to surrender, and they never did. And we had an interesting name for the airplane, and it wasn't just called a psychological operations airplane, we called them bullshit bombers, because that's really what it was amounted to.
One of the roles of the Skymaster was psychological warfare. Leaflet dropping, one part of it. Another aspect was having the aircraft fitted with very big speakers, so they could voice down into the jungle to lower the morale of the Charlie, the Viet Cong. A pilot of one of these got rather fed up with his big brothers in Phantoms streaking off down the runway, reheat thundering into the heavens. And he thought, well, I've got speakers. I can get a tape of one of these things, which he did, He plugged the tape in, boomed out on the speakers, and onlookers were stunned to see a Cessna Skymaster thundering down the runway, well, ish, to the noise of a Phantom taking off.
The engine at the back was in no man's land. They didn't really know. They look at a few gauges. How many pilots read the gauges, for God's sake? And it was really left to its own devices. And it ran away, and it ran off compressions. It got overheated. It was really a terrible installation, really. And I don't think it was Cessna's fault. I think it was just the idea of putting the engine up out of the way. It sort of got forgotten. Simple as that, half the time. People were really interested in the noise at the front. When you got into this twin business, and the undercarriage was just a nightmare. You had to jack it up, and most people didn't have the big jack, so you had a 3-ton tripod or 5-ton tripod jack balancing on an oil drum, getting the height to get this thing off the ground 15, 17 inches so you could drop the undercarriage. And there were lots of problems where they had one leg go up and the other one didn't, and had an emergency handle that didn't always get them up or down. That was a nightmare.
Hydraulically, the thing's a nightmare. It's just got a messed up hydraulic system for the landing gear and all that. And I can see where, you know, one misplaced bullet obviously can ruin your day no matter what. But on this thing, one misplaced bullet in about 20 different places can ruin your hydraulic system. And we spend more time with this airplane on jacks trying to work out hydraulic problems with the gear than we do any other maintenance issues with the airplane. It's very dependable, and we fly it a lot and really have very little trouble with it. But when we do, it's going to be related to the landing gear, I nearly guarantee it. People who fly it, it's not fast, but it's a neat little airplane to fly in, and it's got all the radios and all that kind of stuff in it. And it's kind of an entry-level warbird, I guess you would say, for someone who has twin-engine experience or wants to fly twin engines. It's not quite a Mustang, but still, you get to say you're flying a warbird, so that's kind of cool. You think it might be a little faster with 2 engines, but it's really not. One engine dies, you really don't notice it other than the oil pressure goes down. It just is not a fast airplane, but it's extremely good at what it was designed to do for the military. We have a whole Vietnam search and rescue act that we do for air shows that's replicating picking up an F-105 pilot. And this airplane plays a very big part in that, of marking the target for the helicopter to come in. And
I think she's in good shape. She's flyable. We sell rides on the darn thing. We keep her airworthy. It's not just a museum piece, so it's an operational airplane.
Just like any other Cessna, general aviation airplane, checking oil, checking gas, making sure we've got everything we need to get there. All the big pieces are there, nothing's falling off, everything's working the way it should be, ready to fly.
Instrumentation is for. As you can see, this is the main control panel for firing the ordnance. It has 2 hard points on either side. You can carry rockets, miniguns. It can carry a number of configurations. So these are the panels that help set up and use those ordnance to fire the gun to drop in this case, white phosphorus rockets that can be used in most cases to mark the targets.
The men that flew these operations forward air control guys deserve as much admiration and respect as their perhaps more glamorous brethren in Phantoms and Thunder Chiefs and so on.
My brother got me excited about aviation. From there, you know, when you decide to do something, you jump in with both feet, or I do at least.
They wanted to do something more. The concept of building something wrapped around World War II aviation.
You know, I think that I've always wanted to build a museum.
From an early age, 6 or 7 years old, all I wanted to be is around these World War II airplanes.
It's amazing how much goes on behind the scenes here.
The museum as a whole is much more than the airplanes. Everything moves, it comes to life.
A learning environment that hopefully can engage everybody.
Telling the story of the people who were there.
And taking that time in our history, let's not do that again.
And I'm going to walk you through what we do every morning to bring the museum to life.
To see it and build it, and then I think in the last 2 years watch it actually blossom and flourish. Well, there's a lot of museums that are bigger, and I go, absolutely. I mean, there's huge museums, but they're not better.
I mean, you take these things that have been sitting out for 40 years in the elements or underwater, you restore them to flying condition using a fair amount of actual parts.
You know, my dad's business went from a couple of guys that were barely making it to a pretty proficient restoration shop, if not the #1 shop in the world, really.
We would say, hey, this is what we need to do, because if not, it's going to take us 6 years to build that project.
So it's quite a feat to restore these airplanes to flying condition. Been fun. It's just been a discussion among friends.
So my name is Bob Davey, and I bought it in 2019, and it was as a result of a relationship that I had with a company called Fast Aero out in Belgium, and we were using their P-51 Mustang, and it just got a bit too pricey, and I was just in a fortunate place in my career at the time to get this aeroplane. But it was a project. When I bought it, it looked like a big FX kit. It was in the corner of the hangar in bits. Wings were off and the tail was off, and we put it back together. It was supposed to take 2 weeks. It took 2 years and 2 months. I won't go about the budget. That was quite a lot more than we were planning. And we got it back to airworthy by about June 21. Well, they wanted an air superiority fighter, and so they took the Yak-1 and they shrunk it. So it's got the same power as the early Yak, but it's 10% smaller. So the Yak-9, which looks very similar to it, for instance, has got a 33-foot wingspan. This has only got 30 feet. And to put that into context, a Piper Cub has got 176 square feet of wing, and this has only got 160, and it weighs 2.8 tons. Well, they're quite good with the light maintenance, because if you look along the side, you've got a seam just below the cockpit, and those panels, the first one and the third one are on a piano hinge, and they just lift up. They come off in less than a minute. And the one in the middle, the one with the nose art, well, it's nose art, it's side art, that comes off in about 2 minutes. So with less than 5 minutes, you've opened the whole aircraft up from the engine all the way to the tail. And the panels underneath are all on Zeus fasteners as well. So it's actually a really good airplane to work on. But it's only what it is. It's not a monocoque, so it's not a stress skin fuselage. The actual fuselage is a tube frame, like a Hurricane. So they're quite good at taking battle damage. That skin is just aerodynamic, it's not structural. But if the wing takes a big round, it will take the wing off, just like any aircraft. This wing is the wing the Allies wanted, but they didn't have the guts to build. It's an incredibly thin but incredibly strong wing. It was designed with one thing in mind, to produce a lot of lift but not too much expensive drag. And whereas the Allies were building thick wings, I mean the Hurricane's wing is something like that. I know the Spitfire wings are quite a bit thinner, but and in fact we have to keep a good eye on it, because the aircraft were only ever designed to live for about 100 hours, and you've got to keep an eye out for smoking rivets, basically. So if the wing is starting to move around, the rivets start to smoke with aluminium oxide, and it's a telltale sign the wing's moving. So we do a lot of inspections every few hours, every few flights. We keep a good eye on it, and you don't just accept smoking rivets on that wing, because it wouldn't be a good look. In fact, when they rebuilt them in the 90s, there were 6 that were built by Alain Capel Senior and Jean-Paul Salis in Romania, in the original Yak factory. And they actually put a wing skin on it from the Yak-11, which was the trainer version of this aircraft, which came after. But the Yak-11 was designed to live a long life. These were not designed to live a long life. So obviously in peacetime, the aircraft's been strengthened a bit, so it's going to last a bit longer. Well, the first thing is they're cheap. They're a factor of multiples cheaper than, say, the nearest other Western warbird. So people aren't so worried about chopping bits off them or putting bigger motors into them and modifying them for racing. But they're really quick at low level, and air racing is a low-level sport. It'll outrun a P-51 Mustang, which is what I used to fly before it. And it's much, much quicker airplane. At sea level, it's 300 knots. And they do lend themselves really well to mod. For instance, one of my mates, Ronan Harvey, who's got Steadfast, which was arena racer, that's got the R2000 engine, and it's also got the water meth injection, which cools the head, and so you can fly it with a higher boost numbers. So this is 1200 horsepower, and it goes quite well on 1200, but his is 1650, so it's third as much again. And that aircraft, well, it's the world champion. I think it's 417 miles per hour at sea level. It flew at, which is what, 350 knots. It's quite an amazing airplane, but it's quite squirrely, I'm told. If you use all the boost, it gets quite squirrely on the runway. That's the problem with them. They're compromised airplanes. They've got a small wing, and so you've got massive runway speeds. You get airborne at 95 knots, and you stay in ground effect to 125 knots before you move away from the ground. And for landing, you're at 105 knots over the hedge. So it's actually landing at speeds of light aircraft cruise at. and it takes a lot of getting used to. It's the hardest plane I've pretty much landed, and I've flown, well, getting on for 300 aircraft types now, and yeah, it's a handful. It was designed to land into wind on a grass field. It wasn't designed to land on concrete with a crosswind, and so anything that's remotely crosswind or concrete has got my complete attention. But apart from that, it's fantastic. I mean, in the air, it's easily the nicest plane I've flown. And most aircraft, they heavy up when they go faster. This one doesn't. It's as easy to roll at 300 or 400 knots as it is at 200 knots. It's really fantastic ailerons on it. And I don't know why they're so good. An aerodynamicist could tell me why. Because they're only tiny, like everything on it. If you look at the rudder, it's got a tiny rudder. Well, that's why it's directionally challenged on runways. It's got a small elevator. It's very compact little aeroplane, but it will run rings around anything. There was a famous pilot who's so famous I can't remember his name, and he flew all the Allied planes and the Russian planes and the German planes, and he said this was the nicest to fly.
One of the flying gems in the Kavanagh Flight Museum is this aircraft, a Russian Yak-3. And the Yak was a series of superb Russian fighters, from the Yak-1, the Yak-3, Yak-9, and so on. It was designed to suit the combat that took place on the Eastern Front. Me-109s, FW-190s, most of the combats there took place at 15,000 feet and under. And the Russian designers knew exactly what they wanted. They wanted an aircraft that would be capable of taking on the 109s and the 190s, and the Yak could.
It was a Yak-3, and I believe it was built in 1994, around thereabouts. It was built in the factory in Russia supposedly by some of the same people who had built them during the war. The main difference being that they put an American engine in. In fact, it's got the same engine that the P-40 does on an Allison to replace the original Kimlov engine that would have been in there. And they did that because those engines just weren't available. And even now, there's really none available, and those that are available, they're not very reliable. This one, like any Allison's a turnkey airplane when it comes to an Allison engine. They're great. This Yak-3, we bought it, or the museum acquired it several years ago, and had a back seat in it. The intent was to had rear dual controls in it, and the intent was to enlarge the back cockpit just a little bit to get taller people in there to where they could actually sit in it and fly in it, because otherwise, if you're much taller than me, your knees are up in your throat on this. It just wasn't meant to have two seats. And so they started doing all the work on it, and then the next thing you know, air show season started, and work turned to other things, and we never really got it finished. So it's on the list to someday to go back in. You could have it flying again in a couple of weeks if you really wanted to, but we've got so many other airplanes that we do air shows with that this keeps getting pushed a little further back. But someday we would very much like to have it. It'd be fun to have a Russian airplane to add to our repertoire for air shows. They're pretty airplanes, but they're not pretty construction. The way they build things, the way the Russians put stuff together is not always the prettiest. This one's got a lot of upgrades to it, like hydraulic brakes and things like that. Originally they had air brakes. The Russians used a lot of air systems on stuff because it wouldn't freeze up and sludge up and stuff like that. But I've never flown a Yak-3, but I've flown in the Yak-9 and I've flown in the Yak-11, and they got the same wing on them. And when you sit down in the fuselage and look sideways, the wings are so short you can barely even see it. It's a wonderful little airplane. I don't fly these airplanes. I'm just a mechanic, but I would love the chance to fly this.
Yeah. As far as we're aware, it's a Canadian-built aeroplane, and it served in Canada during the war. It was
probably used for target towing duties. We purchased the aircraft in 1998, and it had previously been restored to airworthiness by the Strathallan collection. It's got short takeoff and landing ability. You can land it on a rough, unprepared strip. It can carry quite a heavy payload, and there were plenty of them around that they didn't really have a job for, so they found their niche in that little role, really. The tail trim down here moves the entire tailplane. It's a moving tailplane. 16 turns stop to stop. So if I turn the wheel that way, that gives you your nose down, and then that way. Yeah, back to takeoff. And now we're fully nose up. So as you can see, it's quite a long travel between the two stops. And that was the Achilles heel in the aeroplane. If you didn't have the trim set in the right position, you could stall the aeroplane in very quickly. You can fly the aeroplane very slowly, but to do so you need quite a lot of engine power to do that, which is why we don't do it on our airshow days, really. But it means you can have your short takeoff and landing ability of the aeroplane, but also you can cruise at relatively high speeds as well. This is the undercarriage leg here, but all of the suspension is done inside the wheel, so it's referred to as the Doughty internally sprung wheel. And our shock strut is all built into the wheel here, and then behind it is the brake. So the whole unit, all the suspension unit, is built into the wheel, and it was used on this aeroplane. The other aeroplane we have here with the same system is the Gloucester Gladiator. It has the Doughty internally sprung wheel as well. As you can see, the undercarriage leg goes right through, and then mounted onto it we have the lift struts, and the fuselage is mounted onto it as well. And it's unique to the Lysander. And in fact we had this out 2 or 3 years ago, and we overhauled this whole item and then put it all back in. So we had to trestle all the wings, take the struts off, and then pull the undercarriage out, which was quite a big job, really. You'd like. They fitted the spats for streamlining, and then on top of the spat under here would be your 303, which would mount in the back here, and then the ammunition was stored up here for it. We've also got our landing light in here, and these would have had covers over them. If they're operating off very damp, muddy airfields, they would take the covers off to stop the build-up of mud inside the wheels. The instrument panel that we're putting back in was what they referred to as the Standard 6. So any British-built aeroplane, the instruments you would need to fly it are in front of you in this order. So everything from the Lysander, the Spitfire, Hurricane, Mosquito, the Avro Anson that you've done your training on, the Lancaster, all of these instruments, so your airspeed, altitude, artificial horizon, your DI, climb and descend, and your turn and slip were always in that order in front of you. So it was a standard instrument panel, referred to as the Standard 6. We removed it to replace the airspeed indicator. That was out of calibration this year, so we've had to replace that with another one. And the altimeter needed to come out for calibration, and it's easier to do that with the instrument panel out because it's 3 nuts as opposed to trying to squeeze all of these out through the back. And we just take the whole thing out, dismantle it, do the work we need to, and then put it back together and put it back in. Makes it much easier. Handle like eggs. It was a thing that they put on the back of a lot of the gyro instruments because they have very delicate bearings in them, and they don't like being shaken around. So they used to pack them in wooden crates with horsehair and straw and things around them, and they would always be stamped up with "Do not jar, handle like eggs." There was no floor in the aeroplane, so Your feet just fit into the rudder pedals, which you can adjust to suit the length of your legs. Being a shorty, you have to have them right up the top, and then it's just straight down to the bottom of the aeroplane. So if you drop your map, it's gone. That's it. You won't be able to pick it back up again. You've got some nice armrests for long distance flying, and then you've got your fuel tank, which you're sitting on top of, which has got 95 gallons in it, and then the tank underneath has 150 gallons, neither of which have self-sealing tanks. They're just aluminium tanks. If you have a fire or anything, it's going to come straight in at you. A lot of the aeroplanes at that period had the fuel tanks that you either sat on top of or they were directly in front of you. The Gladiator, for example, the fuel tank is behind the instrument panel. You look down and you can see the back of it, and it's the same thing, it's just an aluminium tank. So you've got a 150 gallon tank underneath, and because they've extended the fuel range by so much, this item here behind me is a long range oil tank. The normal oil tank, the standard oil tank, is up here, which is a silver item in front of the instrument panel, and that's your standard oil tank, and then this one will be your auxiliary tank. It was built as an army cooperation aeroplane, so it was designed to take over from the Westland Wapiti, but unfortunately it was obsolete by the time it went into service. It's fixed gear. What you have, this big green unit here which goes right through, so it goes right through, all the way through to the other side in a big U shape. Mounted onto that is your fuselage and your wing struts, and then the undercarriage at the bottom, and it's the Doughty internally sprung wheel, so all the suspension for the undercarriage is done inside the wheel. So this is your long range fuel tank that they fitted to the special duties aeroplanes. There's 150 gallons in this tank, and they were from the Bristol Bombay. These were the long range fuel tanks that they had internally inside those, and they had lots of spare ones, so they made a rig up and they put them underneath with some slightly more streamlined ends to them. These were your long range tanks. Your main fuel tank is behind the pilot's seat, and that has 95 gallons in it. So this year it's been on a 3-yearly inspection, and the major items we've done this year is, as you can see, the propeller has been removed. Jean-Michel is rebuilding that at the moment, and as part of our ongoing inspections we've taken the reduction gear off the aeroplane to do an internal inspection of the reduction gear, make sure that's all in good condition, we haven't got any corrosion, and that was all found to be in very good condition. We've had the aeroplane jacked up, both of the wheels have come off for inspection of the brakes and the wheels themselves, and this year it's been due pressure testing of all of the flexible fuel hoses.
So this is the hub. The brace rollers go in there in a cage. That goes on like that. And obviously this prevents the whole blade exiting that way. And this will move inside here. So where you grease it through here, it goes into the spider, up the thing. You can't get the grease into the bearing, but water, as you can see, can flow right down the blade here and just runs into this cavity. There's no seal, and there's no way to put a seal on there. You couldn't possibly put a groove in that. It's under such a high stress. There's no way you can alter that and improve it. So you're stuck really with that poor design.
It's one big carburettor for the entire engine, and one of the parts that it calls up for is to drain the car, check for any debris. We also have to flush it through. That's the main jet. Yeah, so we'll just cycle some fuel through it, and then I'll put the jet back in, lock it back up. We'll do it again and make sure it doesn't leak. Okay, that'll do you. Fuel off.
Fuel is off. Bottle top is set to.
This time it's on a D check, so it's quite in depth. So this is the front page, it's a 3-year D check. So there's quite a lot. First we've got all these monitored defects, so there might be things that we've picked up on in the past. We'll put them on this list, and then we monitor them in the future. Also things that come up, like some 12-year inspections might come up, that will go on there as well. main planes, so this is all inspections in the wings and things. Engine, so I've done a lot on the engine this year. So what I've just done now is this one, carburetor drain and flush, check for metal particles in float chamber is clean. So that's that one. The engine in the aircraft is a Bristol Mercury. It's a 9-cylinder radial engine. It's got 870 horsepower and it's boosted, so it's got a supercharger. We run it on 100% octane fuel because it's a boosted engine. So a lot of the boosted engines here, like the Hurricane and the Spitfire, they'll all run on 100 LL fuel, which is a low lead content in the fuel. And that deals much better with high compression ratios, prevents detonation, which you can get if you were to put a lower grade fuel in. So we've just finished putting the spark plugs in. This is a HT lead, similar to what you'd find on a car. So that has to be screwed onto the back of the spark plug, which is what we'll do now. The real difference is between this sort of HT lead and on a car is these are screened. They've got this outside sort of braiding on them that you can see here. And that's for radio interference. If they were just normal sort of electrical cables, you'd get a lot of radio interference, so you wouldn't be able to hear the pilot properly. And this is one of those sort of jobs where access isn't brilliant, so it can end up taking a bit longer than you'd like.
The metal parts, all of the exposed pits here have removable aluminium panels, and the same underneath, and all of your undercarriage fairings are aluminium. And then at the back of the aeroplane, the fin and the tailplane are aluminium, as are the closing panels, but everything else is fabric covered. So it's a steel tube construction, and then it's wood to give it the shape, and then fabric over the top. Next on the list for me, I'm going to make a start on just having a quick look around the fuselage, and then I can make a start on panelling up then. We're getting to the end of the inspection, so it'd be nice to get it finished and out of the hangar, and we can bring the next one in then.
Essentially, it's come off maintenance, so we just need to check that nothing's been altered, disturbed, and everything's working well. It's what we call an engine ground run. It'll be run up to warmed up first, and there'll be some checks like the minimum oil pressure when the oil is cold. We'll warm it up as much as we can on the ground, then we'll do a medium to high powered run, and we'll check the system. So we're checking oil pressure, fuel pressure, we're checking the suction system, we'll check the ignition system, turn one off, run it on the other, turn the other off, and then we check pneumatic systems charging, we check the oil pressure at that higher RPM, and we also function the propeller to make sure that's working. And when that's all done, if we've got enough temperature, if the engine hasn't got too hot, we might do a full power run briefly and then cool it down and shut down. Then we have a check around the engine for leaks, and on any other thing. Aeroplanes will have an electric boost pump to get the fuel pressure up initially before you start. Some of these older ones just have a little pump in the cockpit, and that's just because it's not a gravity-fed fuel system. The fuel is in the back here. It's got to get up to the engine. That's normally done by an engine-driven pump, obviously, which doesn't work until the engine's working. And so you need to fill the carburetor and the system, all the lines up before that. So some aeroplanes, most aeroplanes will have an electric pump that you turn on that does that job for you, and also acts as a backup. In this aeroplane, there's an engine primer, which is a little plunger pump that you work, and you first prime the carburetor till it's full, and then you prime the engine cylinders. Just priming the cylinders now with the fuel. Got 5 good shots in this temperature. Okay. Switch is on. We're all clear.
Doug Rosendahl.
Hi Rory, I'm one of the engineers here at Shuttleworth.
So this is a Lysander, huh?
Yeah, fairly rare beast now. This is
Yeah.
2 or 3 flying.
I've seen, I've been around one, but I've never really given it a good look over. The wing looks like a gull wing Stinson with slats.
Yes, it's not dissimilar wing shape, obviously bigger, but you've got the full span leading edge slats, which are automatic. The inboard sections are attached to the flaps, so the flaps move down with the slats popping out.
And then the outboards are just aerodynamic?
Just aerodynamic.
Angle of attack comes up, they pop out?
Exactly right.
Right, yeah, that's pretty typical. ME-262, Saberliner,
Yeah.
F-86, they did that on a lot of airplanes. So what engine do we have?
It's a Bristol Mercury, so you've got 870 horsepower.
Is it supercharged?
Yes, supercharged, but a fairly rare engine now. We've got 2 here.
So did it fly originally with the Hamilton standard prop?
Yeah, well, this is the de Havilland prop, which is basically the same.
Yeah, I was going to say
same
that.
style.
Well, if it's not a Hamilton standard, they did a real good job of making it look like one.
Yeah, this is a de Havilland.
So this is the exhaust
Yeah.
and the intake both?
No, you've got a carburetor intake here.
So is this a 4-valve engine?
Yes, 4 valves per head.
Oh, I get it. Wow. So they tried this same stunt on the B-29 using the exhaust to heat the leading edge of the nacelle, and it didn't work very good. Right. Does this engine run hot, or do you have problems with that?
We've never experienced problems with them running. I mean, they get hot on the ground, but
right. So there's
in the air, they're fine.
I mean, the way I knew it was a 4-valve engine is because there's 2 exhaust valves coming out of each
Exactly
cylinder.
Right,
yeah, right.
There's two inlet pipes to the back.
Right, and gear reduction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the engine looks, aside from the 4 valves, that's pretty unique to, this is help me again?
This is a Bristol Mercury.
Bristol.
But
did all of the
Jupiter's,
Bristol engines have 4 valves per cylinder?
Yeah, the Jupiter, which preceded this, had 4 valves per head, but then you're looking at things like the Hercules and the Centaurus,
yeah,
which are
the sleeve valve engines, right. And what are these big pipes here?
They are oil cooler induction pipes, so there's an oil cooler back there.
Right, you bet.
Air intake.
Okay, so I'll bite. How do you get in and out of it?
That's a very good question. It's a bit of an act, but so you put
Oh, there's a step. Yep.
right leg there,
Yep. I got it.
left leg, then you have to stretch from there up to there.
You go.
You can't stand on that bit.
So we go in front of the struts.
Yes, that's right.
You're going to demonstrate.
Okay.
I got it. Yep, yep, yep. Well, now that I know how to get in and out of it, I'm ready to fly it.
Yeah.
May I?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay. So here we have the throttle
Throttle and mixture.
Prop control is right here on the instrument panel, push-pull.
Yep.
And this guy right here.
That's your fuel on-off cock.
Okay, so it's just on or off all in one tank?
That's it, exactly.
Yep. And the flap handle is where?
There's no, the flap's completely automatic, so you've got no flap handle.
So when these come out, they put the flaps down?
Down with it, yeah.
Oh, now that's, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, the flaps are connected to the inboard slats.
Okay, so as the angle of attack of the airplane comes up, air gets under the leading edge of this slat, and it pulls out, which deploys the flaps on the back side of the wing. And then we'll push that back, and then you can see on the outboard end of the wing, there's another slat that comes out, and it's just independent.
They're independent of the inboard ones and of each other.
So a very standard cockpit. It's got your typical British ring on the stick.
Yep.
And then, of course, to apply the brakes, you select the rudder in the direction you want brake, and then you pull this lever over to the left or to the right. No, you pull it to the left. Yeah, you pull that over to the left, and it's still got some air in it. And that's an acquired taste. I've flown the Yak has a similar setup.
It does.
And it works good once you understand it, but it
takes a bit of practice.
Takes a bit of practice. Here's a master switch. And that's that's very British.
It is. You've got your Morse code for the identification line there.
So you go dit, da da da, dit, and help will be on the way. And down here we have the cowl flap control. They call them gills over here, but us Yanks call it cowl flap.
That's a gas primer for priming the engine.
Right. So pump a little fuel into it.
And down here you've got the tailplane trim control.
Right, and here's right where it should be, right where your hand falls on it. Throttle, trim. Very straightforward for a pre-war airplane. I think it'd be a delight to fly.
Operating aircraft like the B-17 during wartime conditions, one expected to pay a heavy price. But thanks to the generations of airmen and personnel servicing aircraft that have survived, we as the aviation community and the public at large owe a tremendous amount to the men that kept those aircraft flying at some risk to themselves. And that risk was brought starkly home to the aviation community with the loss of Texas Raiders, the P-63 and the airmen involved. They paid a price. They paid a price for preserving and honouring their forefathers.
It was young women and older men that ran the factories that produce aircraft like this. So, and again, because of their sacrifice and their commitment to the cause, we prevailed, and we get the benefit of living in a beautiful country.
I think the aircraft performed miraculously given the fact that we didn't own the skies, and that on any given day you were at peril to be shot down by an enemy aircraft. I think it was pretty remarkable.
The aircraft was first taken into combat by the British 90 Squadron RAF. And it was a far cry from the Flying Fortress that people recognise historically, because it had a very slender tail, very poor defensive armament, and the operations by the RAF, flying at some 30,000 feet, showed many vulnerabilities to the Flying Fortress bomber.
So the RAF used the B-17 first. They were issued with some of the earlier models, but it was definitely not plain sailing. This was the first time that the B-17 had been used in a combat environment, and the RAF were less than impressed with the airframe to start with, unfortunately. America at this point was far from being involved in the Second World War. They weren't aware of what was needed in terms of aircraft and the defences that aircraft was going to need for bombing over Europe. When the RAF got it, it was not up to the standards of the aircraft they were already using in the form of the Mosquito and the Lancaster.
This airplane was designed by Slide Rule and a committee, and it was a lot of compromise. Things that may have worked on another airplane, they tried to shoehorn into this one. And yeah, it may work, but they were designed to be assembled once, and if they lasted 100 hours, you weren't going to have to take them apart and rebuild them.
Equipment froze, men froze, engine oil froze because of the climate it was operating in Europe. Engine changes were frequent. Flying Fortresses might go through 8, 10 or 12 engines during their careers if they lasted that long.
I was a ball turret gunner, and they were short of ball turret gunners. Most people, well, I didn't want to be in the ball turret either. It just happened that I was assigned to the ball turret because of a goof up. First mission, I thought we were going to get shot down, and I don't have a parachute. I'll be gone. That's all there is to it. And when we got back on the ground, that's when I got busy. So I went to the supply room and told the supply sergeant, says, I'm looking for a test type chute. I'd heard of test chutes, but I'd never seen one. And I just kept staying around there bugging him. Finally, he says, well, there's a pile of junk out there we brought up from Africa. He says, you can go out there and look through that, see what you can find. And I found this chest type chute in there, and I got that thing, and it fit. And I just kept taking that thing with me on every mission, you know.
During World War II, there were 13 50 cal machine guns on board the B-17. Here's one of them right here in the waist position, and we've got the other guns throughout the airplane from tail to nose. Now up here is where all the ammo was stored. All the 50 cal ammo would be fed through here, through these belts right there, and into the bottom.
The airplane is totally different on the ground. And once you get it in the air, it's just a big, slow, old round engine airplane. But on the ground, being a tail dragger, it's quite unstable. So you really have to be really right on top of it. Obviously, we fly well below the gross that they flew in World War II. And our turbochargers are deactivated on that airplane, but on this aircraft, it does not affect your sea level and low altitude performance. We still get full takeoff power without the turbos on sea level airports when it's not too hot. But it's a very slow airplane. You know, it lifts off the ground around 85, 90 knots, depending on how heavy you are. And you're doing good if you can get 1,000 feet a minute out of it.
You say you flew in the ball turret.
I love the ball turret, as I said. One day,
Now I know that wasn't there a height restriction on the ball turret?
No, sure. Some guys are 6 foot.
Really?
Yeah,
Because I'm 6'1", and I've got in this one here,
that's
and
only,
he can't close the hatch on me.
I loved it because I could get in that turret, turn those guns up like that, and I could see the bottom of the airplane. Otherwise, you had a beautiful view all around it and so forth. I went through gunnery school. I was in the 10th highest gunners there.
Did you ever fly in one of the 17s that had the older type that had the tub type turret in place of the Sperry?
No.
Okay.
No, they didn't have any of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Not even here in the States, but in our training.
There's not quite, there is no seat like the nose bubble when you're going down the runway. and it's probably even more impressive when you're coming in for a landing. It's an impressive seat, and you know, we rotated on that first trip going in and out of there, and I had my video camera going like crazy. But you know, it's also kind of fun riding back in the tail, and you can see all the way to the wingtips and straight up to the rudder. It's cold and it's really noisy back there at altitude.
Load master. Must be an airport nearby. On behalf of the Commemorative Air Force, we thank you for contributing your dollars to the upkeep of these aircraft. We all are volunteers. All of our members are volunteers, and all your dollars go to the direct operational requirements of this aircraft, maintenance, and so on and so forth. It's an honor and a privilege and a responsibility to be here today as crew. 6,000 young men between the ages of 23 and 17 years old never grew old. 28,000 were POWs. Now imagine, just for the moment, in this beautiful flight we're going to have down to the Front Range of the Rockies, just imagine for the moment that you're 17 to 23 years old and there's a 1 in 4 chance that you're not going to make it back. Take a moment, please, and commemorate their service. Because of their sacrifice, we are able to enjoy the beautiful day today, and their commitment to the cause, we prevailed.
It's the Glenn Miller song, and it's also the nose art. So it's in the mood. It's built kind of late 44-ish. Never saw combat. Was used as a training airplane. For a while after the war, it was a forest fire airplane. It was developed in response to a requirement for a medium bomber. Medium bombers being mostly 2-engine bombers. And it was built by North American Aviation. That one was built in Kansas City, Kansas, kind of in the middle of the US. And it served very well in the capacity it was designed for. You'll notice it has a little bit of that inverted gull wing structure, which is kind of unique for a bomber. But they did that to avoid some aerodynamic issues that happened to solve it, so that's why they went with that. Probably the most famous application was the Doolittle raid in April of '42, when 16 airplanes bombed Japan and went on to China. All of them crashed in one fashion or another. Crews either bailed out or rode the airplane down. The ones that crashed in the water right off the Chinese coast were the ones that had the most casualties. But even then, 75 out of the 80 guys that flew the mission survived, so it wasn't a suicide mission by any stretch. There are probably more than you think. It's a very reliable, easy to fly, and pretty easy to take care of for a 2-engine airplane. So that's why they last. I mean, this one's been around since '44. So, medium bombers aren't quite the way as the big bombers like the B-17 or the Lancaster or whatever are. Typically, you might have a pilot, co-pilot, navigator, flight engineer, and maybe a gunner or two in the back. So that might take you to, 7? But there were versions of it that didn't have a co-pilot seat. There was a single pilot. So you could get that down to 3, 4, 5 guys. So it wasn't like you had 10 like on a B-17 or a B-24. They had a gun turret on top, typically, especially in the late models, but not all models had it. You had side guns and a tail gunner, or a tail gun anyway. We talked a little bit about the Doolittle mission, in which it served perfectly well, even though they had to fly farther than they thought they were going to have to fly by a great stretch, hundreds of miles. As an operational aircraft, combat aircraft, its use diminished quite rapidly. But because it was stable, easy to fly, could haul people around, it was used as a auxiliary hauling kind of airplane for quite a while. And it had some training functions. Let me back up and say there was one or two models of the B-25 that were specifically built as low-level strafers and bombers. They were built not to drop bombs at medium altitude. They were trained to go down low, 100 feet maybe above the ground and strike. And you don't have very many fighters chasing you when you're doing it at 100 feet or 200 feet. And that was their normal mode of operation. Approach at a higher level, but when you get near the target, you go down low. Particularly in the South Pacific, there was one group called the 345th Bomb Group that flew specifically configured B-25s, and they would skip bombs into sides of Japanese ships. They would drop them at between 100 and 200 feet, bounce them off the water, and skip them. And if they just missed but went underneath and went off, that was okay because it would break the spine of the ship going off underneath. So they were built for doing that low-level work. B-25s didn't normally get into a shooting fight with Japanese airplanes. They could on occasion, but their tactics were, especially the low-level guys, go in low where you're not going to be detected, seen. You don't want to bother the hornet's nest, stir them up. That wasn't a big deal. They could have hauled the amount of ammo and bombs and things that they had to deal with. Some of the models had a cannon in them, a 75 millimeter tank gun firing forward. And the breech was behind the pilots and kind of where the navigator sat. So you could get maybe 2 or 3 shots off on a pass, but the recoil was really something, and the whole airplane would feel like it's slowing down. And they eventually decided they'd rather put more machine guns. Some of them had 18 machine guns in them, 10 in the front, that kind of thing. They'd have 4 or 5 out through the plexiglass, and then 2 in pods on each side of the crew compartment, the sides of the airplane. And then you had the 2 in the forward turret that could fire. It had a pretty heavy load it could carry, ammos and bombs. They did fine. You could bring a lot of firepower to bear on a strafing pass, and that's why they were called the strafers. They were really effective at what they did. All I'd tell you is they were all young men. Your standard pilot, whether he be a fighter pilot, a B-25 pilot, or a B-24 pilot, was somewhere between 21 and 23. Your standard gunner on a bomber aircraft was 17 to 20. So these are young people we're talking about. In American terms, the gunners were like high school graduate kids, and the pilots were like your typical college senior, university senior, 4th year senior, that kind of thing. So they were all young. They used to do a parafrag bombing. They would take bombs, relatively small bombs, that were fragmentation bombs. They were designed to blow up and have metal ball bearings flying all over. And they would put a little parachute on the back end of them, and they'd go over a Japanese airfield at about 100 feet and drop these things. You could see them coming out of the airplane. And the purpose of the little parachute was to retard them just enough so that the airplane was out of the way by the time the bomb went off. If you dropped from 100 feet, you could still be in the kill zone when the bomb went off. So there are movies where you can see these little white parachutes coming out and going down the ramp of Japanese airfields.
That must have been scary.
Yeah, kind of. But again, they're kids. They like exciting things. They think they're doing an important mission. They're not stupid though. They wouldn't do things that are uselessly reckless, but it was a dangerous business. Flying it in training is a dangerous business. The kind of roles it did in attacking Japanese airfields and things were now taken over by other kinds of airplanes. Fighters, fighter bombers, like the Sky Raider that we'll talk about. Sky Raiders could do the mission that B-25s did. It served in all theaters. While it made its name in the Pacific, it was very effective in North Africa. They were stationed in Italy, and even after D-Day, there were a couple of squadrons in the UK of B-25s.
bomb exploded right in front of us.
So the Lancaster really was developed as a bomb-carrying machine.
The most produced American military airplane in history.
It's just such a rewarding airplane to fly. You just want to get back in it each time.
On the way!
So we're back on our B-17 Aphrodite dig site in Suffolk in the UK, and the team here from Cotswold Archaeology and the DPAA have been looking for any trace of remains of John Fisher.
We're getting on here, guys. Going all right. Got a few bits. You got a couple of little bits of glass there. That's quite good. That could be modern. We have had a few bits of perspex out of this general area as well, so could perhaps be aircraft related, but it's very small. That's a bit of rubber or something. Great, good stuff. Oh, I can see why you picked that out. white stone. Great, nice one, guys.
So we're applying a very systematic approach to what we're doing here. All of these red markers you can see mark the corners of 2 meters squares. So we've divided the entire site in the vicinity of this crater into 2 meter grids. And we essentially excavate in 2 meter squares. And you can see some of that evidence over there where we've got them strung out. So we essentially dig down within that 2 meter square in layers. So we take off the topsoil first, then any subsoil, any other deposits that are underneath. And in sequence, those then go through the sieves. So we know if we get material out in the sieves, which 2 meter square it came from, and therefore we can start to build up a map of how the material is spread around the site.
The explosion was vast. I mean, it blew all to hell, all through this area. But the central point for us as diggers was do what these guys are doing and come along quite literally start digging out. So we were here before you were all here, digging, trying to find some pieces of this plane. So you're having the same problems that we had. I mean, basically, he was trying to get the aircraft level. The radio altimeter seemed to have gone wrong, and every time he left the controls, it was rearing into a stall. Yeah. And I gather, it depends on what report you read, that it sort of stalled, must have slid backwards, because what was he, about 2,000 feet was the bailout? So it stalled, slid backwards, and it maybe then, and a lot of it is conjecture, because then nosed over and then bang, exploded 15 feet or so up here.
Yeah, just above.
And of course that would mean that you get this huge scatter of parts. Is that official US Air Force issue spade?
Yeah, it's not. That's actually Rachel, our geomatics.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, that's
I find this one every day and I'm like,
That's the one you want, yeah.
It's a good one. She was gracious enough to lend it to us. It's amazing having the people that we do here. We've got, British veterans involved, we've got active duty military members, some local people who might have that tie to the community, and it's just really special to bring people from all those different walks of life together. Things in this country have always kind of been a joint forces mission, so it's nice to continue that legacy and keep that going throughout every phase of this recovery. And it's really, really powerful, as the site goes on and finds are found and recoveries are made. It's really touching to have that team a part of it, build those connections with people and see how much it means to all of us.
I'm here helping a group called Operation Nightingale, which is basically, the best way of describing it is recovery through through using archaeology as a means of focusing your mind. And when you're doing archaeology and when you're doing things like this, I find it very mindful, and you can kind of, it's a kind of place where you can leave it, all your problems, all the other worries can be left behind, because this is so kind of mindful that it just really focuses your mind, and I find it really beneficial to me, really. Well, I think personally for me it is particularly poignant because I've got relatives who fought in the First World War and the Second World War, and I've been in the Falklands and the first Gulf conflict myself. So it's almost a way of giving something back, and it's making sure that the people that come after us have a legacy, or they're aware of the legacy that they owe to those that had come before us.
It's very important to tell those stories because that's how we learn. As they say, those who do not know the past are doomed to repeat it. So we look at our history and we learn from our mistakes, and we also evaluate things that we can do better. And also, it helps us learn a little bit more about ourselves and where we come from. And, it also helps a lot of the families out there to have a little piece of, some part of their background and of their loved one.
Currently, I'm on the cleaning process. A nice big piece of B17. We're looking for numbers or lettering, even maybe coloration for it. So we'll see what it comes up like. Pieces there I've done already, and some are just twisted bits of metal. Others the guys will know, but it's then going to go from here to the photography side. It makes me think of what they did in the past, for our today. I served, so it's nice to know that we're going to hopefully find the airman and return him to a family.
It was a development from the pilotless aircraft principle. This was the WWII. The tempo of our air assault on Europe left us with a number of heavy bombers no longer suitable for combat. Every inch of armament and crew space was replaced with TNT. Guidance was by radio from an accompanying aircraft. This represented 10 tons of TNT, 10 times more explosive power than during our tests with assault drones. But now, a large airplane could be remotely controlled.
So to summarise, thousands of pieces from this aircraft found, thousands, most of which emerged from the area around here, the crash pit. What became known in the 40s and 50s as Fisher's Lake, because it filled up with water. It might have been more appropriate to call it Fisher's Pond. Fisher's Lake, it's about 10 metres or so across. The team will continue in a desperate effort to find anything beyond the artefacts and the aircraft that can be taken home. It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work. Mark, just working on a piece here. That's literally just come out of the dirt.
Yeah, that's right. And we've had an initial clean, and it's got some numbers on it. It's got a patent number, possibly a manufacturer there, and there's a rubber seal that has another patent number on it. And with a bit of cleaning, hopefully that might give us some more information as well.
How important is it for you to, in this instance we know that what the aircraft was, but nonetheless, how important is it for you to sort of check the provenance of these to make sure it isn't something that's just somebody just in the background just said they got a part that might be from a tractor?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, an amorphous piece of metal like this, this has obviously come from an aircraft crash. Mm-hmm. You can tell by the trauma, and it's found on an aircraft crash site. But without any numbers shape or form sometimes can tell you what it is. If it's obvious in this instance, it obviously isn't. But when you've got a part number on it and a manufacturer ID and possibly in American, the way Americans mark their parts, where it was made, then of course you're streets ahead straight away in being able to identify where it was in the aircraft. And the context of that is hugely important, of course, because if it's cockpit related and you're looking for a pilot, you know you're not far away. If it's engine, then that tells you something else about it as well, or wherever in the airframe and what it is, basically. So it's very important for a context perspective.
After trying several types and detonating static loads of each, was determined to be the British Torpex, cast in 55-pound blocks. The first step is stringing of the primer cord from the nose to the tail of the baby. In the pilot's compartment occupying the space made available by the removal of the upper turret is placed 25 boxes of Torpex totaling 1,575 pounds.
It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work and to think that, you know, even the ground that we're treading on, perhaps some trace of that young man is here. But there is an enduring mystery. Why did John Fisher volunteer for this incredibly dangerous mission? He had a young wife at home, he had a child, he'd done his service, more than done his service. He'd done his tour of duty, he'd been on some extremely hazardous missions, and yet, with everything, all the promise that he had back in the USA, young wife, as I say, a child, and yet still, something kept him here to fly the most implausibly dangerous mission. And this wasn't a mission like, let's say, the Dam Busters. The Dam Busters obviously knew it was an incredibly dangerous mission. But the Dam Busters had practiced and practiced and practiced. They knew there was a huge risk. They knew it was audacious, but they had some good realization of the possibility of pulling it off. And they knew they had superb aircraft flying in their best technical condition. This wasn't so. Just to fly the plane was a risk, because this was an old, frankly, knackered aircraft. It was a plane that was fit only really for the boneyard, just had a few hours left flying in it. And then you do the worst possible thing you can do in terms of what you would want to fly. You pack it not with weapons, not with bombs. It didn't have an excessive bomb load or anything. You've got physical crates, wooden crates of explosives packed everywhere in the aircraft, including up to and around the cockpit area. You're sitting there on kilos and kilos, pounds and pounds of Torpex that's got primer cord wrapped around it that's going to be rammed in a submarine. It's incredibly dangerous. Nobody would have batted an eyelid if a pilot like Fisher had said, thanks, but I think this one's not for me. I have a life and I have other people who have responsibilities too. And yet, he did.
It really drives home why we're doing this sort of thing. In the day-to-day running of the site, you can get caught up in the archaeological stuff. It's keeping the pumps running, it's making sure people have tasks, digging and sieving and detecting and all sorts of things. But then just occasionally you have those moments where it really drives home the purpose of what we're doing. It's about the human element, it's about the human stories and the people caught up in these catastrophic events and also the ripples that families felt afterwards. Of course, every person who was killed in action or missing in action, they had families that then those ripples travel outwards, and I think that shouldn't be underestimated, the impact that that had at the time and continues to have to this modern, the present day.
So we're back on our B-17 Aphrodite dig site in Suffolk in the UK, and the team here from Cotswold Archaeology and the WWII have been looking for any trace of remains of John Fisher.
We're getting on here, guys. Going all right. Got a few bits. Let's have a look. You got a couple of little bits of glass there. That's quite good. That could be modern. We have had a few bits of perspex out of this general area as well, so could perhaps be aircraft related, but it's very small. That's a bit of rubber or something. Great, good stuff. Oh, I can see why you picked that out. white stone. Great, nice one, guys.
So we're applying a very systematic approach to what we're doing here. All of these red markers you can see mark the corners of 2 meters squares. So we've divided the entire site in the vicinity of this crater into 2 meter grids. And we essentially excavate in 2 meter squares. And you can see some of that evidence over there where we've got them strung out. So we essentially dig down within that 2 meter square in layers. So we take off the topsoil first, then any subsoil, any other deposits that are underneath. And in sequence, those then go through the sieves. So we know if we get material out in the sieves, which 2 meter square it came from, and therefore we can start to build up a map of how the material is spread around the site.
The explosion was vast. I mean, it blew all to hell, all through this area. But the central point for us as diggers was do what these guys are doing and come along quite literally and start digging out. So we were here before you were all here, digging, trying to find some pieces of this plane. So you're having the same problems that we had. I mean, basically, he was trying to get the aircraft level. The radio altimeter seemed to have gone wrong, and every time he left the controls, it was rearing into a stall. Yeah. And I gather, it depends on what report you read, that it sort of stalled, must have slid backwards, because what was he, about 2,000 feet was the bailout? So it stalled, slid backwards, and it maybe then, and a lot of it is conjecture, because then nosed over and then bang, exploded 15 feet or so up here.
Yeah, just above.
And of course that would mean that you get this huge scatter of parts. Is that official US Air Force issue spade?
It's not. That's actually Rachel, our geomatics.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, that's
I find this one every day and I'm like,
that's the one you want, yeah.
It's a good one. She was gracious enough to lend it to us. It's amazing having the people that we do here. We've got, British veterans involved, we've got active duty military members, some local people who might have that tie to the community, and it's just really special to bring people from all those different walks of life together. I mean, things in this country have always kind of been a joint forces mission, so it's nice to continue that legacy and keep that going throughout every phase of this recovery. And it's really, really powerful, as the site goes on and finds are found and recoveries are made. It's really touching to have that team a part of it, build those connections with people and see how much it means to all of us.
I'm here helping a group called Operation Nightingale, which is basically, the best way of describing it is recovery through through using archaeology as a means of focusing your mind. And when you're doing archaeology and when you're doing things like this, I find it very mindful, and you can't really, you can kind of, it's a kind of place where you can leave it, all your problems, all the other worries can be left behind, because this is so kind of mindful that it just really focuses your mind, and I find it really beneficial to me, really. Well, I think personally for me it is particularly poignant because I've got relatives who fought in the First World War and the Second World War, and I've been in the Falklands and the First Gulf conflict myself. So it's almost a way of giving something back, and it's making sure that the people that come after us have a legacy, or they're aware of the legacy that they owe to those that had come before us.
It's very important to tell those stories because that's how we learn. As they say, those who do not know the past are doomed to repeat it. So we look at our history and we learn from our mistakes, and we also evaluate things that we can do better. And also, it helps us learn a little bit more about ourselves and where we come from. And, it also helps a lot of the families out there to have a little piece of, some part of their background and of their loved one.
Currently, I'm on the cleaning process. A nice big piece of B17. We're looking for numbers or lettering, even maybe coloration for it. So we'll see what it comes up like. Pieces there I've done already, and some are just twisted bits of metal. Others the guys will know, but it's then going to go from here to the photography side. It makes me think of what they did in the past, for our today. I served, so it's nice to know that we're going to hopefully find the airman and return him to a family.
It was a development from the pilotless aircraft principle. This was the WWII. The tempo of our air assault on Europe left us with a number of heavy bombers no longer suitable for combat. Every inch of armament and crew space was replaced with TNT. Guidance was by radio from an accompanying aircraft. This represented 10 tons of TNT, 10 times more explosive power than during our tests with assault drones. But now, a large airplane could be remotely controlled.
So to summarise, thousands of pieces from this aircraft found, thousands, most of which emerged from the area around here, the crash pit. What became known in the 40s and 50s as Fisher's Lake, because it filled up with water. Might have been more appropriate to call it Fisher's Pond. Fisher's Lake, it's about 10 metres or so across. The team will continue in a desperate effort to find anything beyond the artefacts and the aircraft that can be taken home. It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work.
Mark, just working on a piece here. That's literally just come out of the dirt.
Yeah, that's right. And we've had an initial clean, and it's got some numbers on it. It's got a patent number, possibly a manufacturer there, and there's a rubber seal that has another patent number on it. And with a bit of cleaning, hopefully that might give us some more information as well.
How important is it for you to, in this instance we know that what the aircraft was, but nonetheless, how important is it for you to sort of check the provenance of these to make sure it isn't something that's just somebody just in the background just said they got a part that might be from a tractor?
Yeah, no, well, absolutely. And to be honest, an amorphous piece of metal like this, this has obviously come from an aircraft crash. Mm-hmm. You can tell by the trauma, and it's found on an aircraft crash site. But without any numbers, shape or form sometimes can tell you what it is. If it's obvious in this instance, it obviously isn't. But when you've got a part number on it and a manufacturer ID and possibly in American, the way Americans mark their parts, where it was made, then of course you're streets ahead straight away in being able to identify where it was in the aircraft. And the context of that is hugely important, of course, because if it's cockpit related and you're looking for a pilot, you know you're not far away. If it's engine, then that tells you something else about it as well, or wherever in the airframe and what it is, basically. So it's very important for a context perspective.
After trying several types and detonating static loads of each, was determined to be the British Torpex, cast in 55-pound blocks. The first step is stringing of the primer cord from the nose to the tail of the baby. In the pilot's compartment occupying the space made available by the removal of the upper turret is placed 25 boxes of Torpex totaling 1,575 pounds.
It's been a privilege to be here and to see their work and to think that, you know, even the ground that we're treading on, perhaps some trace of that young man is here. But there is an enduring mystery. Why did John Fisher volunteer for this incredibly dangerous mission? He had a young wife at home, he had a child, he'd done his service, more than done his service. He'd done his tour of duty, he'd been on some extremely hazardous missions, and yet, with everything, all the promise that he had back in the USA, young wife, as I say, a child, and yet still, something kept him here to fly the most implausibly dangerous mission. And this wasn't a mission like, let's say, the Dam Busters. The Dam Busters obviously knew it was an incredibly dangerous mission, but the Dam Busters had practiced and practiced and practiced. They knew there was a huge risk. They knew it was audacious, but they had some good realization of the possibility of pulling it off. And they knew they had superb aircraft flying in their best technical condition. This wasn't so. Just to fly the plane was a risk, because this was an old, frankly, knackered aircraft. It was a plane that was fit only really for the boneyard, just had a few hours left flying in it. And then you do the worst possible thing you can do in terms of what you would want to fly. You pack it not with weapons, not with bombs. It didn't have an excessive bomb load or anything. You've got physical crates, wooden crates of explosives packed everywhere in the aircraft, including up to and around the cockpit area. You're sitting there on kilos and kilos, pounds and pounds of Torpex that's got primer cord wrapped around it that's going to be rammed in or something. It's incredibly dangerous. Nobody would have batted an eyelid if a pilot like Fisher had said, thanks, but I think this one's not for me. I have a life and I have other people who have responsibilities too. And yet, he did.
It really drives home why we're doing this sort of thing. In the day-to-day running of the site, you can get caught up in the archaeological stuff. It's keeping the pumps running, it's making sure people have tasks, digging and sieving and detecting and all sorts of things. But then just occasionally you have those moments where it really drives home the purpose of what we're doing. It's about the human element, it's about the human stories and the people caught up in these catastrophic events and also the ripples that families felt afterwards. Of course, every person who was killed in action or missing in action, they had families that then those ripples travel outwards, and I think that shouldn't be underestimated, that the
the impact that had at the time, and continues to have to this modern, the present day.
Fifi was built too late in the war to see active service, but she's seen plenty of action since. As one of the world's 2 remaining flying B-29s, she undergoes stringent maintenance and updates across the winter shutdown. She's rolled out into the spring sunshine at her base in Fort Worth for the first test flight of the year, and it's also the chance for one of the senior CAF pilots to get his type approval on the aircraft.
This is my initial training flight in the B-29. It's a big airplane. It's, a lot of guys that come to fly the B-29 have, their day job is flying big airplanes, but most of my expertise, with a few exceptions, has been in little airplanes, little bitty short wing fighters like the Mustang or the Corsair or something like that. This is my first foray into 4-engine airplanes, and fly the airplane and you call for the power, so that's going to be a little bit of an interesting experience. And the B-29 is the queen of the fleet, and 140 some feet of wing. It's a little intimidating, but at the end of the day, it's an airplane, and we'll go fly it.
We're just looking to make sure that we don't have any mechanical issues. This airplane is probably one of the most looked at airplanes in the CAF. We do a intense pre-flight, post-flight, and we also do a weekly inspection on top of that. So she's a complex bird, and we just got to stay on top of her. That type of generation engine, that was basically one of the first 3350s developed, and they were not very reliable. You could maybe get 200 hours service out of each engine. Now, this engines we have, which is basically a -95 series, mated with a 26WD rear case and blower assembly. Well, we're just about to achieve 1,000 hours on these engines, and then we're hoping to eventually achieve 2,000 hours total. You're not seeing the load characteristics that they were operating during the war, of course. We really baby the engines, and the way we operate them, we're not basically using max power like they were back in the day.
Approach in use, landing and departing runway 16. Noticed airmen, multiple markings and signs on field.
often wondered if I would ever get in one. I never even got in the whole plane, you know. But anyway, this is something you dream about. I didn't think I'd ever be in one.
These were set up to end the war, to carry 20,000 pounds of bombs. And so that's what we were doing over there.
It was a comfortable airplane for the most part because it was pressurized, as was not the case with any of the other bombers that we were using at the time.
Well, this is a really challenging airplane. I'm really intrigued by getting my arms around this airplane and really digging into it because it's a very challenging airplane. I'm quite frankly a little bit surprised by what a monstrous beast it is. And, it's just big and heavy and slow in terms of control forces. So I've got some learning to do before we tame this tiger. I've flown a lot of different airplanes, and I'd studied all the books and had some idea what to expect. And my instinct from all the airplanes I fly is to hold the nose up and maybe bring it up a little bit and expose the belly of the airplane to use some aerodynamic braking. Well, you just can't do that in the B-29, and if you do, and I did, there's a skid on the back of the airplane, and I just scraped a little tiny bit of paint off of it. But I touched it, so I own it, so I'm going to have to sign the tail skid. This is the first airplane in a long time that I've flown where I really had to buckle down and really pay attention and work hard to, and I by no means claim to have that airplane figured out, but that's a challenging airplane to fly. When it's up and going at speed, it's very docile. When you've got thrust on the airplane on takeoff, it flies great. But when you get that airplane slowed down, it starts to become very, very challenging, and the ailerons get real sluggish. There's a tremendous amount of adverse aileron yaw. You've got to have the airplane really right where you want it, at about 200 feet and a half a mile. You just really got to have it inside the box and stable, and then just hold your jaw just right and get it to the end of the runway with minimal inputs, because if you're down at approach speed of 135 mile an hour, 130 mile an hour, depending on your weight, and you start moving the ailerons, moving the yoke around, the airplane starts to wallow and bad things start to happen. But it's been a good, really a great experience for me to really dig in and, figure out what's going on there, understand the lead and the lag and all the control inputs, and I really enjoyed flying that airplane this summer, the challenge of it. The airplane was so far ahead of anything that had ever been. First pressurized, big airplane, bigger airplane than anybody'd really ever successfully developed. And so from a technological perspective and a celebration of what Americans can do when they put their mind to a task, that's a great story, and the B-29 tells that story very, very well.
The United States-based Commemorative Air Force's B-29, nowadays known as FIFI, was built in 1945 for use in training roles within the United States, a fact that might explain why she, unlike so many, avoided being scrapped.
Now, of course, today the idea of blowing up a old bomber is a totally abhorrent thing to people like me that love airplanes, but that's how you develop weapons. That's how you test weapons, and you make improvements on existing weapon systems that way, and you test new technology that way. So what they were doing was they would take these B-29s, drag them out onto the range, and they would pressurize them on the ground because it was, you know, the first American pressurized military aircraft. They'd pressurize these airplanes, and then you'd shoot them with different size projectiles and different size, you know, different types of projectiles. Well, you would see what the resulting damage was, and with that, you would design new weapons, you would design new defenses against these kind of weapons. So that's what these B-29s were for. Unlike the B-17 and to the B-24 to an extent, the B-29 had no post-war civilian use. They didn't use them for executive transports or anything. They just weren't set up for it, and they were just so expensive to operate. And truly, they were not that reliable of an airplane, even that late in their career. So, you know, they were blowing them up in weapons tests. 1963, the CAF started looking beyond fighters, which is what they actually had at the time, mostly was fighters. And then someone came along with a B-25, and then they found a B-26. The next thing you know, in 1967, we got Diamond Lil, our B-24, and CF said, you know, we collecting bombers now, a B-29 would be kind of neat to find. And Vic Agather said, I'll do it. I'll find you one. I'll be the one to go find, you know, you go locate an airplane. So he did. Starting in 1963, they started looking for B-29s. In 1966 is when they really got seriously looking for them.
At the end of the war, I must say that I never wanted to see a B-29 again. I swore to God on VJ Day I would never set foot in a B-29 again. But time gets the best of you. I could never get the B-29 out of my mind. I still can't to this day.
They went back to China Lake and they started calling around to the Air Force and the Navy, and they kept saying, we don't have any B-29s.
I was in there with a group of airplanes that basically forgotten. They didn't seem to have an inventory list on it anywhere, and so when the CAF was looking for one, there would seem to be none to be had anywhere. And then somebody happened to spot them, happened to fly overhead, spot the airplanes, and with that they did a deeper search, and in fact they found this airplane on inventory. And so the Air Force then donated to the Commemorative Air Force.
What happened was they gave us 2 B-29s. They said, take 2 complete airplanes and all the parts you can carry away. We don't care, the rest of them are gonna get destroyed anyway. Said, you know, we can't afford to take 2 airplanes, we're gonna take just 1. Roger went out there and he started digging through all the airplanes, looking through them and everything. And he narrowed it down to 5 airplanes that were in the best shape. And then he narrowed it down into 3 airplanes and kind of just said, well, one of these is going to come to CF's airplane. And so they finally narrowed it down to the one that became Fifi. And the reason they chose this particular airplane was it had the most intact glass. Well, they quickly found out that this was going to be a bigger job than they had anticipated. So they hired a guy named Jack Kern, who was there in Tucson, Arizona, and he had a business pulling airplanes out of the boneyard and putting them back together and getting them in flight. So Jack had experience doing this. Well, those airplanes were preserved and in decent shape. This one wasn't preserved. I mean, the windows were swinging in the wind and stuff like that. Well, Jack had had involvement with B-29s during the war, so he knew the airplane. They drug it up onto a hard stand, cleaned it out the best they could, and then started putting it together. And it took, time-wise, it only took 9 weeks of work to get the airplane finished. They got out there early in the morning and cranked the airplane up, took off, circled the base once, kind of as a salute to the Navy, and there was a Baron chase plane, I believe it was. I think it was a Baron. It was the Navy sent up a chase plane to kind of, you know, catch the airplane and see how it was doing and all that. Well, the B-29 quickly outran it, and it became literally a chase plane. You know, the B-17, everybody loves B-17s, and it's a gorgeous airplane. Anybody who says the B-17 is not beautiful is lying to you. They're beautiful airplanes. They're known as the Queen of the Sky. The CAF always called Fifi the Queen of the Fleet. And when I was a little kid, I'm like, well, that's kind of rude to the B-17, the Queen of the Sky, you know. But now that I've been involved with the airplane all this time, and she is the Queen of the Fleet and the Queen of the Skies as far as I'm concerned.
In the engineering shop, we've got 5 blokes, 3 girls. My mum's our secretary because it's a close-knit family business. There's Lindsay, who's worked for us for probably knocking on 25 years since she left school, and I started there when I left school as well, on the commercial engineering side, and we do a lot of vintage aircraft parts and that sort of thing as well. That's mainly manual work done to the old Rolls-Royce or to the North American drawings for Spitfire, Hurricane, Mustangs, and then we get the odd breakdown job for customers during the year that we rush around so they can get back flying again. Well, there was always an aeroplane project in the hangar in the garden, so I would spend a lot of time out there with him. And then when he got the Harvard, that used to sit in the back garden for a while before he started working on it. And it was kind of mine and my sister's climbing frame. Any time he wasn't around, we used to open the canopies and climb in. And then it went in to be worked on, so we couldn't do that anymore. Always wanted to fly the Harvard. From just sitting in it in the garden, it was always the aeroplane I wanted to fly. And you see the pictures of all the ones flying, and to me it's such a pretty aeroplane, and it's a lot more ladylike than some of the fighters that you get that are just big boys' toys, so it's just really graceful and lovely. It was the one aeroplane I wanted to fly right from when Dad had it in the garden before he rebuilt it. Me and my sister used it as our climbing frame, but it was always the one aeroplane I really wanted to fly.
The Harvard is an AT6, which stands for Advanced Trainer. So the cadets would learn on Stearman or PT-22, and then they would progress to the Harvard, and then they would probably do 100 hours on Harvard, which really sharpened the pilots up, because once you can handle the Harvard, you can handle most of the big fighters. It has some bad voices, the Harvard, and it really catches the students out. So, it is an advanced trainer.
The North American Harvard, a superb aircraft, the consummate trainer, some said. Same family as the North American Mustang. Was it the little sister? Not according to some pilots. Some say that this aircraft was actually harder to fly than the Mustang. But being the consummate trainer, it demanded knowledge from its pilots. No pilot ever flew one of these and didn't learn something. And it's like a fighter aircraft, bigger than a Spitfire. It has power. It had guns. Not many guns. It wasn't a fighter, but you needed guns fitted in it for fighter training. Funnily enough, in this thing, if you look closely, there's no floor in it. You didn't sit in an aeroplane, you flew in a military machine. You wore flying overalls, you didn't drop anything because it would be a foreign object, could jam controls, and you could make a big hole in the ground by a very simple mistake. But it would teach the tyro everything that he would need to know to make the progression to the bigger Mustangs, Thunderbolts, Spitfires, whatever you have. They built over 15,500 Harvards, and there are hundreds still flying today.
Two things about the Harvard. It's probably the most affordable warbird that sort of the normal PPL pilot could reach to. And secondly, there was one available when I started to look. So a friend of mine, Tony Ditheridge of AJD, had 2 Harvards, and we made a phone call and arranged to go and have a look at one, and done the deal, and it arrived duly here on a low loader.
But it'd been in a museum in Portugal, and it got shipped over with another one, and Dad knew he was going to rebuild it from scratch. So everything came off, everything was rebuilt from, original parts, but cleaned up and put back together.
You need to decide how the aircraft's going to look when you're finished it and what standard you want to work to. Well, I think I work to a fairly high standard, like the best an old country boy can do, really. So it's the bead blast, X-ray, the weld clusters on the airframe. Do the monocoque, because the tail cone is a monocoque construction, get inside and where you find corrosion, remove the metal and don't repair the panel, replace the whole panel. The girls would come out and need something to do, so we'd give them some parts to clean and some boxes to empty out, dust out and put them back, and help sometimes with putting the Cleco fasteners, skin pins into the rivet sections and stuff. So they were involved, you know. It was kind of interesting really, because they used to play on the airplane when it stood in the garden, so I think it was kind of nice for them to see it progress through eventually to leaving the ground.
Well, I was still quite young, so I just rather do that than sit and watch the telly, so I would just go and see what he's doing, and he'd give you a panel that needed, you know, rubbing down or whatever before he could paint it or something like that, so I just used to get those sort of little jobs. Or he'd have an assortment of nuts and bolts and they needed to be all cleaned. That would be my sort of job. But there's quite a lot of Harvards flying, so there's a lot of Harvard spares around, so you can pick up the phone and generally get anything delivered. And being North American, you can just unbolt one off one aeroplane, bolt it straight onto the other aeroplane.
Just work through really. Start with the fuselage, tail cone, and then you can do tail plane, elevators and rudder are fabric covered on the Harvard, so I already gained fabric experience and knowledge from the Skybolt, which was a fabric airplane. You need to have a knowledge of making jigs and fixtures to hold key components if you're going to dismantle them and replace the skins and stringers and spars and stuff like that. So made all those and put them in the jigs, the various parts and center sections and stuff, and dismantled, remetaled, riveted it together, learning rivet skills and stuff as we went along.
But I remember spending evenings out in the hangar, helping him with the riveting, holding the bucking bar as he was riveting the other side and tightening all the wing bolts up and things like that.
Yeah, we had several engine runs in the garden here, and then it was a question of slowly pulling the aircraft through into the car park, loading it on a low loader, and then taking it with the police escort to Crowfield. Once at Crowfield, we then assembled the whole airplane. So whole team of volunteers, and very carefully put the wings on, and slowly went through all the processes of setting the control surfaces and stuff, and you know, ground running engines. Paintwork had to be raised as normal, weight and balance had to be done, various things, ground runs, taxi trials, and a good friend of mine, Colin Edwards, who I'd known for quite a while, he has quite a number of hours on Harvard, agreed to do the test flight. So that day came, we filled up the fuel, we both hopped in, Colin started up, and off we went.
I remember being scared. Eddie Edwards flew it, did the test flight in it from Crowfield, and I just remembered sitting and watching it fly, and the nerves, I remember the nerves. Even when he test flew the Mustangs afterwards, just that ball of knot in your stomach, because you're watching it go and you're just like, oh, and you're just waiting and waiting for it to come back again.
I think the first flight was about half an hour, and back down on the ground again, as you would normally do, cowls off and have a good look round, inspection, and then another flight. No trimming was necessary, so that was a good thing. The airplane flew straight and level. So I had it at Crowfield for a few weeks, and then we moved to Ipswich, and it was time to have a go on the controls from a larger airfield with crash facilities. So Eddie sat in the back, and we did circuits and various stall configurations at altitude and stuff, and general handling, got to feel for the airplane. And then eventually he said, I'm getting out. So he got out, and going through your mind that you sit on the end of the runway and think, well, here goes nothing. So open the throttle, just do everything that you've been taught to, and you've constructed the airplane. So if you have an in-flight issue, the chances are very good that you would know and understand what the problem is. But yeah, as you sit there and take off and go through the motions of what you normally do and fly around and enjoy yourself, and think, well, you know, if I get in a muddle here, there's only one person going to sort it out. So yeah, I mean, that's you're going to think that you put every nut and bolt together, and now you're sitting in it. So I flew around and came back again, and I'm still here.
I was probably the odd one out in my class because every weekend all my friends would go out together and that, but I just, you know, 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, got in the car with Dad, went to the airfield and come home at 9 o'clock at night and did the same on Sunday. I never wanted to do anything else. So, and for the first few years of the Harvard flying, I don't think many other people flew in it. I think pretty much everywhere Dad went, I went.
After I'd done the Harvard, there was just so many parts in the Harvard, you know, like, for instance, the spray booth, you know, you spray maybe 50 components. You know, your arm's fit to drop off, and you think, oh, I'm never going to do this again. And then 2 weeks later, you're spraying the next lot, and then you put it all together, and eventually, when it's flown, you never want to do another airplane again. And then eventually, you get looking around and things, and think, well, you know, a bit bored now. I must occupy my time with something. So we then look for the next project.
Brakes are on, temperature's good, RPM drops, manifold pressure goes up, set the clock to 2000, we've got hydraulic pressure, flaps to 10, trims are set, throttle friction is tight, mags are on both, primaries in and locked, controls are full and free, you all strapped in okay? Harley arms, golf mag tails ready for departure. Oh, Roger, and rolling. Temperatures and pressures are good.
I've never displayed it yet. I followed Dad around to air shows mainly. Wherever the Mustang goes, the whole crew from Hardwick tend to mass formate to that air show, or we'll just go somewhere for a cup of tea, or it's great. It's the best way to get around. You just enjoy the day that you're flying on. Obviously you're keeping an eye on the airplane itself, but once it's all trimmed out on a nice day, it just sits there, flies itself, so you can have a look around, keep an eye out for other airplanes, and just enjoy it. It's just lovely. Out of all the airplanes I wanted to fly, it's this one, and even over the Mustang I would rather fly this one.
The guy over there is Bill Ballard. We call him Wild Bill. And that's OC because he doesn't know how to spell his name. And I'm grumpy, and you can tell that. Yeah. Because I am grumpy. Aren't I grumpy? Damn right. Are we done? Grumpy is that does fit. Will you hurry up and get your interview done?
Exactly. That's my point.
And in art, we don't care about art.
No. I'm the part-time guy. So I still have that thing that gets in the way during the week called a job, where the rest of these guys don't have a job.
And then we got everything that we can't do, he can. We got the clock man over here, Gene.
It's the simplest thing, so that's why I'm doing it.
He's a simple person.
That's it.
Rick Ludeman, he came in special for it. He puts together what we call their bookends. Bookend and shoots. And the only reason why I'm showing you OC because he's the one that has to explain what alchemy is.
Back in the Dark Ages, the wizards tried to convince the king that they could change lead into gold. Right? We acknowledge reality here, most of us anyway, and understand that it's not physically possible. But we can take antique, worn-out bits of World War II airplanes and reuse them, repurpose them into things that we can sell in the gift shop.
Think those things up yourself.
Yeah, well, we get to be creative. We get to do whatever we want to with stuff. As you can see over there on the table, we'll take parts from anything and make anything.
You know, we don't get funded by the government. It's all private funding. All this stuff helps support the museum.
So we can't change lead into gold, but we can change aluminum into money.
Don't let him be modest. This is his pictures. This is his photography that he takes right here.
These go together like this.
Yeah, do we have any?
And the shoots go in there like that.
Yeah, so there's one on either side, so it looks like it's going through the books.
It's a set of bookends.
That's what we do.
When I came to the museum, they had pieces that they bought, challenge coins, some patches and so forth. There was a very small operation, and I came in and nosed around the museum, and they had containers full of pieces of airplane, and they weren't using it. And I said, are these going to go anywhere? Said, eventually, probably, but they aren't using it. And I said, can I use some? Because you got a container full of history that nobody's seeing. I can use my background and my talent and meld that together with those pieces and come up with unique objects that the museum can sell that nobody else sells. We have several things we make in this shop, from the inexpensive to the really expensive. Like that table that we're doing right now for a client of ours, $10,000 for that table. It was a special order table. This is a piece of a P-47 that flew in the war in New Guinea.
Wow.
So we can identify it down to the date and the area and the squadron. So that's what makes this table very historically important. We're probably 3 weeks away because we still have to order the glass. They have to look at the glass and see if it's the right color that we're going to put on top of it. There's a lot of little steps you have to do for these things. We let the piece work. The piece tells you what you can do and what you can't do. I mean, those barista tables.
So we have a bunch of cylinder heads right here. So out of the B-25 that's flying right now, a long time ago in California, going up the Cajon Pass, flying in it, the engine exploded on it. So they have an engine that has all these extra parts. So they said, do something with these parts. So we have a bunch of these cylinders.
The piece of the engine had a shape to it. It was a very difficult piece just to sell by itself. It's a heavy piece, and we were just tried to come up with something. So we put that on the floor, and we just looked at it and said, what can we do with this? And that makes sense.
And we were trying to figure out what to do. And usually this is what happens is, Larry and I or somebody will set some parts down there and like, how about this? No, that looks stupid. How about this? No, that is good. And then it kind of clicks at 1 minute. We'll set something up there and like, that's it.
It's always better to incorporate it into something that they're going to use. And we came up with a barista table. Art and I came up with a shape that would bring focus to that piece.
So what we did is we kind of, out of MDF board, chipboard, we kind of mocked this up, and then I have a friend of mine that has a plasma cutter, and he cuts these out for us, and then myself and then John, one of the guys, helped. We welded this all up, and we had to do a little design change on it, and then we have a powder coater that takes it and powder coats it just like they powder coated that stuff, and finishes it all off. It's gonna have a nice piece of glass on it at the end.
And I think it worked out great. It's almost organic.
We sold the first one. It wasn't even mocked up. So, and the guy said, yeah, I'll take it. So we sold one right off the bat. Came up with this idea. This isn't bots, so that we have a guy that plasma cuts these pieces out. So we have a B25, we have a P38, and then we also have a P47. And we get it powder coated. We weld it on a stand right here. It's all powder coated. And then what we usually do is we get pieces and parts of the aircraft. So just recently we got a box of these. These are the cow flaps. So this is on the B-25 that's flying right now. It's right about here on the airplane. It opens it up for the engine to breathe for air and stuff. So that we have a box of these things. So this is actually a piece of a B-25 with a B-25 piece of art on the top of it.
Clocks. Everybody has a clock. It's a utilitarian piece, but we've taken that utilitarian piece and made it into an exceptional utilitarian piece when they look at it from the historical view.
Creativity. You know, you take stuff. Let's see. Take stuff like this, and you make something out of it. So, yeah, it's fun. These are all pieces of airplanes that have been crashed. Yeah, they came off the fuselage, and they crashed, and then we make the base of the bracket and cut this out. You know, they got to cut them out different ways or whatever. And I like to have the damage from the airplane on it. It looks a little more interesting that way. So.
Hey, Larry, did you tell her why a lot of our things are corroded?
Go ahead.
A lot of the things we have are corroded metal from airplanes that were buried in New Guinea for 50 years and were dug up and brought back here. And of course, we have several fuselages lying around in different places in the museum that are corroded, as you can see what they look like. And so much of this, the sheet metal was the skin on those airplanes. So we don't throw anything away.
We do not make them look like they're new. That will ruin everything. It's history. And every time you take a little bit off of that, you're taking a little bit of history off. And so everything we try to keep authentic. Some of them are you'll have to work on, but it's important to us to be real.
Interesting enough, there's the feet on the bottom here. So that was this piece right here. These are plasma cut. Wow. And it's the same piece on here. So interesting enough, we just drew this out on a piece of paper, him and I, one day, because we needed a base for some spark plug holders. We made this out, and now that we use this thing for everything. We use it for the clocks, we use it for the 50 cal mounts, we use it for the feet, we use it for a bunch of stuff, and we just have a guy that cuts those out for us. We probably made 2,000 of those.
We're a museum that wants to keep the history alive, and my little pieces help that. I mean, they don't give you the full story, but it's a little piece that they can take away from the museum, and I think everything we do is an important thing for us to do. We sell jewelry, we got clocks, we got wall hangings, we got pictures. We have a broad range of offering that people can use, from the inexpensive to the very expensive. Well, the earrings, everybody offers earrings, but not anybody offers earrings that have a history to it. Everything has a history to it. it gives a new value. It's the most unique piece of jewelry you're going to have that you can use as a piece to talk about when you're wearing it. I think it gives the person joy to do that.
These are a couple of exhaust pipes off of our big B-25 Mitchell bomber. And then the ring is a bearing off of a propeller cam. That cam is what turns the pitch on a propeller.
Wow.
And so we put things together that are very unlikely.
This is the cam that you're really looking at.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
that ring would be
there's the cam
right here.
that bearing came off of. And we put a piece of plexiglass in the center of that, cut a hole in it, and put a 3-inch clock in it. We have one in the gift shop that's up already made out of that.
I can contribute to the museum's goal of making sure that our history doesn't die. And that's what Bill's doing here. He is building a vision, and I'm on that vision. And I'm happy. Oh, I can't say that.
You're grumpy.
I'm grumpy.
We love outrageous stuff. We're always looking for ideas. All of us come up with different things, you know. And I like to talk to the guys about, now, do you like this, or do you like this, or shall I not do that, or shall I do it, or, you know. And that's the fun we have here. Yeah.
Yeah, that is important. We do have fun.
We have a lot of fun.
For old guys, we have a fun time back here. My wife has been a extremely important part of the gift shop. She's the one that buys all our pieces that we sell, shirts and hats and stuff like that. She controls all that. I'm in the end where we offer stuff that nobody else offers. That stuff I do in conjunction with what we buy from other sources is a good mix, because when you put them all together, it adds to the value of the other stuff we're selling. You know, I got a $10,000 table sitting up there next to a $25 hat. I mean, they're not going to buy a $10,000 table, but our other stuff becomes unique to them. You know, as part of an experience.
What's the favorite thing that I've made? I've made a lot of lamps. I've made a lot of these lamps, and I think that the most fun is to make these lamps. Never know what kind of a base we're going to put under them, and what is going to be up above, and so forth. So anything that we can find put together to give us some stature. So lamps are my favorite thing, I think. Yeah.
I like building large things like tables and wall hangings and sculpture that you can't get anywhere else. I mean, there's other companies that sell that type of stuff, but their approach to it is, I'm going to polish it up and make it beautiful. And my approach is different. I don't want to polish it up. I want to encapsulate it with something nice, but keep what it is. And that way I think you appreciate it more. Some of the people, when they buy this stuff, will get a book telling the history of it. You know, we go that far. This sundial is constructed out of a cam that fits in the propeller hub. There's two cams. There's one an interior cam and an exterior cam, and the way they work is when they turn, they'll turn the pitch of the prop to the optimum setting, so they will fly and the best they can. These by themselves were all handmade during the war. No computers. It was all done with slide rules and everything. These are by themselves a piece of art. If I just sell them by themselves, and it's just this amazing craftsmanship that we were able to do in World War II that the other countries couldn't come close to. They were all very, very meticulously done. That's part of the reason why we were so successful in the war. The important thing is that we contribute to the museum and the museum's viability, and we have grown it to a very significant part of the income that the museum gets. As you know, in the scheme of things, we're not the one that makes or breaks it, but we are a significant, I think, part that helps everything work.
So, hello, it's Nick Coleman here, one of the directors of History's Greatest Aircraft and Plane Resurrection. I've got my retro Plane Resurrection top on. We are trying to make some extra content for you, trying to make some long-form content that hopefully you'll be interested in. But we come to a very, very, very special location. I can't tell you where that location is for security purposes. What I can tell you is it's in the east of England. So back in World War II, obviously a lot of soldiers, a lot of airmen and so on got lost, you know, were killed, and tragically their bodies, they never made it back. Those warriors never came home. There's an operation called and I'm going to make sure that I got it right, the DPAA, which is the Defence, Prisoner of War and Missing in Action Accounting Agency. So they account for those missing troops. So they go to the battlefields of Europe, they go to the Pacific, they also go to Vietnam and those other wars where there are missing troops and they bring them home. They're very heavily involved here. They've brought in an organisation called Cotswold Archaeology, and their mission is to find the pilot of a B-17 that crashed.
One of the great things about this project is it is a community project, and that means that we can have anyone from any level, and obviously there's a strong military element here with veterans and the serving personnel, but we do have local volunteers as well who are just residents in this area, and so this is their local heritage, and it should be accessible to people to get involved and participate in a project that is actively finding out about some aspect of that local heritage.
We are digging the crash crater, we think is the crash and explosion crater of a 1944 B-17 bomber, American heavy bomber, that was flying as part of Operation Aphrodite, which was a secret mission at the time, and this was one of the first plane that went down for that mission.
When we did it back in 1975, it was nowhere near as professional as these guys are, because this is now Cotswold Archaeology. As you can see, as you look around, it's organised, it's methodical, because they're searching for the pilot. Aviation archaeology back then was quite literally get landowners' permission, bring spades, be enthusiastic and work your socks off on it and dig down by hand, see what we could recover. And to our surprise, we recovered the battered remnants of an engine, which is in one of the local museums, piece of undercarriage, and lots and lots of fragments.
Now, some of you may think, especially based on things we've seen like the excavations that our colleague Ian McLachlan, who many of you will know as our historian, you'll think, well, this should be fairly straightforward. A B-17 crashes, you look through the wreckage and you see what you can find. This, though, is different. Come walk with me and I'll tell you why. Towards the end of the war, there was a great need to do something about very hardened sites. So places like V1 emplacements, where the V1s were fired from in France, the Americans decided that one of the uses for heavily wary planes like B-17 and some variants of the B-24, the privateer, the Navy version with a single tail, they decided there might be a possibility to turn them into an early form of cruise missile. Pack the whole aircraft with explosives. So not just in the bomb bay, they would pack the whole aircraft with explosives. Torpex, actually a naval explosive used, as you might guess from the name, in torpedoes. They pack the whole aircraft with it. It wouldn't necessarily have a proximity fuse or anything else that you're used to in a normal bomb. They would actually be wrapped with fuse cord. And the idea was, take that aircraft, fly it with a pilot, maybe with a co-pilot as well. They would then exit the aircraft on this side of the coast in the UK, jump out, and then a very early crude form of remote control with a television camera, again an early crude television camera in the nose of the aircraft, would be used to fly the aircraft on over the channel. A couple of motherships with it, something like a couple of Mosquitoes or P-47s would be watching it, or P-38s. Fly it over, fly it into the target. That was the idea. You needed a pilot and a co-pilot to take it to height, get it straight and level, jump out and let go. Didn't quite work like that. And that's the reason that we're looking at this site here.
And this plane went down with the pilot on board and not the co-pilot. Co-pilot got out. The pilot helped save the co-pilot's life by kicking him out when his parachute got stuck.
Take you over to meet somebody from Cotswold Archaeology, a young lady called Candice, and she's going to tell us some of exactly what happened. Tell us what happened and tell us why we're here and why we're looking at this.
Yeah, so this was kind of the initial mission for that project. It was their first run of it, and it was their first time sending him out and all of that. And while he was on his mission, on their way to send the bombers to their target, there were some technical malfunctions that he experienced, and him and his crewmate Elmer Most did everything they could to account for these malfunctions, made some adjustments, tried to stabilize it, fought until the very end of it, really. And once it reached a point where it was clear that the malfunction, couldn't be fixed, the mission became, how do we get this out of a space where it becomes dangerous, and how do we get ourselves to safety as well? Yeah, so, John Fisher was an incredible pilot by the sounds of it, stand-up guy as well. He, while they were coming over here, he was stabilizing the plane. His engineer attempted to bail out, got stuck in the hatch, and John Fisher actually saved his life. Kicked him out of the hatch because he got caught on his parachute, so he made it to safety. And John Fisher returned to the controls to try and stabilize it and successfully clear the area. Unfortunately, as you know, he lost his life in that attempt. And that's why we're here. We're here to try and find him and bring him home, because he didn't make it home in the end.
Here, in this actual photography of one of the 19 missions from an English airbase, you see the bomber responding to the simple control. Some of these missions were dispatched against German installations in France, but they had only a slight degree of success.
It's a unique site almost, this. It's, first of all, a real privilege to be part of it, but it's a real challenge. We've got a big crater, it's full of water, it's full of 80 years worth of sludge and organic matter that we've got to get through, but to be able to work with the veterans, the military personnel, it adds that whole new dimension, and it brings in the well-being aspect as well for participating in archaeology and that military insight as well. We've got guys who maintain modern aircraft, so some of the components, not all of them of course, but some of them are at least familiar to them, so they can look at random scraps that come out of the ground and say, that's from an engine, that's from an intercooler, that's from a turbocharger, for example. So it's incredibly valuable to have their insight as well.
We've got mixed reviews as well on whether or not he was in the plane fully at the time, whether he was in the cockpit or trying to exit the plane. Either way, he's been subject to quite a severe explosion. A large amount of explosive has gone off, then presumably the fuel tanks have also exploded, and so on. So we're looking for any remains we can find of John Fisher, any personal effects, any dog tags, just anything to really show that he was definitely here, that this is his gravesite, and anything that we can hopefully repatriate for his surviving family and friends back in America.
So now we're going to take a look. We're going to go and look at the surprising level of evidence that we've got that remains. Massive explosion. I think the reference is to 15 acres this stuff that was blown away. Trees that probably would have been similar size to this, simply blown away. This is the kind of stuff, look, this is what people are starting with. You know, you could pick that up, you would walk through here and you'd probably discard that and think, well, it's just a stone that's in here. And you've got, you know, a little piece of rubber pipe in there. Could be from the B-17, could be from a Massey Ferguson tractor that broke down here in 1973, who knows? You got some material there. I'm going to pick this up very delicately. Look, you can see the level of that's burnt. So if you look at that, I mean, it's a tiny shard of aluminium. Aluminum, as our American friends would say. Could be burnt, could just be black paint on it, could be nothing to do with the B-17 whatsoever. This is active woodland and farmland. You don't know. That could be aluminium, could be steel. Well, it's not steel, it's too light. But it could also be stone. So it's a really, really difficult one to say. The team that's been on site here working is simply enormous. 30, 40 people at some time. But it's not like a big $1 million operation. The beauty of this is an awful lot of the folks here are volunteers. And they're volunteers from the local USAF bases, Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Many of you will know those. And in fact, if you're watching this in America, you may have served at Mildenhall, Lakenheath, in which case, thank you for your service. We've also had folks here from Operation Nightingale in the UK, which is an initiative that takes veterans, particularly those with PTSD and PTSS or wounded veterans, who actually go and work on archaeological projects as part of their recovery or as part of assistance to them. A fantastic, fantastic operation, and something that we're seeking to support more. Now, as you're watching this, if you want to make comments, by all means do make some comments below. If you're new to the History's Greatest Aircraft site, all of the comments are looked at and replied wherever we can by real working members of the team. And I'll tell you what we're going to do just for a moment here. I'm going to show you one or two of the people who are behind the cameras on this. So Luke is behind here. We're going to get a cutaway from the other camera. That's Luke, our production director. He has been actively here on this dig, physically digging with the folks. Then we've got Rachel. Some of you will remember Rachel. She's one of our editors, producers and so on. Some of you will have seen Rachel flying in the Yak 3 a few weeks back. Byron's got a particularly close allegiance to this, because Byron and I flew in Texas Raiders, the B-17 that was tragically lost over in Dallas, Wings Over Dallas. We flew in Texas Raiders a few weeks before that tragic event, so obviously that brings us very close to us. And also here we've got Ella Jackson, who is one of our new team. She's development producer on this. And over there in the far distance, many of you will already know her, is Ellie Coleman, our managing director, producer, and one of the first producers on the Old Plane Resurrection series. She's not doing too much today because she is with child. Here's some of the big pieces that have been found. So this really leads us into quite an interesting situation. So this, for instance, is probably part of the undercarriage. This probably went onto the bottom of the oleo, and that's probably part of the retraction mechanism. We've had our good friend Brad Pilgrim, who many of you will know from the B-29 episode, the B-24 episode, and the Yak episode, and everything that Brad Pilgrim has been in. The guy used to operate for the Commemorative Air Force. He's still very closely involved with them. Our dear friend Brad Pilgrim has actually helped us today, has been on from the States, has been on and identified some parts. So for instance, over here you've got part of an ignition system. So there you've got what I think a lot of people who, you know, are as old as me and have driven cars would recognise as regular spark plug leads. Now I'm going to go out on a tangent here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm asking myself, or is it in fact 8 and there's one that's packed in there? I've got to say, I don't know how many cylinders were on that right engine. Any offers from the rest of our team here? How many cylinders? Would it have been a double row? I don't know. Somebody will tell us. Yeah, I think it might have been 18 cylinders, so it would have been a double row and 9. Anyway, somebody will tell us, I'm sure, in the comments. I can feel you writing already. So that's part of the ignition system. This is fascinating because it's actually got a maker's mark on it. It's the something or other steel co. And there was another couple of pieces that Brad identified. This is from a dynamo. So that would have been bolted to the engine, providing electrical power. The weight of that is tremendous. You can imagine the force needed for that. In the meantime, though, the team here continue to look. They've been on site for a couple of weeks so far. They have a couple of weeks more to do, a couple of weeks more to go. There's an awful lot of folks here who are looking for that slightest indication, that smallest shard of once living evidence that's going to show us that definitively this is the last resting place of John Fisher, and we can then take him home to somewhere appropriate, either in his home state of New York or one of the other military cemeteries. It's an enduring mystery, as mysterious really as the Aphrodite and Anvil missions themselves, which were, I'm afraid, unsuccessful. There we go, a ramble from me. I hope that's interested you. I hope it's been useful. I've got to pay tribute to all of the folks who are involved here. The incredible team from the Cotswold Archaeology outfit. Really an amazing job they've pulled together here. We want to thank Sam, Rosanna, and all the folks that we've got involved, and indeed all of these volunteers. It's the loss of people like John Fisher. It's what they gave. They gave the ultimate price that leaves us free to argue amongst ourselves about politics. And that's where I'll leave you, from a dig site somewhere deep in East Anglia. I wish you and all those who are serving for us all over the world, keeping us free, protecting our freedom of speech, the very best, and we'll keep you updated.
A 2600 engine up there. What was it? Well, it was a torpedo bomber, the Grumman Avenger, but known to many of those that flew it as the Turkey, simply because of how it looked, not necessarily how it flew. It flew actually very well indeed. The Avenger was originally produced by Grumman, but they needed the capacity for the F6, and Grumman manufacturing then was taken up by General Motors, who produced most of the 10,000 or so of these aircraft built. When speaking of aircraft like the Grumman Avenger, we remember the sacrifice of so many airmen killed in combat, those who died at sea, those whose remains were recovered and they were subsequently buried. We have to think now, over the passage of time, to the debt that we actually owe the generation that fought with the Allies for the freedom that we actually enjoy today, including the crews of the Avenger aircraft. And one of the most poignant experiences at the Cavanagh Flight Museum was meeting a veteran from World War II who was making a pilgrimage to see his aircraft, the Grumman Avenger. And as he was wheeled in his wheelchair towards this dark blue symbol, in a sense, symbol of the young man that he once was, but there was youth that embodied him as he got closer to this aircraft.
There she is, after all of these years.
Charge me to hold on my hand so I can fingerprints on it.
That's all right, they are fingerprints that deserve to be there. And that youth in his old frame became apparent as he stood, at first unsteadily, from the wheelchair to lean against the propeller of that Grumman Avenger. And one couldn't even begin to think of what was going through his mind, only perhaps that the years were cascading away to the young sailor
who had once upon a time stood on the deck of a carrier to have a photograph taken very much like this elderly gentleman, a veteran from the Second World War, and his Grumman Avenger. And I remembered then, as we said goodbye, knowing there were not that many years, if any, ahead for him. But the Avenger will stand in tribute to him for generations to come.
On the way.
Well, these probably are the two most important steermen in my life, because this is the first one I ever flew in all those years ago, and the one behind me is the first one I ever rebuilt. Well, my background was, as a kid, I was an avid aeroplane spotter and photographer. So photography was sort of beginning to eat into my life, and I became a professional photographer and ended up flying in all kinds of different sorts of aeroplanes, as we do, flying around the world and whatever. And I went to an air show in Florida in 1900 and frozen to death, and two of these taxied by with two long-haired hippies flying them, no helmets, in the heat of the Florida sunshine, looked gorgeous, and I thought, what are they? Months later, when I got home, a guy started rebuilding these in a nearby airfield at Old Buckingham, and I thought, well, I must go and have a look and take some pictures. Next thing, I was offered a ride in it. Well, smitten I was, and it's just an unbelievable experience with your head in the clouds and flying around in this noisy old radial engine, but beautiful. And at some point I thought, well, I'd really like to own one of those, but it's an impossibility. They're hugely expensive, or seem to be at the time, and they still are. But later the same guy offered me a project one of these, which was just a pile of bits of broken aeroplane and whatever. And I thought, well, I've been rebuilding motor cars, it can't be that much different, can it? So I ended up buying this project, which took me about a year to just go through the nuts and bolts and brackets and whatever to see whether I'd got all the parts available, going through pages of maintenance manuals and parts books and all that kind of stuff. And eventually I thought, well, I think it's a go. And I got a wing kit from America, which is all the wood you could need to build the wings. All the ribs are made, the spars are made, and I needed someone to glue that together. Happened to have come across a guy that flies from this airfield who was a wood specialist for aeroplanes. So I just threw the whole lot at him and said, build me the wings, which he did. And then, of course, fabricking, you've got to do all that. Never done any of that before. So you got miles and miles of fabric and glue and dopes and all this kind of stuff. And eventually it sort of started to come together.
The PT Stearman primary trainer was a rugged biplane. Wooden wings, tubular steel fuselage, covered with fabric, rather like its predecessors of World War I. It harks back in its own way to the early days of aviation. Flying at that time was only 3 decades or so old. The Wright brothers had first flown in 1903, and very quickly they identified the need to train pilots. So the Wright brothers founded the first flying school, one in America, then one in France later on. Elsewhere around the world, other pioneer aviators were realizing the same thing, that you needed to train airmen. That led to trainer aircraft. And in the legacy of trainer aircraft, this one has to stand out as one of the key machines, because it trained thousands of pilots. It's a big, robust biplane. able to take the sort of punishment that the tyro aviator would give the thing as he made yet another attempt to try and land. They built something over 8,000 of them, more if you count the number of spare parts that were produced that could make up additional aircraft. And they served in many countries. They served with the Americans, they served elsewhere during World War II. But it was in the US Navy and the US Army Air Force, or Army Air Corps in earlier days, that the Stearman really became the stuff of legends.
These aeroplanes flew millions of hours in America training our guys to fly the Second World War fighters, bombers, whatever kind of aeroplanes, both for the Navy, both for the American Air Force, both for the British Air Force, the RAF. RAF guys used to go to the States and train on these things. So they've got a history offshore more than in the UK, because there were none here during the Second World War, but the guys that flew here in the Second World War have probably all flown Stearman.
Well, before America entered the war, discussions had taken place with the British, and the British were invited to set up training airfields in America, run by American civilian companies. One of the great advantages out there was the sheer size of America. Its vast spaces allowed aerodromes to be established where pilots could learn and train with wide open areas, more space to crash in, some might have said, but at least they would fly in peace. You didn't have the risk of intruding aircraft shooting you down as you learned to stumble about the heavens. Over there, California, the Midwestern states, plenty of good weather, not like England. And the American people welcomed the young cadets from Great Britain. They took them to their hearts very much indeed, and memories became fond between the two countries. It helped set the situation for the future as RAF airmen trained over there.
Most of the Stearman produced for the training role were painted blue and yellow, bright colours, so they could be seen in the air, because training fields in America might have had 50 or 60 aeroplanes in the air at a time, so they want to be very visible. But towards the end of the war, that they were cracking up so many of these Stearmans in training, maybe up to 10 were wrecked a day on some of these training fields, that it became a nightmare for them to keep the blue and yellow paint jobs going, because they'd replace a wing off a bent aeroplane and it would come back doped silver, as all aeroplanes have to be painted with silver dope. So what happened was you ended up with aeroplanes flying around with yellow wings, rudder maybe silver, and it was beginning to get a bit of a mess. So it was decided towards the end, leave them silver, paint them silver. That year there was the Popular Flying Association had their 50th anniversary flying at Cranfield, and something like 1,000 aeroplanes turns up over the weekend. Having put a ticket on it for judging, I thought, well, no, never built an aeroplane, never going to get anywhere. I was surprised to learn that I'd actually won something. And I hadn't won any of the normal category of tickets free, but because it was the 50th anniversary of the PFA rally, they awarded a special prize for that year, and I had won the gong for the best professionally rebuilt classic aeroplane. Now, I was gobsmacked, as you can imagine, but there we go. But after that, of course, anybody with a Stearman in the country used to come to me and say, where do I get this? How do I fix that? And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, and it developed. And we came across another old airframe and we rebuilt that one, and we became kind of well known for that. So anybody within the UK and even in Europe used to come over and sort of say, can you fix this one? Or have you got another one? Can you find me one? And all this kind of stuff. So it sort of ballooned from there. So we kind of figure that we're one of the more well-known Stearman restorers in this part of the world. And yeah, over the years we've accumulated lots and lots of spare bits and parts, airworthy or not. But at the end of the day, we still end up with this huge store of parts, and it seemed an awful waste to just sort of leave them languishing there. And they were not bits you could use in active aeroplanes. So what we've done is we've presented Flixton Air Museum in Norfolk with a huge amount of Stearman parts and said, get on with it, build yourself a replica. It's taken them a long time. We still have bits missing, which we hope to come across to give to them so they can finish it off. But I think it's going to get to looking quite like a respectable Stearman, although never will be airworthy. My Stearman was ordered in 1941, probably delivered in 1942, but they'd been making Stearman for a year or two before that, and the design goes kind of way back, and it started off in the late 30s, but ended up when the Army Air Corps ordered these, that Boeing had bought out Stearman as a company. When Boeing produced the Stearman for the services, they made them in several different models, and the biggest difference mostly was the engines. So some had Lycoming made engines, these are Continental engines. There was another one called a Jacob, so they got different numbers for the airframes, and this is an N2S3 naval aeroplane, N2S3. That was the type. They had N2S1s, 2s, 3s and 4s and 5s, which is confusing. Then in the Army, they call them PT-27s. Well, an N2S3 and a PT-27, identical aeroplanes, but one was Navy, one was Army Air Force. Well, this is the latest Stearman rebuilt. It's got all the paperwork signed, ready to roll. It's had an engine run or two. A test flight is always the most nerve-wracking thing you could ever experience. You've gone through every nut and bolt, every split pin, all the paperwork, engines, everything you could think of, time and time again. Other people have checked your work, so it's doubly checked. But the first flight to me always gives me butterflies. Restoring this aeroplane wasn't the most difficult one, because when we got it, it was a complete machine. What we had to do was refabricate it, go through all the woodwork on the wings, nice, bright, shiny, zero-timed engine. It's only done about 5 hours ground run testing, but as good as the day they built it 70 years ago. When you finally hand an aeroplane over to its new owner, you sometimes feel a bit sort of sad, because you've kind of sort of lost the baby, so to speak. Of course, there's a lot of excitement from the customer point of view when they're here and they see it being built, all the processes. And you feel kind of buoyed up by the fact that they're so excited about the thing being put together. And when we've test flown it and the new owner comes along and he's got, either he flies it or somebody he knows will fly it away from here, that gives me another nervous moment, because how much time have they got on Stearmans or tail dragger aeroplanes, and it's their aeroplane, so it's up to them what they do with it. But it's always worrying that the guy might not have enough experience. But so far, touch wood, we've never had any incidents. Well, that Stearman used to fly many, many years ago when I took my first flight in it. But sadly, shortly after that, it was grounded because it had a few problems. And the owner thought, well, it would be fun to take it all to pieces and rebuild it. 13 years on, sadly, he died with nothing happening to the aeroplane. So it became available for purchase. And we had somebody who was very interested in having a Stearman. So he did the negotiations with the widow. And we restored it, and now it's as beautiful as it ever was, and it's wonderful to see it back in the air. It's a sort of gut-wrenching sort of thing when you see them in the air, after all the hard labour you've put into restoring these, 70-year-old aeroplanes. But to see these old aeroplanes flying is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And to think that you've actually built or rebuilt them, and we've rebuilt several now, and it's a joy every time they take to the sky. They're just beautiful.
So, hello, it's Nick Coleman here, one of the directors of History's Greatest Aircraft and Plane Resurrection. I've got my retro Plane Resurrection top on. We are trying to make some extra content for you, trying to make some long-form content that hopefully you'll be interested in. But we come to a very, very, very special location. I can't tell you where that location is for security purposes. What I can tell you is it's in the east of England. So back in World War II, obviously a lot of soldiers, a lot of airmen and so on got lost, were killed, and tragically their bodies, they never made it back. Those warriors never came home. There's an operation called and I'm going to make sure that I got it right, the DPAA, which is the Defence, Prisoner of War and Missing in Action Accounting Agency. So they account for those missing troops. So they go to the battlefields of Europe, they go to the Pacific, they also go to Vietnam and those other wars where there are missing troops and they bring them home. They're very heavily involved here. They've brought in an organisation called Cotswold Archaeology, and their mission is to find the pilot of a B-17 that crashed.
One of the great things about this project is it is a community project, and that means that we can have anyone from any level, and obviously there's a strong military element here with veterans and the serving personnel, but we do have local volunteers as well who are just residents in this area, and so this is their local heritage, and it should be accessible to people to get involved and participate in a project that is actively finding out about some aspect of that local heritage.
We are digging the crash crater, we think is the crash and explosion crater of a 1944 B-17 bomber, American heavy bomber, that was flying as part of Operation Aphrodite, which was a secret mission at the time, and this was one of the first plane that went down for that mission.
When we did it back in 1975, it was nowhere near as professional as these guys are, because this is now Cotswold Archaeology. As you can see, as you look around, it's organised, it's methodical, because they're searching for the pilot. Aviation archaeology back then was quite literally get landowners' permission, bring spades, be enthusiastic and work your socks off on it and dig down by hand, see what we could recover. And to our surprise, we recovered the battered remnants of an engine, which is in one of the local museums, piece of undercarriage, and lots and lots of fragments.
Now, some of you may think, especially based on things we've seen like the excavations that our colleague Ian McLachlan, who many of you will know as our historian, you'll think, well, this should be fairly straightforward. A B-17 crashes, you look through the wreckage and you see what you can find. This, though, is different. Come walk with me and I'll tell you why. Towards the end of the war, there was a great need to do something about very hardened sites. So places like V1 emplacements, where the V1s were fired from in France. The Americans decided that one of the uses for heavily wary planes like B-17 and some variants of the B-24, the privateer, the Navy version with a single tail, they decided there might be a possibility to turn them into an early form of cruise missile. Pack the whole aircraft with explosives. So not just in the bomb bay, they would pack the whole aircraft with explosives. Torpex, actually a naval explosive used, as you might guess from the name, in torpedoes. They pack the whole aircraft with it. Wouldn't necessarily have a proximity fuse or anything else that you're used to in a normal bomb. They would actually be wrapped with fuse cord. And the idea was take that aircraft, fly it with a pilot, maybe with a co-pilot as well. They would then exit the aircraft on this side of the coast in the UK, jump out, and then a very early crude form of remote control with a television camera, again an early crude television camera in the nose of the aircraft, would be used to fly the aircraft on over the channel. A couple of motherships with it, something like a couple of Mosquitoes or P-47s would be watching it, or P-38s. Fly it over, fly it into the target. That was the idea. You needed a pilot and a co-pilot to take it to height, get it straight and level, jump out and let go. Didn't quite work like that. And that's the reason that we're looking at this site here.
And this plane went down with the pilot on board and not the co-pilot. Co-pilot got out. The pilot helped save the co-pilot's life by kicking him out when his parachute got stuck.
Take you over to meet somebody from Cotswold Archaeology, a young lady called Candice, and she's going to tell us some of exactly what happened. Tell us what happened and tell us why we're here and why we're looking at this.
Yeah, so this was kind of the initial mission for that project. It was their first run of it, and it was their first time sending him out and all of that. And while he was on his mission, on their way to send the bombers to their target, there were some technical malfunctions that he experienced, and him and his crewmate, Elmer Most, did everything they could to account for these malfunctions, made some adjustments, tried to stabilize it, fought until the very end of it, really. And once it reached a point where it was clear that the malfunction, couldn't be fixed, the mission became, how do we get this out of a space where it becomes dangerous, and how do we get ourselves to safety as well? Yeah, so, John Fisher was an incredible pilot by the sounds of it, stand-up guy as well. He, while they were coming over here, he was stabilizing the plane. His engineer attempted to bail out, got stuck in the hatch, and John Fisher actually saved his life. Kicked him out of the hatch because he got caught on his parachute, so he made it to safety. And John Fisher returned to the controls to try and stabilize it and successfully clear the area. Unfortunately, as you know, he lost his life in that attempt. And that's why we're here. We're here to try and find him and bring him home, because he didn't make it home in the end.
Here, in this actual photography of one of the 19 missions from an English airbase, you see the bomber responding to the simple control. Some of these missions were dispatched against German installations in France, but they had only a slight degree of success.
It's a unique site, almost, this. It's, first of all, a real privilege to be part of it, but it's a real challenge. We've got a big crater, it's full of water, it's full of 80 years worth of sludge and organic matter that we've got to get through, but to be able to work with the veterans, the military personnel, it adds that whole new dimension. And it brings in the well-being aspect as well for participating in archaeology and that military insight as well. We've got guys who maintain modern aircraft. So some of the components, not all of them of course, but some of them are at least familiar to them. So they can look at random scraps that come out of the ground and say, that's from an engine, that's from an intercooler, that's from a turbocharger, for example. So it's incredibly valuable to have their insight as well.
We've got mixed reviews as well on whether or not he was in the plane fully at the time, whether he was in the cockpit or trying to exit the plane. either way, he's been subject to quite a severe explosion. A large amount of explosive has gone off, then presumably the fuel tanks have also exploded, and so on. So we're looking for any remains we can find of John Fisher, any personal effects, any dog tags, just anything to really show that he was definitely here, that this is his gravesite, and anything that we can hopefully repatriate for his surviving family and friends back in America.
So now we're going to take a look. We're going to go and look at the surprising level of evidence that we've got that remains. Massive explosion. I think the reference is to 15 acres of this stuff that was blown away. Trees that probably would have been similar size to this, simply blown away. This is the kind of stuff, look, this is what people are starting with. You know, you could pick that up, you would walk through here and you'd probably discard that and think, well, it's just a stone that's in here. And you've got, you know, a little piece of rubber pipe in there. Could be from the B-17, could be from a Massey Ferguson tractor that broke down here in 1973, who knows? You got some material there. I'm going to pick this up very delicately. Look, you can see the level of that's burnt. So if you look at that, I mean, it's a tiny shard of aluminium. Aluminum, as our American friends would say. Could be burnt, could just be black paint on it, could be nothing to do with the B-17 whatsoever. This is active woodland and farmland. You don't know. That could be aluminium, could be steel. Well, it's not steel, it's too light. But it could also be stone. So it's a really, really difficult one to say. The team that's been on site here working is simply enormous. 30, 40 people at some time. But it's not like a big $1 million operation. The beauty of this is an awful lot of the folks here are volunteers. And they're volunteers from the local USAF bases, Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Many of you will know those. And in fact, if you're watching this in America, you may have served at Mildenhall, Lakenheath, in which case, thank you for your service. We've also had folks here from Operation Nightingale in the UK, which is an initiative that takes veterans, particularly those with PTSD and PTSS or wounded veterans, who actually go and work on archaeological projects as part of their recovery or as part of assistance to them. A fantastic, fantastic operation, and something that we're seeking to support more. Now, as you're watching this, if you want to make comments, by all means do make some comments below. If you're new to the History's Greatest Aircraft site, all of the comments are looked at and replied wherever we can by real working members of the team. And I'll tell you what we're going to do just for a moment here. I'm going to show you one or two of the people who are behind the cameras on this. So Luke is behind here. We're going to get a cutaway from the other camera. That's Luke, our production director. He has been actively here on this dig, physically digging with the folks. Then we've got Rachel. Some of you will remember Rachel. She's one of our editors, producers and so on. Some of you will have seen Rachel flying in the Yak 3 a few weeks back. Byron's got a particularly close allegiance to this, because Byron and I flew in Texas Raiders, the B-17 that was tragically lost over in Dallas, at Wings Over Dallas. We flew in Texas Raiders a few weeks before that tragic event, so obviously that brings us very close to us. And also here we've got Ella Jackson, who is one of our new team. She's development producer on this. And over there in the far distance, many of you will already know her, is Ellie Coleman, our managing director, producer, and one of the first producers on the Old Plane Resurrection series. She's not doing too much today because she is with child. Here's some of the big pieces that have been found. So this really leads us into quite an interesting situation. So this, for instance, is probably part of the undercarriage. This probably went onto the bottom of the oleo, and that's probably part of the retraction mechanism. We've had our good friend Brad Pilgrim, who many of you will know from the B-29 episode, the B-24 episode, and the Yak episode, and everything that Brad Pilgrim has been in. The guy used to operate for the Commemorative Air Force. He's still very closely involved with them. Our dear friend Brad Pilgrim has actually helped us today, has been on from the States, has been on and identified some parts. So for instance, over here you've got part of an ignition system. So there you've got what I think a lot of people who, you know, are as old as me and have driven cars would recognise as regular spark plug leads. Now I'm going to go on a tangent here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm asking myself, or is it in fact 8 and there's one that's packed in there? I've got to say, I don't know how many cylinders were on that right engine. Any offers from the rest of our team here? How many cylinders? Would it have been a double row? I don't know. Somebody will tell us. Yeah, I think it might have been 18 cylinders, so it would have been a double row and 9. Anyway, somebody will tell us, I'm sure, in the comments. I can feel you writing already. So that's part of the ignition system. This is fascinating because it's actually got a maker's mark on it. It's the something or other steel co. And there was another couple of pieces that Brad identified. This is from a dynamo. So that would have been bolted to the engine, providing electrical power. The weight of that is tremendous. You can imagine the force needed for that. In the meantime though, the team here continue to look. They've been on site for a couple of weeks so far. They have a couple of weeks more to do, a couple of weeks more to go. There's an awful lot of folks here who are looking for that slightest indication, that smallest shard of once living evidence that's going to show us that definitively this is the last resting place of John Fisher, and we can then take him home to somewhere appropriate, either in his home state of New York or one of the other military cemeteries. It's an enduring mystery, as mysterious really as the Aphrodite and Anvil missions themselves, which were, I'm afraid, unsuccessful. There we go, a ramble from me. I hope that's interested you. I hope it's been useful. I've got to pay tribute to all of the folks who are involved here. The incredible team from the Cotswold Archaeology outfit. Really an amazing job they've pulled together here. We want to thank Sam, Rosanna, and all the folks that we've got involved, and indeed all of these volunteers. It's the loss of people like John Fisher. It's what they gave. They gave the ultimate price that leaves us free to argue amongst ourselves about politics. And that's where I'll leave you, from a dig site somewhere deep in East Anglia. I wish you and all those who are serving for us all over the world, keeping us free, protecting our freedom of speech, the very best, and we'll keep you updated.
An exponent or exponents of the B-25 in the European theatre of operations were the British, the French, and they used the aircraft as a tactical bomber. And the B-25 followed the American Air Force and the RAF and the Royal Australian Air Force out of the deserts, leaving behind the dust and the sand, and then moving in to overfly the vineyards and the mountains in Italy, chasing the Germans up through Italy and into southern Europe, pinpoint bombing of bridges and railways, at which the B-25 was an amazing aircraft.
North American found themselves with a surplus of 800 B-25s as the war progressed. It fell to the US Navy to take up the slack, and the Marines found themselves with the well-specialised, highly proven J version of the Mitchell, the PBJ-1. Some would argue it was the prettiest variant in its flat sea blue, and it proved effective.
They carried radar for anti-shipping activities. Post-war, used for radar training of night fighter crews. The idea of the PBJ was to support the Marine Corps in their desperate island hopping campaign across the Pacific. They needed an aircraft that would be rugged, reliable, capable of operating at low altitude and supporting the Marine Corps in attacking enemy shipping, trying to supply Japanese-held islands, or prevent Japanese supplies getting through to support the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. And the PBJ became an excellent aircraft for that interdiction purpose, taking out shipping and enemy airfields. In the Pacific Theatre of Operations, they realised that from 12,000 feet you couldn't see anything very much because it was just jungle.
Even from its earliest days, the B-25 had been seen as a low-level platform. The very first trainees practiced skip bombing, skimming a conventional bomb off the surface of the sea against shipping, and that proved effective in the Pacific. Targeting a ship at sea was one thing, but trying to pick off low-level targets on land was quite another.
To get to your targets, you needed to go low. That took the B-25 into a formidable strike aircraft, going down to treetop height, carrying fragmentation bombs and an amazing punch in the guns that it could be crammed into the nose. They even had the hard-nosed variant where they took off all the perspex and the bomb aimer situation and turned it into a strafer. And in that role, in the Pacific Theatre particularly, the B-25 came into its own. The Mitchell hunted Japanese shipping, and a burst of machine gun fire, 50 calibers, 10, 14, 50 calibers, even in certain instances, a 75mm cannon in the front of a B-25 wrecked Japanese shipping, blew the small, light sampan-type vessels out of the water. It could go in against Japanese naval, Imperial Japanese Navy, and tackle heavily armed destroyers with an array of Mitchells coming in, bursting with gunfire to rake and strafe and destroy enemy shipping.
Despite the B-25 being such a joy to fly for these young flyers, life wasn't any easier for them. They were still having to fly over enemy territory, they were still coming under attack regularly, losses were still just as high as any other aircraft crew that was flying at the time. You know, it was not an easy time for these young men. They were young, they were inexperienced, and they were being thrown into the mouths of the enemy on a daily basis, witnessing heavy losses of friends and some of the damage inflicted on friends as well as just the losses. Life was also not as easy for them on the ground, with the B-25 serving all over the world.
Mitchell arrived in great strength in the European theatre and proved to be the proverbial jack of all trades. Initially operating over Italy, it could be found strafing at low level, attacking shipping, or in the anti-personnel role. Equally, equipped with the American Nordon bomb sight, it could be found taking the war to occupied Europe in daylight, where it excelled as a medium-level semi-precision bomber for both the American forces and the RAF, with some of those squadrons made up of pilots forced from their European homelands. The sheer amount of Mitchells made, their reliability and ruggedness, meant that many survived the war. They were often sold off to the forces of emerging countries. They found use as firebombers, transports, VIP shuttles and research aircraft. And in due course, many found their way into the hands of private collections.
Our goal is to make the airplane as authentic as possible. So we've got a Norden bomb sight, we have our top turret rotates around, the tail gun moves, and we've got a bomb rack that's fully functional. Even the artwork, so the nose art was done by the original artist. So this is as authentic of a restoration as you'll ever find. But it's just amazing that during the restoration, here was the artist, some 50 years later, that was doing the work and came in and repainted the nose art as if he did it when he was 20 years old on the original Miss Mitchell.
So Miss Mitchell was an actual airplane during the war. After the war, she was actually torn down, and one of our World War II veterans was a member when we got the B-25. And as we were going through the process of trying to figure out what we should call the airplane. We wanted to make sure it was a actual aircraft during the war so we could share her stories. And Ray Osley said, well, why don't we call her Miss Mitchell? Because that was his airplane during the war. So
Miss Mitchell is kept in pristine condition by a team of volunteers at the Commemorative Air Force Squadron in Minnesota. And she's highly original, with operating turret and period-accurate fittings. The team, though, are always trying to add to the aircraft's appeal, and they're now in receipt of a rare photo reconnaissance camera.
All right, so what we got here is the K-24 camera, and when we got it, it had never been opened since the war, so it was brand new from the war. So this is the K-24 right here, and you can still see it has the World War II era desiccant bags inside of it. And this is the camera itself. It has the... So this is it, brand new from the war, and we'll be putting this back in the airplane this year. So it'll probably be roughly right about here once we get the mounts made up.
Yeah, once the mounts are to the side, then she's going to end up sliding down. All right, how does that look right there? That's about right. That's about where it was when it was positioned during wartime. You know, although this glass is mounted from the inside, kind of gives us a little bit of an idea how this is going to go in. Everything is going to be fully functional, and we're going to be able to do photography with this camera.
Right, we got a company in Seattle that will develop it for us.
So one of our members made the mounting hardware for it. This doesn't exist anywhere, so he built this off of the original North American plans. And when this gets mounted in, it will actually slide into place, and then it tilts itself back. So this is really an exciting install. Just one of the little details that we're striving to do on the restoration of this aircraft. Oh, okay. Yep. So you made the rollers for it then?
Yeah, so I built a little machine, which I don't have here, but I built a little roller machine for it. Bent the two edges here, and then, rolled it into a circle. So this mounts right here, and that'll clamp to the camera.
Great. So, all right, so then we're articulating then on each side.
Yep. So then these brackets mount like this into the airplane. These pieces, these brackets have to be welded up, and then they get welded to the ring clamp here. And that whole assembly, right, the camera slides in looking down, is bolted into these tracks, which allows the camera, to articulate the pivot. So if you look at these pieces, you can see that these bolts here are not on an even spacing. They're kind of, you got a whole bunch in here, a few more here, and they're really spaced out here. That's per the original North American design, the drawings. So that's how I made them.
You know, when the original restoration was done, they got it flying. And as we continue to get more resources financially, as well as finding these parts available, we've got a camera that was sitting in the original crate ready to go. And so we're able to continually improve the aircraft, so that's kind of the legacy that we want to continue for the next generation of restorers.
We run about 40-to-1 ratio, so it's about roughly 40 hours of maintenance for every hour that we're in the air. So the maintenance is pretty involved, and it's meticulously maintained. We're really fortunate. We have IAs, ANPs, and everybody volunteers their time. And the amazing thing with this aircraft, it's not all about the mechanics. Myself, I do trim carpentry. I'm a home inspector by trade. So that's what I do. So I bring those skills. We have our mechanics bring their skills, public speaking, all kinds of things. There's so many people that's involved to bring any of these warbirds into the air and bring them out to the public eye and the viewing public. I don't think people have any idea.
It is not just American museums and flying collections that have acquired the popular medium bomber. In Lincolnshire, Great Britain, 5,000 miles from where it was made, a newly reconstructed B-25 is already making its mark on the public, sharing a hangar with a legendary Lancaster, Just Jane.
We're hoping today, 2023, that there will soon be a B-25 Mitchell gracing the skies from a British base. East Kirkby, Lincolnshire, home of Just Jane, the Lancaster, has recently acquired a B-25, and they are hoping that they can get that back up into the skies in tribute to the French and the British and Commonwealth and Allied Air Forces, as well as the US Army Air Force that flew that magnificent aircraft all those years ago.
So this B-25 Mitchell came to us in 2017. It was originally part of the RAF Museum and based down at Hendon in London. We had to go through a bid process to put forward why we should receive it and what we would do with it and how we would keep it. And then all those bids were looked at by the RAF Museum, and seemingly the best bid was rewarded with the aircraft. So we received it and moved it here. It was obviously taken apart at Hendon and moved here on trailer loads and then rebuilt here. For us, the interest is the B-25 used during Bomber Command operations before it went over to 2nd Tactical Air Force to clear the way for the D-Day invasions. So that's why it's really on topic for the centre here in our Bomber Command links. But this is a B-25J, so the earlier variants were what saw service with Bomber Command. But of course it was pretty much the same aircraft really, apart from a few different changes in the specs. So this aircraft at the moment came to us in a static condition. So we put it together static again after doing a large survey on it. That survey is really to tell us whether it can be running again, whether it can fly again. And luckily for us, the results from the survey show that it could quite easily fly again. So we're now working towards completing all the systems to get it running, with the end goal to get it taxiing and then potentially flying as well. So we'll breathe life back into it here, and it can operate here at East Kirkby alongside the Lancaster and Mosquito.
With winter months of maintenance and upgrades behind her, it's time for Minnesota's Miss Mitchell to leave her hangar and join one of the thankfully regular mass gatherings of surviving B-25s on the United States Air Show circuit. She's joined in the air by other B-25s that show the diversity of the aircraft, different specifications, different roles, and certainly different colour schemes the aircraft enjoy.
We're here to give thanks to these airmen and their insistence that the American way of life was then and is still today worth preserving, and if need be, dying for.
As different as they are, the Mitchell shape is unmistakable as they formate into the Missing Man display line, overflying a ceremony to commemorate the Doolittle Raiders. And on the ground, the final survivor of these legendary crews, Dick Cole, Jimmy Doolittle's co-pilot, who, having survived both that raid, service in Burma and Korea, lived on until he was 103 years old.
The B-25 Mitchell earned its place in aviation history. From the snowy wastes of Russia to the steaming jungles of the Pacific, to the European theatre of operations, the B-25 Mitchell was there. The voices on the interphone inside the aircraft could be American, they could be Chinese, it could be Russian. It was a tribute to Dutch Kindleberger and the design team that the B-25 served so well and so reliably in so many theatres.
So this B-25 Mitchell came to us in 2017. It was originally part of the RAF Museum and based down at Hendon in London. We had to go through a bid process to put forward why we should receive it and what we would do with it and how we would keep it. And then all those bids were looked at by the RAF Museum, and seemingly the best bid was rewarded with the aircraft. Fortunately, we have a hangar the size big enough for a Lancaster, so it just needed a bit of manoeuvres inside and some changes of displays and things to enable us to fit it in along with the Mosquito and Lancaster. But with the size of the aircraft as it is, with it being a high wing, it actually helps us. We used to have a Dakota in the hangar, which is a very low wing. This is an awful lot easier to actually get in and manoeuvre around compared to the Dakota. So yeah, it's a big aircraft, but it's big in the right places for us.
So what's it like in terms of, you know, because I'm always going to ask this question, you know me. What's it like in terms of airworthiness? Come on, let's get into it. Come on,
yeah, when it was apart, we did a big survey on it, and it is capable of being made airworthy again.
Oh, really?
So it was. I'm going to say this. It's an obvious fact, but it was airworthy until it stopped flying.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it was literally just straight into a museum.
That's good.
So
that's
it's
good.
not been too badly tampered with. When it's been taken apart, it's been done quite sympathetically because it was moved to Hendon, and of course it moved from Hendon to here.
Yeah.
So the engines need replacing because with radials, with propellers hung on them, knackers the bearings in the back of it.
They're common as muck though.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
cyclones?
We found 2 out in Canada
Right.
that had been put into transport crates. So we
Nice.
bought those and sent those straight for overhaul rather than disrupting these.
Yeah.
We found somebody relatively local who had actually got some propellers in his garage. We
No
bought
way,
those.
really?
Yeah. We've been managing to buy up parts here and there, wheels and tyres and various things for her. The biggest problem we have is internally she was stripped out for the training that she did.
Yeah.
So we're looking for all the bomb aiming equipment and the rear turret, if you want to call it a turret, gun emplacement we need as well. So there's a few things we're trying to get hold of. I think the end goal really is to get her airworthy. Anything we're doing, we're allowing for airworthy being the final step.
Yeah.
So at the moment the engines are over at overhaul.
Right.
And they're taking as long as they're taking, so that gives us our time frame really. The cockpit's stripped out now for a complete paint strip and refurbishment.
Right.
So that'll be going back together relatively shortly. So yeah, we have a small team working on it. Obviously the Lancaster is the main push.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, it's just ticking along in the background.
For us, the interest is the B-25 used during Bomber Command operations before it went over to 2nd Tactical Air Force to clear the way for the D-Day invasions. So that's why it's really on topic for the centre here in our Bomber Command links. But this is a B-25J. So the earlier variants were what saw service with Bomber Command, but of course it was pretty much the same aircraft really, apart from a few different changes in the specs. It's a different ball game for us. So what we've found is Lancaster and Mosquito, British aircraft, we kind of know the suppliers to go to, what sort of things we're looking for. We're quite familiar with that sort of aircraft. When we go over to something like the Mitchell with American aircraft, a lot of the parts are sourced from America. There's only really 1 or 2 companies that specialise in this sort of aircraft. So we're using Aero Trader out in America quite a lot for their B-25 specialists. And all the engine work is all done over in America as well. So our spare engines are currently being overhauled by Anderson Aeromotive in the States. So yeah, we're getting a lot of friends over in the States where we've never really had to go over to the States for anything before.
one of the war's most successful tactical bombers. It was innovative in its concept back in the 1930s. It had a tricycle undercarriage, twin engines. It could carry ultimately a vast array of weaponry. They made 9,816 B-25 Mitchells, and it was a plane that surprised its designers because very quickly they realized that it could serve in a multiplicity of roles. Originally a tactical bomber, the idea was for tactical bombing altitudes typically about 12,000 feet. But when the Mitchells got to the Far East, and it was the first aircraft in Far East action, not the Doolittle raid, which we'll come to later, but the Royce mission, taking ex-Dutch Air Force B-25 bombers and using them in combat. And the B-25 was part of a shopping list by allies, by the British and by the French and by the Dutch, who were going into America knowing that they didn't have the European capacity to create the numbers of aircraft they would need. It was their purchasing commissions that went around America that helped inspire the development of the B-25 Mitchell to meet the needs of the Dutch, the French, the British, and ultimately, of course, to the US Army Air Corps, US Army Air Force, and it became a stalwart in the American infantry during the Second World War. The B-25 Mitchell will be forever associated with one famous raid, the Doolittle raid. B-25 Mitchell came to the fore because a raid was planned on the Japanese mainland. And it was a raid by a tactical bomber. So how could you make this tactical bomber into a strategic weapon? Well, in this case, you put it on an aircraft carrier. And they looked at the carriers available, they looked at the type of carriers, they looked at the type of aircraft. And their eyes fell upon the B-25. And they realized that it would be possible to take a B-25 and put it onto a carrier deck. The B-25 crews were selected and went into training landing on simulated carrier decks and taking off from simulated carrier decks. They knew they wouldn't be able to get the thing into land again. It would be a one-way ticket. And the raid was planned such that the Hornet and the Enterprise, with B-25s on the Hornet, they would go close enough to Japan to launch the B-25s, and then they would strike at targets in Japan. The idea being, of course, a boost to American morale. All the Allies had seen was bleak and dispiriting news coming out of the Far East. The task force got closer and closer to Japan. And then, unfortunately, some 600 odd miles away, it ran into a Japanese picket ship. That picket ship, before it was sunk, got off the message that there was an approaching force of enemy aircraft. The Japanese had been expecting it, but not feeling that it could succeed.
The Doolittle raid was a massive boost in morale for the American public. The surprise attack on Tokyo was something that they really felt good about, and they felt that this was going to be their war and they were going to fight a good fight.
We're hoping today that there will soon be a B-25 Mitchell gracing the skies from a British base. East Kirkby, Lincolnshire, home of Just Jane, the Lancaster, has recently acquired a B-25, and they are hoping that they can get that back up into the skies in tribute to the French and the British and Commonwealth and Allied Air Forces, as well as the US Army Air Force that flew that magnificent aircraft all those years ago.
So this aircraft at the moment came to us in a static condition. So we've put it together static again after doing a large survey on it. That survey is really to tell us whether it can be running again, whether it can fly again. And luckily for us, for the results from the survey show that it could quite easily fly again. So we're now working towards completing all the systems to get it running, with the end goal to get it taxiing and then potentially flying as well. So we'll breathe life back into it here, and it can operate here at East Kirkby alongside the Lancaster and Mosquito.
My brother got me excited about aviation. From there, you know, when you decide to do something, you jump in with both feet, or I do at least.
They wanted to do something more. The concept of building something wrapped around World War II aviation.
You know, I think that I've always wanted to build a museum.
From an early age, 6 or 7 years old, all I wanted to be is around these World War II airplanes.
It's amazing how much goes on behind the scenes here.
The museum as a whole is much more than the airplanes. Everything moves, it comes to life.
A learning environment that hopefully can engage everybody.
Telling the story of the people who were there.
And taking that time in our history, let's not do that again.
And I'm going to walk you through what we do every morning to bring the museum to life.
To see it and build it, and then I think in the last 2 years watch it actually blossom and flourish. Well, there's a lot of museums that are bigger, and I go, absolutely. I mean, there's huge museums, but they're not better.
I mean, you take these things that have been sitting out for 40 years in the elements or underwater, you restore them to flying condition using a fair amount of actual parts.
You know, my dad's business went from a couple of guys that were barely making it to a pretty proficient restoration shop, if not the #1 shop in the world, really.
We would say, hey, this is what we need to do, because if not, it's going to take us 6 years to build that project.
So it's quite a feat to restore these airplanes to flying condition. This has been fun. It's just been a discussion among friends.
The Huey had a multiplicity of roles in Vietnam. Smoke ships and sometimes then gunships, because you would need the guns from a Huey gunship to help protect the medevac Huey or the air mobility Huey. So this is a symbol of Vietnam. It's perhaps the most recognizable helicopter that there is. And that thump, 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 as Hueys came in, would signal salvation for many, and for others,
it would be too late. It would be a collection of bodies and body bags. There were some 7,000 of these operational with the US military in a whole range of types and jobs.
Before I moved back to Texas, I worked for Northwest Helicopters up there in Olympia, Washington. They're the parent company of the Olympic Flight Museum, and the boss, Brian Reynolds, is a real good friend of mine. And we had bought that Huey when I worked for Northwest, and it was out in Virginia, and we bought it sight unseen. Just had someone else's word on it. They loaded it on a trailer and brought it back to Washington. And I happened to be the one that took it off the trailer. I remember looking at it thinking, this is not quite what we had hoped it would be. And at the time, it's painted this hideous Marine Corps green, they call it. It's kind of it's a brighter green than what it is now. It's glossy, had a lot of antennas and electronics in it. And I just remember looking at it thinking, man, this is not very good. So Northwest took it, and they didn't fully restore it, but they put a lot of lower time components on it and did a lot of what you call an IRAN, inspect repairs necessary. And so Northwest Helicopters did that up there in Washington.
The refurbishment process of the UH-1 is very complicated. The entire process takes about 5,000 man-hours with our current system. What will happen is the helicopter will arrive here at our facility. We'll do a full-scale inventory, and then we will develop our plan as to what we're going to do. At that point, we will totally disassemble and strip the helicopter. After the helicopter is disassembled, it will go into our blasting facility, and this is where all of the paint is removed using walnut shells and high-pressure air. After that, we'll go into our inspection program. At that position, they will decide what repairs need to be done, what panels need to be replaced. And they will basically pull and replace sheet metal panels at will wherever the repairs are needed. They will manufacture or acquire all the parts they need to basically put the helicopter back into a new configuration.
They put it up for sale. And they didn't sell it right away, so they pulled it off the market, and the museum used it, and it got used in a lot of air shows and some TV shows and some stuff like that. And then they decided to put it back up for sale. And whenever the ride program opened back up again, to where you could sell rides into Huey, Doug had talked to me several years before, long before I worked here, about wanting to get a Huey, but we had to wait till the ride program so we could justify it. And so Mr. Cavanaugh wanted to get a Huey for the ride program, and it opened up, and Doug said, find me one, and I called Northwest, and they sent us the stuff, and I asked one of the mechanics up there, is a real good friend of mine, Ed Phillips, and he told us little Annie Fanny is the one he would take based off of component times and history. They were very truthful about it, and we looked at it, and Doug told Mr. Cavanaugh, this is it. It was about 40 degrees in Olympia when we took off. A third of the way to Idaho, I decided I'd had enough of freezing to death. When we landed in Boise, we went to the Walmart, and I bought a bunch of weather stripping and duct tape and cotton balls, and came back and patched up all the holes. They were all warm up in the front, but I had this turn of wind blowing through the side door because there's a gap you could throw a cat through over there.
Going over the Rockies at higher than we probably should have been, we were doing 75 knots indicated because your never exceed speed is reduced the higher you get. But we were showing 145 across the ground, 145 knots. So we were, instead of in the jet stream, we were in the helicopter stream, I think. But we ended up, the winds were so favorable, we stayed at 10,000 feet most of the way back home. And on the right side, the pilot side, the attitude indicator had been removed because it's old equipment, very hard to keep up, and it was a lot of weight, dead weight. So they just removed it. So all we had was airspeed, magnetic compass, and altitude to fly at that. And it's at that altitude, it's kind of hard to have a good reference point for your pitch and roll. But it makes you a better pilot. You get to scan.
But when we got to Denver, we just headed straight down. I mean, just got down as low as we could, as fast as we could. We stopped in Denver and got gas, and then continued on to a little town called Johnson, Kansas. And I think there's about 350 people in Johnson.
400 of them came out to see us.
There was 400 people showed up. So they were from surrounding towns and everything. And a guy tried to buy us lunch and everything. We didn't have time, so I was pumping gas while we're talking to people. And we took off and did a fly by to say thank you. Next morning we got up and we came down here, and the press met us when we landed here. It was about 17 and a half hours of flying time over 2.5 days, and landed here and promptly told everybody it worked fine and everything was great. And I swore I'd never get in it again, but there 148 hours later, we've flown it to 17 states now in a little over a year and a half. It's been a very dependable helicopter, other than that one flight home. And that was learning experience more than anything.
Tell us about the moments, if you can, the moments that have been so special to you.
Veterans.
Sure.
From the war.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't make it back. We've given veteran groups rides, and they all love it. Yesterday, a gentleman sat out there and told me how he could hear the rounds hitting the aircraft. I'm a Vietnam era veteran, just for the fact that I joined the Air Force on the official last day of the Vietnam era. Didn't even know it until I'd gotten out of the Air Force, but I respect all those guys.
The first time I saw it on the news, and then I only lived 50 minutes from here, and I went into tears, and I had to go see it. And I came over and had to touch her, and I cried for 2 days after that. And then I stayed pretty emotional. I mean, it's a bond. I have a bond with this helicopter. I finally got a flight on it. The weather and stuff kept it from off. And the first flight I took on it, we took off, and they let me sit in my gunner's seat. And the only difference, I didn't have my N60 in front of me, and I had to wear a seatbelt. We left ours loose. And then after I got off the aircraft, about 30 minutes later, I just broke down. And it's very emotional for me. And I still have a very heavy heart about everything. Well, it's been 52 years since I flew on it. And it's a UH-1 Huey. And I flew with the 117th Assault Helicopter Company. We basically flew for Green Beret recon teams, and we were attached to them. We'd go out in the field with them 3 months at a time, and we just did whatever they needed. We'd take them out, drop them off at last light, and pick them up at first light in the morning. They'd stay out in the jungle. The gunships, when we're flying those, you have M60 going, you have rockets usually going off, and then you got a minigun that's shooting on the side. A lot of activity. And sometimes I remember one of the pilots, he's deceased now, but he was a good pilot, and he'd fly real good. And he'd put on a little bit of Rolling Stones. And when we go into the LZ, of course, we could still communicate. And it was a lot of activity, all that going on at one time. The only thing you're thinking about is staying alive. Get in there, get out.
We're just looking over for any type of leaks or anything on the engine. Just a little story. One of the first times I was flying this thing, we got a bee right into the pitot tube, lost airspeed, flying along. All of a sudden we lost oil pressure. It's like, great, now I don't have airspeed or oil pressure. I was near an airport, kind of did a modified auto into it. Still had torque pressure, so that meant I still had some engine pressure. Made a landing in there and got out. The tower told us as we were coming in that we were smoking really bad. Hopped out. There was oil everywhere, and this line right up here had sheared off. And so we came in, replaced that, changed oil out, checked all the screens, checked the chips, ran it, sent an oil sample in, ran it again, flew it for a little bit around the airport, and did that several times till we were sure that everything was good, and then started flying it again. everything seemed to be good. And the engine was designed that in case they had damage, battle damage or anything like that, and lost a line, the oil inside the engine would continue to circulate and be able to keep the engine going for a while. So we were lucky. But we cleaned the engine bay all up after that, and since then, it's been a year or so, and it hadn't gotten any dirtier other than a little bit of grass and stuff in here. So the engines really stay pretty clean.
A few things about safety. We're going to load from the front. It sits 4 on the side, so if there's 4 of you want to sit together, or like I think we have 3 and 3, we can do that for you too. We'll walk directly to the nose of the aircraft and split off. We're not going to hot load this one because they haven't run today, so we'll just do it static. When you get into the aircraft, we use a commercial style seatbelt. If you've not ridden in a car since 1965, you put the clips together and then pull the straps on the side. I recommend you tighten the seatbelt pretty much barely breathing tight, because that way your body will move with the aircraft, and that queasy feeling, for those of you who don't do this a lot, will be gone. It'll take care of that. Any questions?
What does everybody feel about this flight? Who's excited? We're all excited. It's an amazing experience. We're on a WWII, one of 16,000 of them built. You can get the noise level now. This is an aircraft that epitomizes the Vietnam War.
On January 13, 1967, I joined the Army. I began flight school. I flew a helicopter on the very first day that you could fly a helicopter, and was sent to Vietnam almost immediately after graduation from flight school, making me likely the youngest helicopter pilot in Vietnam, at least when I arrived. Our whole flight school class was destined to go to Vietnam. This was 1967, the peak of the war. So we were sending troops as fast as we could, and doubling the size of flight schools, and we knew we were going to Vietnam when we got through flight school. So I thought I was going to Vietnam eyes wide open. I got to Vietnam, was sent to a replacement depot with thousands and thousands of people. We got selected for a unit. Mine happened to be a combat assault helicopter company based in Bien Hoa, which was the 3 Corps of Vietnam, near Saigon. A combat assault helicopter company is essentially a company of helicopters, 10 slicks, 4 gunships, and a smoke ship and a command and control ship fly together to provide support to the infantry. So we would pick up infantry troops and fly them into a landing zone where they would engage the enemy. And then at the end of the engagement, we'd come in and pick them up. One day in particular, I was flying the smoke ship. We had spotted a company of North Vietnamese regulars in the open with uniforms. We put the ground troops in. It was a company of Vietnamese Rangers, tough guys, to find these guys and engage them. Their advisor got battle fatigue, and he was medevaced out. The command and control helicopter came and got him and took him off to a hospital. We needed to bring a replacement in for him, and the ship bringing the replacement in landed, and I was tasked to fly a smoke run down alongside this single ship. And as I pulled up over the tree line, the gunship's called, he's been hit. And his helicopter jerked 90 degrees to the right and began to fly out of the landing zone, trailing all kinds of fluids. Hydraulic fluid, fuel, oil, it was a mess. He was shot up, had taken over 100 rounds. 3 of the crew members were gravely injured. The pilot was seriously injured. He had rounds through his foot. That's why his foot came off the pedal. That's why the helicopter jerked to the right. And he lifted up out of the landing zone. I came around behind him, pulled up underneath, and saw that he was about to lose his engine because fuel, he was leaking everything. And I called him and told him to land, and he got a call from the command and control ship, who was yet back on station, thinking he didn't need to land there because it was dangerous. There were enemy all over. And he told him, no, continue. I was arguing back and forth with the commander, no, he needs to set down, I can pick him up. And he said no, and he kept going. Turns out he wasn't hearing either of us because his radios were all shot out. His co-pilot was shot, and there was blood all over the instruments. His co-pilot was wiping the blood off the instruments so he could see to fly the helicopter. He was in shock because he had been shot in the leg, and he got about 800 feet in the air. I was right behind him when a puff of black smoke came out of his exhaust, meaning his engine had just quit. And he entered a left descending turn, 180 degrees, flared as he went through a triple canopy jungle with his rotor blades coned up about 45 degrees, going very slowly, disappeared underneath the triple canopy jungle and exploded a huge ball of JP4 fuel. Open area about 80 yards from where he went through the jungle. And I headed for that to set down to see if we could find if there were any survivors. I really didn't think there were going to be, but we had to try. It was short final downwind to land in that landing zone over gross weight. And because we had the smoke tank full of smoke and all the ammunition, my crew chief and door gunner both said, "Sir, should we jump before I hit the ground?" And I said yes, and they both jumped from the helicopter with their M60 machine guns. I don't know how they didn't break their legs, but they softened the blow because I lost that 300 pounds between the two of them, probably 400 pounds of weight. Still had a bit of a hard landing. We landed. They left immediately, dropped their guns, and headed into the woods to the wreckage. The helicopter exploded, but it slid forward, and the ball of flame was behind him, blew the windshield out. He had broken his leg in the crash. His other leg was shot. He opened his harness and went through the windshield and fell in front of the chin bubble of the airplane, and he was lying underneath, protected from the flames. When our crew chief and door gunner got to him, they had gone over bunkers, enemy bunkers that were empty, thankfully, to get to him. And they dragged him back. We lost the other 3 crew members in the crash. They burned up in the fire. After we pulled him out, took him to the hospital, my door gunner and crew chief were stripped naked from going through the brush. They came out with no shirts, no pants, and their underwear with their boots. The brush was so thick that it just tore their clothes off. They were in such a hurry to get to him, get him out. I got home that night, exhausted. I think I'd flown 12 hours. Walked into the company commander's office and said, "Tomorrow, I'm a gunship pilot. I'm done doing this." And he agreed.
You don't know what fear is until you experience this. I'm telling you.
I knew that airplane inside and out.
The most produced American military airplane in history. 18,188 of them were built.
Everybody wanted to be a pilot, but we had to have bombardiers and navigators.
The Liberator went on, of course, to become the great strategic U.S. Army Air Force bomber.
Now, this is your place. This is where you'll serve America best. Young men of America, your future's in the sky. Your wings are waiting.
The first day we were there, of course, we were unpacking and making preparations. And that night there was an air raid.
Once you see England, that's when all the chatter starts. That's when the gunners start yapping. Did you see that? Did you see that? I had 2 waist gunners. One was 17 and the other one was 18. He came up to me and said he was praying all the whole time.
We realized that this is not all going to be fun.
My father flew the B-24 out of Italy. His plane crashed May 29th, 1944. I was like 2 months old when he died.
I think that there are men and women who have served our country and they fought and died for our country. I think this airplane is a testament to them. I'm just the one privileged enough to get to sit in the seat and actually recreate what they did for our country.
In every conflict, there is always an unsung hero, like the Hurricane in the Battle of Britain. The B-24, the Liberator, is regarded as the silent partner in the United States Army Air Force daylight campaigns against Germany. Made in greater numbers than the B-17 Flying Fortress, able to carry a greater bomb load further than its better-known counterpart, over 18,000 examples rolled off the production lines.
It was a 10-man airplane. It was big. It was almost like a little house. There was 2 decks, a lower deck with a bombardier, the navigator, and I was down there. Up above was a pilot and co-pilot that drove the plane, And behind them was the engineer. He had a turret all of his own, and he was the engineer. And then there was 2 waist gunners in back, and then we had Jimmy in the tail.
The B-24, it flew longer missions, flew higher, flew faster, carried more bombs than the B-17, but it was kind of forgotten. The B-24 served all over. It served in the Pacific, it served in Africa, it served in Europe. The Canadians used them, the British used them, the Americans used them. It was an allied airplane. It wasn't just used by one group. It's a very well-traveled machine.
The B-24 was a slightly later aircraft. It first flew in 1939, 4 years or so on from the B-17. It had the high aspect ratio Davis wing, which would be both a benefit and a handicap in its life. The Liberator almost didn't exist because at the beginning of the war, the American authorities approached Consolidated to build B-17 Flying Fortresses. Reuben Fleet, the president of the company, and some of his executives went off to have discussions and then decided that they would come up with their own bomber. Hence the Model 32, the B-24 Liberator.
By 1939, a decision had been made, and the prototype, the XB-24, was ordered on the provision that it flew before the end of the year. As confident as Consolidated were with the design, actually getting the prototype into the air proved trying. The concept was simple, but the engineering advanced, and she finally took to the air with just 2 days left on the deadline.
The disadvantages of the Davis wing and the B-24 in the European theatre of operations were undoubtedly its inability to fly as high as the B-17. The B-17 comfortably above 25,000 feet. The Liberator got very mushy. The aircraft became more unstable at the higher altitudes. The B-17 was the more rugged of the 2 aircraft in that particular operating theatre.
But the Liberator came into its own in the Far East because of its range. And they built 19,000 B-24s compared to 12,000 B-17s.
The earliest Liberators were bound for France, and after the fall of the country, French orders were transferred to the RAF, who were struggling to develop a modern long-range bomber. The earliest examples, the A model, had a simple glazed nose with a single machine gun. Ironically, RAF Liberators started flying west rather than east as a critical long-range component in coastal command. The best-known surviving example, Diamond Lil, is also one of the oldest.
Diamond Lil started out as a B-24A. She was laid out as a B-24A with an American serial number. It was never actually on the airplane. The French purchased the airplane and then it was going to be completed as a French bomber. The Germans overran them. The British took all the French orders for Consolidated aircraft. So the airplane ended up being an LB-30, which is nothing more than the British designation for a B-24A. Basically, the only differences were the radios were British radios and they had a different caliber machine guns. The other minor differences, like with the way the heaters worked and all, but essentially it was the same airplane.
Perhaps an unsung or almost forgotten activity of the B-24 was its first introduction to combat, not by the US Army Air Force, but by the RAF. And the Liberator made a significant contribution to the victory in the Battle of the Atlantic. And during the course of the Second World War, Liberators sunk more U-boats than any other Allied aircraft. An amazing feat.
because of the Liberator bridging that Atlantic gap, the U-boats were forced to stay submerged. That meant, as they were submerged, they were less effective. They could not travel as far or as fast. Out of that victory, there would have been no D-Day, no Overlord, because the supplies would never have got across the Atlantic.
The Liberator's high wing left the fuselage uncluttered and ideal for cargo, and the RAF quickly deployed the type as a ferry and logistics aircraft, stripped of guns and armour. It also served, bizarrely, with BOAC as a civilian transport, serving the Middle and Far East.
At Ford's Willow Run, near Detroit, manpower shortage had early become a problem. From its overworked, trackless trains to its assembly line, the need for workers had risen sharply. And Willow Run, the world's largest plant producing a single item, the B-24, had a goal of 1 bomber an hour, a goal impossible to reach with manpower alone.
With so many able-bodied men joining the war effort, that left a massive shortage of workforce in the aircraft factories. So during the Second World War, Roosevelt's answer to that was encouraging women to sign up to work in the aircraft factories. Obviously, this wasn't going to be suitable for everyone. Many women had children, they had other jobs to do, so they actually did different things to encourage them to join. So they set up bus services to help them get to and from the factories, they set up childcare facilities, and many of them enjoyed it so much that they stayed on after the war and continued with their jobs in the factories.
What's really interesting at North American is they were kind of evolved on the subject. They were a little ahead of their peers in the aircraft manufacturing industry in terms of bringing women in. Certainly they were ahead of Ford in terms of thinking of what women's capabilities could be on an assembly line. But what's really interesting is we've come to know Rosie the Riveter as this pop culture icon and this person who built airplanes during the war as being a sort of character type. It's fascinating to me that even at peak employment, women only really made up between 31 and 39% of the workforce in aircraft factories around the United States.
Ford pays tribute to the women whose help made it possible, to American women everywhere, whose valor on the industrial front has sped the day of victory. Staunch were our modern women as they answered their country's call, and in the uniform of the WWII and other services, released thousands of men for duty at the front.
By 1941, the US government realised that simply leaving B-24 production as a private concern would not fulfil the sheer volume of aircraft that were required. Thus, the Liberator Pool Programme was formed, with subcontractors not making components but entire aircraft. This meant in total there were 5 manufacturing bases: Ford at Willow Run, Consolidated at San Diego and Fort Worth, Douglas in Tulsa, and North American south of Dallas.
An announcement in October of 1942 tells the Liberator men they are now the 2nd Bombardment Wing, early predecessor of the 2nd Air Division.
That was my first flight, so I don't know what to think. So here we take off. After we get past the channel, then you start climbing. You put your oxygen mask when you get 10,000 feet, and you keep climbing. You get to the IP, which is the initial point. Prior to that, you're loose. You're flying loose, not close. But the IP to the target is when the lead tells you, okay, tuck it in, get your planes close, so you get a good bomb pattern down there. Now remember, you're getting close, and you're flying steady, and no maneuvers. You're sitting ducks up there with the yak-yak. And sure enough, we were close to the front. As soon as we got near the target, here comes these shells.
So the average age of the aircrews operating the B-24s was between about the ages of 18 to 24. And then the ground crews went slightly older, so they could go from anything to about 20 years old right up to 40 plus years old with some of the older and more experienced crew chiefs.
We had the sheep line suits just like the enlisted men on the airplane. And we had the sheep line boots, so, and We just stayed. If it rained, and it did a lot, but that was a normal thing to expect. Now, some of the crew chiefs built a little hut down by their airplane and put a little heater in there and used surplus oil, and some of them stayed in those huts rather than go back to the barracks. It gets warmer in there because our barracks only had one coke-fired stove right in the center. Unless your cot was by that stove, you had to use all of your blankets to keep warm.
We lived in Nissen huts. We had 2 crews of officers, 8, to a Nissen hut, which is, we call it a Quonset hut. Concrete floor. The British had a coke stove, which was about 12 inches across, and the coke ration was 1 wheelbarrow load of coke per hut per week. Well, that might give you about 2 hours of heat if you were clustered around that.
You adjusted to what you needed to do. In the summertime, it was nice because the days were long and it was daylight for a long time. Wintertime, we had to use a flashlight a lot to see what we were doing, making changes.
So many of these young airmen had probably never left their home states, never travelled outside of the US, so to suddenly find themselves here in the UK, thousands of miles from home, away from family and friends, they found it really, really difficult. Obviously, you've got the main difference being the temperature and the climate here in England compared to some of the southern states in the US. It was a cold, penetrating damp that a lot of them have never experienced before. And it was so different that when they first arrived in England, when they came off the troop ships and the aircraft, when they landed in the UK, they were actually given guidebooks to tell them a little bit about England, how to act and everything else, because we also were very different in the way, in race as well. We were a much older country, we've been here for a lot longer, but we were also very behind the times, especially here in rural East Anglia. It was very difficult when they first arrived, and they had to overcome those differences quite quickly.
As the Second World War moved on in 1942-43, there were 3 main air divisions in the UK. The 2nd Air Division, based primarily around Norwich, Norfolk, England, was a B-24 Heartland.
The first day we were there, of course, we were unpacking and making preparations. And that night there was an air raid. We realized that this is not all going to be fun. We always thought they'd come back, but on the very first mission, which was to Berlin, 2 airplanes of my squadron didn't come back. And so that night we knew that, you know, this is real business over here. It's not just training flights.
You don't know what fear is until you experience this, I'm telling you. We're flying off this guy's wing and he gets a direct hit. And after that, we drop our bombs, but we carried 6,000 pounds. The B-17 carried 5,000 pounds.
And now the heavy bombers are soon to be stood down. On the first mission in 1942, 20 liberators reached their target and dropped 50 tons of bombs.
There was a real sad day that happened too at our base. One morning very early, probably about 5 o'clock, there was a massive boom. Shook everybody. We'd been down to the revetment, but there was a big ball of fire right at the end of runway 27, and we were located near there. It had 7 1,000-pound bombers, and it's reported they pulled up too soon and it stalled and crashed right at just near the end of the runway. Of course, no one survived that. Some of the bombs exploded too, so it was a big crater. But I went over later that morning to see what happened. And of course it had already been, they thought they'd cleaned up everything. But another fellow and I picked up a piece of aluminum that was about 3 foot square. and under it was a torso, no arms, no legs, just a parachute harness. I couldn't forget that for a long, long time.
So my phone rings, I answer it. Hey, Shep, what's happening? He says, Doug, I crashed the airplane. I mean, it's kind of funny listening now, but it obviously wasn't funny at the time. I said, what do you mean? What airplane? He said, I crashed the Red Tail. I landed with the gear up. You what? I landed with the gear up. And in the background, I hear these sirens. And I said, where are you at? He said, I'm sitting in the airplane. And you crashed it? He said, yes. And those are sirens coming? He said, yes. I said, get out of the airplane. Call me back.
That's always an unfortunate thing, and you can be flippant and say you had a bad day at the office or what have you. And one of the things we do is when we fly these aircraft, we take it very seriously, and we take the not only the honor to be able to fly it very seriously, but operating the aircraft in a safe manner very seriously as well. And that day is one of those days that we say often your bucket was full or you had a helmet fire, as we say in the pilot world. And operating that aircraft that day is just one simple check that takes 22 seconds to actuate had gone wrong. It had gone wrong for my operational skills, and I paid the price for it.
He had landed the airplane with the gear up, pure and simple. And nobody feels worse about it than Shep. And, we never make fun of people, at least I never make fun of people who have done that, because it's the old there but for the grace of God go I. To err is human, and he made an error. But I think what's really amazing in Shep's case was from the get-go, he owned it. Shep stepped up from the get-go. He explained it. He took responsibility for it. And, that's a big deal.
Well, when you have an aircraft such as the, Red Tail P-51, and as much as I fly that aircraft over the previous years to it, as much as I'm in tune to that aircraft as one of my own, I baby that aircraft, I take care of that aircraft, I nurture that aircraft, I'm with that all the time. So to have something that close to your heart and soul, to put yourself in that position, but put that inanimate object in that position you care so dearly about, for lack of better terms, it was close to being a shock. I was in utter disbelief. How could it be me? Why would I not do that? I know this aircraft. I know my checks. I know the system of the aircraft. How could I possibly have done this? And you go through that, self-defecation, beating yourself up over it, but then also you have the tug of dealing with an emergency issue. You have to rely on your training and stuff. So I recognize that we're in an emergency situation. Not only do you have to recognize that, I still have a job to do to save the aircraft as best I can and make sure I save life, limb, and property as well. So going into that kind of ice mode and making sure you're doing whatever the balance of the checks and things are to make sure the aircraft arrives safely on the ground, that you kind of go into that mode as well. And that's where I kind of rely on that training when you're trying to find some way to not justify, but it's trying to make rational of what happened, that, hey, I'm happy to be here, I can recover from this, and what have you. That rise above sort of stick-to-itiveness, where I hope that starts to kick in a positive sense. You realize where it could have been, and that's one of those things you do have to fight, over to this day. You recant the accident or incident inside your head and what you could have, should have, would have done differently, and that tape definitely plays on a regular basis.
Arrived here, and of course it had been in a landing incident, and so the bottom of the airplane was pretty well damaged, and really the front end of the airplane around the engine and cowling was pretty well beat up. We had to make a lot of the parts on the cowling and cowl formers and some pretty complicated parts. Of course, those standard accidents like that, they never seem to damage the simple parts. It's always the complex parts that get damaged. We have a relatively young average age around here. It's probably, it could be under 40 years old actually, which in our industry is pretty young. And so We have a large appreciation for the vintage and old techniques, and we really appreciate that, and we have a large interest in that. But we also have an appreciation and interest in modern technology, and because of our age, we're able to embrace that and employ modern technology to either replicate or accelerate the process that was used during World War II, because preserving that process and that finished part and what it looked like is really important to us, and we know it's important to our customers.
Well, this is the radiator scoop on the Mustang, and it's an incredibly complicated part. It's got all kinds of compound curves in it. This up here, you can just see, I mean, the amount of aluminum stretching that has to occur to build that part's phenomenal.
One of the things we do is we'll take and splash a fiberglass template off of an original part, and then when we have a new piece of metal, we'll put that on the new piece of metal, and that tells us exactly where to trim it out, because that's one of the problems with fitting complicated sheet metal parts is knowing where to trim it out, because if you trim it out off center a little bit, you'll end up with a wrinkle or
another piece of scrap.
Yeah, another piece of scrap. So we're making actually all the parts for a header tank, and we're able to repair these header tanks and essentially build them from scratch. The header tanks are a pretty important part on the Mustang, and they have a lot going on, as you can see.
So these are the swirl tubes, right? And their purpose is to...
So the hot coolant is coming out of the head, and you can see just by the shape of this,
yeah,
the coolant is going to spin in here naturally, and then it's going to go this way. As it's spinning, actually the air, you can see it on this side, is going to float to the top, of course, and be able to come down this tube, and then the air then comes out of this tube and floats to the top, and that's how the air is extracted. So the coolant level is here.
Yeah, there's the filler right here.
Yep, all the coolant that's in here would have the air removed from it.
Yep.
So by the Venturi effect down here, it's going to suck that non-aerated coolant through the engine. In fact, it's interesting because the very first, if you look at the drawings, the very first header tanks that they put on a Merlin-powered Mustang were wide open in here. They didn't have this tube assembly, much like an Allison-powered Mustang. Or any other Allison-powered engine for that matter. And so they realized they were having an issue with air in the coolant system, and so they came up with this scroll type system. This is an original North American tailwheel assembly. They're made out of magnesium, so steel parts pressed into magnesium obviously
dissimilar metal corrosion. Yeah. You built this part?
Yeah.
Out of magnesium?
No, we considered it, but we made it out of billet, yeah.
And how many other parts are left up in there? There's a big casting up there that attaches the airframe, right?
Yeah, there's another casting similar on top.
Is that magnesium as well?
It is magnesium as well. For some reason, it doesn't have as much problems as this one does, probably because this one is more in the elements, I would say.
If you think about how much work's been done to this airplane and how bad it was hurt, it hasn't been nearly as long as one might think. It's really come together really, really well and really quickly. What really caused the wheels to come off the wagon was the airplane veered off the runway as it was slowing down, and as the prop got into the dirt, rather than sliding on the pavement, the coefficient of friction between aluminum and concrete is considerably lower than the coefficient of friction between aluminum and dirt. So as the propeller got into the dirt, it dug, and that broke the front of the gear reduction off the front of the engine. And then the propeller went underneath the airplane, and one of the prop blades went through a gear well. And so that put a bunch of damage into the bottom of the wing, which was much greater damage than you would normally expect to see on a traditional gear up.
We had the manpower and the processes to get it done quick.
Well, and the parts are here. You guys have access, either have them in stock or have access to the parts. You know, you got Eric on the phones and on the internet rounding stuff up before you need it, and that makes a huge difference. This is the second time I've flown this airplane on the first flight out of a restoration, and this one is not nearly as big of a project as last time, and not nearly as emotional. You know, the last time I flew it, the guy that flew it before me was Don, and he perished in it, and so that was a very emotional day, and his son Ben was there to watch it fly. You know, this is a lot more workmanlike here. This is, you know, the airplane's obviously had a lot of work to it, but I have a lot of confidence in the folks that have worked on it. I'm not too concerned about it. You know, the danger in flying old airplanes is you get all hyped up. You say, well, it's a first flight. We really got to be careful. The reality is you need to be prepared for a problem every time you get in the airplane. And if you take that approach to it, then this is just another flight. And that's the way we're going to approach it. And we're going to look forward to a normal flight with a normal landing. As it should be. It was just a pretty nominal flight. I mean, we just got some temperatures to tweak, and there's no way to do that without flying them. They're going to do some fit and finish work on it, but all in all, the airplane ran very well. You know, the engine, I think, is smoother than it was before. It's got different gears up front, so maybe these gears fit better in the old ones. I don't know, but it just ran flawlessly, so I'm really happy and ready to get it back out on the road for another season, telling the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and inspiring young people.
Congratulations, man.
I don't know whether you guys realize it or not, but there ain't another shop in the country that could have turned this airplane in this time. And you know, and not only that, we knew what your capabilities were. And last February, when we were hauling it home, Eric and Mark and Dave and I all took a piece of paper and we wrote down a date, and we all wrote down money, and we compared our money, and the dates were all within a month of each other, and the money was within 150,000. And we made our date. The dates went from Thanksgiving to New Year's, and the money was at the low end of everybody's number, and that's a tribute to, you know, the work you guys do here. It's incredible, and you're you know, changing this business in a big way. And on behalf of the CAF and the Red Tail Squadron, I just want to say thank you for getting us back on the road next spring, because otherwise we'd have missed another summer. Thank you.
Everybody just did a great job, and like Doug said, you know, and I agree. I don't know if anybody else could have done what we did. That's awesome. It feels good. I can tell everybody feels good too. So.
So really the whole bottom of the airplane, the doghouse, the lower cowl, parts on the side of the wingtip, those were all ground down to bare metal, and they were completely refabricated out of brand new metal. We didn't have to strip those parts. Unfortunately, we didn't want to paint half the airplane. We wanted to paint the whole airplane. So we stripped it all down to bare metal and start over from scratch from the paint perspective. The airplane is thoroughly disassembled. Every piece that can come off the airplane, not stuff that's riveted together, but pieces that come off for inspection, and further than that, all the gear doors, we disassemble all of the pieces around the radiator housing, around the butterflies. All those pieces are removed, seals, composite parts, plastic parts, anything that's affected by the stripper is protected, and then a hydrogen peroxide based, environmentally friendly paint stripper goes on and pretty much takes the majority of the paint off. Then all of those pieces, all of that substrate has to go through a surface prep process where we get the remaining portion of the paint off and put the right amount of sanding scratch into the metal. You know, too fine of a scratch, paint doesn't like to stick to that. Too coarse of a scratch, it ruins the finish quality. So there's the right blend. 180 to 220 grit sanding scratch is really the surface that we want to get all of the aluminum to. Right here where that old Zeus fastener was, we want to make sure that that's smooth and leveled in.
Yep, still got
Yeah,
going around.
little spot there around the rest of them. So all of these panels were painted first with the green primer, then applied the surfacing primer. Then we put, and then again, we're going to sand that surfacing primer and bring that to a super smooth surface. We actually put a dry powder, a guide coat on here that allows us to see, we can start to see that orange peel start to come out. And I'm actually, with those few strokes, you can start to see where now you got the hills and the valleys, removing, keep on sanding to the point where we know we have a nice, flat, trued surface. The Warbird has all of these rivets and spot welds and this texture that's in here. It's desirable to have that showing through the finish at the end of the process. So we have to be careful not to put too much surfacing primer on here to fill all these. In the end, we want to see this rivet row of flush rivets, and this rivet row of protruding head rivets is desirable to see all of that. This is a gram scale. It goes down to 1/100th of a gram, which is pretty sensitive. So this is how much by weight we're going to put in of these different components to make the red. So we're shooting for 315.9 grams. Right on the money. And that's how we make T51 red paint. Any of our projects, particularly something like this, our favorite day in the shop is delivery day. When the customer walks in and he looks at the airplane, he says, I can't even believe that that's my airplane. It's the reward. It's why we do this job.
It's a story that resonates with all Americans. Why does a farm kid from Iowa respond so well to a Tuskegee Airman? And the answer is because as a 10-year-old kid in school, had I told my teachers that my dream was to fly most of the significant bombers and fighters and transports of World War II, they would have said, you know, that's a really nice thought, Dougie. You just do real good in math and science and you'll be a farmer just like your daddy. But it's, you know, I did. I set out with this target on the wall and this desire to fly airplanes. A story about hope and opportunity. That's what they wanted, was an opportunity to fly and fight for a country that didn't want them. And with hard work, focus on a goal, believing in themselves, never giving up, and being ready to win, they did it. And they changed the world.
I think, as in many children, we always remember as children what the Fokker triplane looks like, and I built little models when I was a child. And then I was really doing a lot of parachuting, so I was in planes a lot. And always I find planes quite scary, because when you parachute jump, you really, when you come to the height of about 300 meters, it's quite nice. You relax a little bit, because when the plane fails, you can always make an emergency jump. I think, if I'm really honest to myself, the reason why I learned flying and why I did my private pilot license, because I wanted to build and fly the Fokker triplane, because I do remember that I've actually bought the rights to build the plane before I passed my private pilot test. And I was never really admitting it to myself, but I think that's where I was coming from. I had to see that there are English pilots building the German triplane, and that encouraged me to build one as well. For example, if I would have been here on my own, I would not have done it. But I've seen there are 2 or 3 other English pilots building a German plane, a German triplane, the most iconic plane I think there is. That showed me that there's a fascination about that, which is not wrong. And that's why I think this is fantastic to do, because I always wanted to do one, and I found it so I wouldn't say easy, but so accommodating that here in England, people have got a long tradition of building their own aircraft, and you are given the facility to go along. For example, in Germany, it would be so difficult to build your own triplane without many problems, and I was so fascinated by it. That's why I think it's not a dream, I can make it come true. If you decide to build it, you have to first get plans. And the most famous person who drew nice plans up or drawings is Ron Sands from America, who's not with us anymore, but his son, Ron Sands is also his name. He sells them. So what you do, you actually contact America and buy the plans. You have to sign that you're not going to build more than one. That's an American legal issue. But then you buy these plans, and they're really good. They're really big drawings of A1 size, or A0 even, very detailed, and they give you good ideas and tell you exactly how to build a plane, what you need. I mean, they're also, of course, in American, that's why they're quite good, just to, they measure in inches, which is then easier to use here in England. And these plans are fantastic. I mean, I've got certain skills, as you know, you just do certain things like at home, refurbishing, but I always was quite keen just to do some work with my hands, with my casting, for example. And then you ask people, can you show me how to do this? Or you just read about it, and suddenly you get all these skills you just didn't have before. And of course, with my surgical skills I've got as well, they're just that helps a great amount. So, and then suddenly you just develop all these skills, and you can just build your own planes. This is the wing. I've just completed the middle wing. You can see it's all the wood structures here, and the middle part, the most important part, is the spar. There's a picture when Tony Fokker had all these people standing on the spar to show how strong it is. So the spar goes all the way from one end to the next, so it's not interrupted. The spar is is thicker in the middle because it needs to carry more weight, and the more it gets to the end, the thinner it is. So you can see all these structures are basically attached to the spar. Every rib, for example, is then put in one by one along the spar and then fixed in a certain position. What you also can see, the leading edge here is where the wing meets the wing. This is quite thin plywood, about 1.5 millimeter. And you can see plywood usually is quite straight, but this is now almost 180 degrees bent. So this was quite a challenge for me to shape that plywood into the shape it needs to be. And to do that, you have to take a plywood sheet, cut it into the correct size, and then you have to wet it. You have to leave it in the water for almost a day, so it really soaks all the water up. And then once the next day, when it's all soaked up, you take the spar and fold it round the wing and fix it in place so it's actually just in the way it should be, and then you leave it for about a day or two to dry, and then afterwards, quite magically, when you take all the straps off, the plywood then stays in the shape you have created it. So it's very interesting how they even did this in the First World War. They have done this exactly the same way, and I find it absolutely amazing how nicely the plywood stays in that shape, because we know all the wings were all done with wood. They didn't use any metal, so all this is wood. Because of that, this was a very vulnerable structure in the First World War. Turn my hand around. Okay, I've got it. Yes, the ribs, there are so many when you look at the wings, because they're all more or less shaped very similarly. So you have to then make a template, and you put the template on the plywood and cut it out, and you have to do it again and again and again, because you've got so many ribs to do. So that probably took me about 6 months just to cut the wood out. This rib is for the lower wing I want to do, and as you can see, there are holes in the ribs because they were not daft in the First World War. They wanted to save weight, but the holes, they do not make the wings any weaker. So I think it's a very clever construction. Well, you do enjoy it. There are episodes when you've got so much work and you think, oh gosh, another rib, another 30 ribs to do, another cut here. But I think overall, the more and more you do, you really start to enjoy it. It's just because you can't really switch off. When you do these things, you always have to remember, for example, when I work and I come home at 6 o'clock, 6:30, I think, oh, what about the wings? What about this part? What about that part? So you go back in the garage and do things. You always have to think about this. You have to plan ahead. If you don't, you will never finish it.
Just moved on the top rail. I didn't realise it was going to move. No, so the wing needs to go forward.
That's it, keep coming down.
Keep coming down.
Yeah, you're alright, you've cleared the pain.
A lot of welds. So each one of those welds has to be individually inspected to make sure that it's a sound weld, that there are no cracks or corrosion in any of the welds. What we try and avoid is people killing themselves. And so it's very important that an aircraft has been thoroughly inspected during the build process to make sure that the right materials have been used, that it's been assembled correctly, and that at the end of the day, the aircraft stands a good chance of actually flying. In this particular case, some of the work done on the back of the airplane was done by a specialist welding firm, and when we measured the rudder, we found that it was 2 inches smaller than it should be. So that had to be corrected, which it was, but it's an example of why it's important to check the actual finished aircraft against the drawings to make sure it conforms.
I was building the plane, and over the years, my son suddenly said, well, there's actually a way you can buy the title Baron, which is from Zealand, which is out of the English territory, and they've got a royal family. So I thought, for fun and for my aircraft, I buy the title Baron or Baron. So I'm actually, officially, my title is Baron Peter von Brüggemann, which is nice, but I wouldn't use it for anything else like credit cards. It's just for fun, and it's going to be on my plane. So I'm actually, my patients already, they're calling me the Red Baron or the Flying Doctor, because they also see the fun in it. Because we had to really stop it from falling down on the floor. One of the cotton bands broken off, but I mean, this is quite easy to repair really. So we need to do some rib stitching because of my surgical techniques and things I learned being a surgeon. They can come in very handy using instruments, tying knots, and I've got here, you can probably see it, this is a surgical needle holder. A needle goes in there, and you use the forceps on the other side. And in the surgical world, you, for example, would hold a needle holder not like this. You learn as a surgeon to start with. You hold it in your ring finger, because when you work like this, you've got always your other 3 fingers to work with. So the surgical technique, which is very handy. I start on the bottom.
Talking about the DR1 and building it, Peter's building 1, Fokker contributed to the output of some 45,000 plus aircraft made by Germany in World War I. And the Fokker DR1 was a small portion of that. It numbered 320 aircraft. So it went into production, but for a fairly short period of time. The first ones suffered from structural failure because the top main plane failed. It was then discovered that the adhesive was not good enough, that the linen was not good enough, because a linen will allow ultraviolet rays through, and that's one of the most deadly things for a fabric aircraft. And you can then get mould, you can get saturation, you can get deterioration in the wing structure, and then hence structural failure. All of this has to be considered by somebody rebuilding an aircraft.
Yes, of course, they said Irish linen. There was Irish linen what they've used in those days. You can, of course, use Irish linen, but I'm not sure whether that would be very safe. Now we've got other material like Cessonite, for example, which many of the other aircraft are covered, for example, the Tiger Moth. But there's a very good product I'm using now is Oratex. Oratex is from Germany as well. It's been around for quite a few years now and is actually approved by the CAA and the LAA that you can use it to build certain aircraft. So it's very strong. I actually find it, once you use it and you just learn how to use it, it's extremely good to put on and to work with. We've just done rib stitching on the ribs, so now we have to cover the ribs on the stitching, the cotton thread with pink tape to protect it from stress on the outside. So all I do, I just put the baking paper to protect it over it, and just then put my iron on it to attach the Oratex on the rib, and also with heat and with pressure. So with 2 things you just allow the adhesive to set. And again, it's quite nice how nicely the Oratex move in the heat. And wrinkles you create, you think, oh, I never get rid of that wrinkle there. But when you apply heat for long enough without burning it, it's going to look very nice.
Here we have a Tiger Moth wing, very similar in construction to the Fokker triplane. The basic fabric, Irish linen, had so many problems that the industry has developed over the last 50 years man-made fabrics, and today the integrity of the material is beyond doubt. But I'll show you now, this is Irish linen. And the problem with Irish linen was that initially, if you put it on the structure, it would sag. So there was an introduction of a variety of dopes that tautened the material. And that gave it a measure of protection, but unfortunately never protects it against UV. So there was always an element of deterioration. Right? That is the downfall of Irish linen.
So this is the last wing I have to do. I've done all the other ones. I've done the top one and the lower wing. So this is the middle wing, and I'm now almost at the end of it. So what you can see here, this is how the wing should look like. It's nice and smooth. So this is the what the Oratex looks like originally. You can see I've also done rib stitching. They just, of course, go all the way to the other side and back. And eventually, when this is all nice and smooth, we're going to have a pink tape, as you can see over there, and on the other side. So that's why I want to start putting the heat gun on. So just start over here. I have to look into light and we just apply the heat gun. Now use the thermometer to see what the temperature is. Because if it gets too hot, it will just burn. You can probably see now it starts to get smooth. It's getting nice and smooth.
Yeah, well, there's not much protection from being fired at in these aeroplanes. You've just got a thin linen covering the airframe, so the bullets will just go straight through those. There's no armour plating. You've got a fuel tank in front of you, so an incendiary bullet through that and you'd be a flaming wreck. It must have been quite terrifying.
In Germany, when you grow up like I did, you never really talk about the past. Not as such as, for example, here you see all these TV programs and history. My grandfather did this, my grandfather did that. In Germany, you just don't, because you are told that's something you don't talk about. But amongst the family, we do talk about things. I remember that my aunt told me that she says that some of my relatives actually served in the Luftwaffe in the First World War. But that's all we really talked about. We didn't really bring up any details. Even the pictures we used to have, they just suddenly disappeared somewhere. Remember, for example, my grandfather, my mother told me he used to be a lorry driver in the war. And he was captured by the British forces, and he was a prisoner of war in England. My other grandfather, on my father's side, he used to be a dentist. This is what you can see is his German medical thesis he did in 1935. And you can see his picture here when he was drafted into the military in 1940, and he worked as a dentist at the military hospital in Oslo, in Norway. Unfortunately, he developed appendicitis in Oslo in the military hospital, and he died. It's quite sad, really, but just for me to honor his name, I wanted to have this in my surgery. This is the Oratex cover, and this is called, I think they come in 6 or 7 colors, but this one is called Fokker Red, and you can see why, because Fokker's plane was red, so that's why it's quite distinguished. It's a Fokker Red. There are quite a few triplanes around here in the country. They are not red, because originally there was only one red triplane in the world, which was Manfred's plane. But because I've got some of my relatives were in the Fliegertruppe in the First World War, so I think if anybody's got a really right to have a red plane, I think it should be me, really. So for me there was never really a question to have a nice, bright red triplane.
Von Richthofen's aircraft was equipped with Spandau machine guns. I think the technical term would be 0815s for them. Twin machine guns firing around 500 rounds a minute. They were there, bluntly, to kill, to help the army by using that superiority to lift the lid off the enemy's movements through aerial reconnaissance.
In the drawings are also the drawings for the guns, the size, and you can make them. But now we have these fire mechanism, and that works with oxygen and propane gas. It sounds a bit strange with propane and in the aircraft when you fly. Is it safe or not? But it is actually.
This is a replica MG0815 I built, and in it is an LPG gunfire system. In a nutshell, I'm injecting oxygen and propane into a cylinder with a spark plug, and it makes a lot of noise. Can't actually fire anything, but makes the gun simulation noise, which we use in battlefield reenactment and has been used in films since the 1950s. I'm going to put a similar unit into Peter's guns. So obviously this is one gun, but he's going to have two. The gas lines are actually hidden in the ammunition belt. On Peter's aircraft that won't be necessary because the ammunition belt was actually hidden in the chute anyway. I'm just going to test fire this gun so you can get a little bit of an idea of what it's going to sound like. Although please bear in mind, there's going to be two of them. They're quite often called Spandaus, mainly by the British, because the Spandau arsenal produced the vast majority of them, and they had engraved Spandau on the top. The MG0815 is the infantry version of this weapon. The version that is going into Peter's aircraft is an LMG MG0815, because it's a lightweight version. The jacket you see in front of you on this version is filled with water. Obviously you don't want that in an airplane because of the weight. So what they did, they perforated the jacket, so it didn't have any water in it, and relied solely on the air to keep them cool. These were used by the German stormtroopers to assault British trenches. The British version, if you like, of this is the Lewis gun, a much better gun in a lot of respects. About the same weight, but it wasn't belt fed, it was magazine fed. This is a Lewis light machine gun, again, not very light. It's actually an air-cooled weapon. People see this jacket and assume it's full of water. It isn't. It's actually designed to suck air down from the barrel blast to cool it. That was the theory. Actually, it didn't work. In the Second World War, they discovered if you got rid of all this, it fired just as happily without it. So the poor old British Tobby was wandering around with about 4.5 extra pounds of weight for no reason. If you were in a trench in about 1915, it's very possible you would have actually been strafed by an aircraft. Obviously you would want to hit back. So the aircraft of course is fabric, so you can shoot as many holes in fabric as you like to a certain extent and it won't knock the aircraft down. So you've got to get the vital bits, the pilot and the engine.
I would like to use an original engine. A rotary engine would have been nice as they used to in those days, but they are so difficult to get. So in the end I decided I quite like a really safe engine. If I fly, maybe in the future I will fly to Germany, I really do want a safe engine. So in the end, I bought a new engine, which is basically a Superior 360, which is a more or less a clone of the Lycoming 360. It's a brand new engine, it's very reliable, and I'm really happy with it. So these are the cylinders S-Can have created, and which then of course go under the engine part like them, for example, like just like this. But because of the cowling, you can only see 3 of my cylinders coming out like that. But they're just so much lighter, they don't weigh anything at all. But the finish is absolutely perfect. You can't even see there's a line in the middle. So these cylinders look absolutely like they used to in the First World War.
On a damp, overcast day, the final assembly of Peter's aircraft begins. The convoy is beset by frustration as a thunderstorm delays the departure of the first 2 wings. The larger and more complex third wing will follow later in the day, if the weather holds. The triplane's wings are relatively robust when fitted to the airframe, but during ground transportation, the fragile fabric and thin wood can be easily damaged. Peter's crew and family lift their precious cargo into the safety of the hangar, as, for the first time, all the pieces required to build a flying example of the Fokker are gathered in one place.
Job's good. Jobs are good.
Is that all right? Well, this propeller is made by Hercules. The company is called Hercules, and they have already made a few propellers for the Fokker triplane for exactly the same engine I've got, because you've got different engines and you've got different propellers for different engine sizes. They've done a really good job, and you look at the different layers of wood. So the way they cut it and they glue it together is just a science on its own. And these things are, I think they're absolutely beautiful. Just perfect, just the way it should be. So all we need to do now is just to paint the cowling, and we can take it for a test flight.
His friend Captain Bond is flying his dry-decker, but Peter's triplane has yet to feel the wind beneath its wings. As a working doctor and surgeon, the autumn months in Britain pile on enormous pressure.
Doctors is very busy, and at the moment we've got winter, even though haven't got a bad flu epidemic. Still, so much job and so much work to do. I hardly had any time to work on my aircraft. Even though I did a bit, I just now covered all the wings, and they're going to go on soon. You can see I provisionally cut out the Oratex cover for the whole of the fuselage. Just the top, the side, and the bottom is already covered. It's already glued in. And on the other side as well. Well, it's going on for so many years now. You just, you take it step by step, but I can see the end now. I sometimes sit in my seat there, and sit in front of my guns, and I know it's going to be nice one day, and it's not going to be much longer now. In my mind, already were planned to fly to Germany in September, and I don't know, it's just my imagination, but that would be a fantastic place to fly and show a Fokker triplane.
Despite making good progress with the fuselage, Peter is resigned to the fact that his plane won't fly until the following spring. But that doesn't mean there won't be a triplane in the sky.
We could see the cockpit of an aeroplane over the side of a wall. So we hopped over. Lo and behold, there was this wreck which, if we peered under the cowlings, we could make out the words Rolls-Royce. And that was the start of a very long story. Of course, when I found the aircraft, I didn't know its identity. And that was the first battle. It took me a couple of years to find its identity, which was actually ultimately stamped on a very obscure place on the frame. But we also managed to tie up the engine number with the cards at the Air Ministry in London, which confirmed that it was indeed R4118. So once I'd found the identity of the aircraft, then of course everything else was revealed. The RAF kept meticulous records whilst they were on operations, so every flight it did, who flew it, how long it was in the air for, what happened to it, was all recorded in the operations record book. It turned out that it was a Battle of Britain Hurricane that had fought during September and October 1940 in the thick of the battle. It had been flown by a number of aces in 605 Squadron, and it had shot down 5 enemy aircraft. Subsequently, at the end of October 1940, it was itself shot down. It landed in Kent. It was repaired at the Austin Motor Company in Longbridge, and then was sent, the rebuilt aircraft was sent to Aberdeen and was attacking bombers coming over from Norway. But by the middle of 1941, of course, the Mark I Hurricane was really too slow in the European theatre, so it then became went to 2 operational training units and became a trainer. After a couple of years there, during which time it had 3 more crashes and was rebuilt on each occasion, it was then crated at Cardiff, fully overhauled, crated at Cardiff and dispatched to India. Now, in India at the time, of course in Burma, we were doing very badly against the Japanese, and the Air Ministry decided that they needed to train Indian pilots for the Burma front. So it was dispatched to India as a trainer. However, it didn't get to India until February 1944, by which time the whole situation in Burma had changed. They had no need of a Mark I Hurricane as a trainer or anything else. There were a number of them went out there, and most of them, as overhauled aircraft in their packing cases, were put on board ship, taken out over the bay in Bombay and dropped overboard. Fortunately, this one, in its packing case, was sent to Banaras Hindu University as an instructional airframe to teach the kids fine engineering. They took it out of its packing case, stood it on its undercarriage, left the wings on the ground, the prop on the ground, the tailplane on the ground. That was in 1944, and that's where it rested until I tripped across it in 1995, and then of course got quite fanatical about getting it out of India. Perhaps I was a little naive that aircraft engineering would be as simple as the engineering involved on an old vintage Rolls-Royce, but I quickly learned. We unloaded it, and I then spent the next year completely taking it apart down to the last nut and bolt. The fortunate thing was that I managed to find a wonderful company called Hawker Restorations, and I gave them all the pile of disassembled bits, and I said, rebuild this Hurricane exactly as it was in the Battle of Britain.
Perfect. Good as new. Good as new.
I think I've got it. Can we catch it?
We're all clear.
All clear?
All clear.
He did the impossible. He actually dealt with the Indians and he got it out. And then it arrived at his farm. Peter took it to pieces and then delivered it to us. And then we restored it over a period of probably about 2.5 years. But it was a privilege to work on because it was a completely unmolested Mark I Battle of Britain Hurricane. And, you know, that was the best we've ever seen. And of course, from our point of view, it gave us the opportunity to fill in all the gaps with regards to drawings, information, everything. So it was absolutely brilliant. So the first thing is, you know, whatever you've got, you completely disassemble and you look and analyse what you've got and what you haven't got. So logistically, it's a nightmare. And it's a huge sort of, if you like, organisational task and skill to do that. But like everything, when you're getting onto your 10th aeroplane, paperwork's in place, you know what to expect. And now if we have to manufacture something, even the CNC programs are there to be able to pull it out the stores. If you think about it, the experience that we had in manufacturing World War I aeroplanes, of which we did 20 plus, it was a slow learning curve that involved woodwork, manufacturing lots and lots of brackets and putting them together, and some machine parts. And all the people that work here, they tend to be tool makers. We have 2 airframe people, but everybody else, they can mill, they can turn, they can weld, they can screw cut, because that's the requirement for the Hurricane. Although it sounds like old technology with regards to the Hurricane, what people tend to forget these days is that in the 1930s, 1920s, 1930s, it was all made by hand on lathes driven by steam engines with belts. So with the Hurricane, it was the old traditional method of manufacturing, which had thousands of people with